Moved from Turkey to the US, here's the reason why. Thought America was cool, guess I was high. Maybe it was the food that I was attracted to. 7 types of Oreo made me into Marabou. Joined TYT, then left it, started streaming. Spent half of my time banging my desk and screaming. But just when you think you've got me down and out of ammo, that's when I turn around and hit you with an effing blammo! Blammo! Blammo!
I said it.
With an effing blammo.
That's what that is.
With an effing blammo. Blammo. With an effing blammo. Blammo. Blammo. That chest it up. That chest now. That chest it up. That chest it up. That chest it up. That chest it up. With an effing blammo.
There you go, dude.
Lips call me woke bay and fell in love with my face. Though my voice was soy, so I turned up the bass. Small head, bad takes, the haters said. Not as bad as their moms got it when I took them to bed. Getting shit on for trying to prove there is no schism between our capitalism and our imperialism. Screw it.
I'm saying it.
24/7, here it comes. America deserved 9. Blammo! Blammo!
I said it.
With the effing blammo.
That's what that is.
With the effing blammo. Blammo. With the effing blammo.
There you go, dude.
That chest it up. That chest now. That chest it up. That chest it up. That chest it up. That chest it up. With an effing blammo. Dating adult stars, breaking hearts, spending pants.
I get it.
With the dress sense equivalent of Comic Sans. Champagne, socialist, Porsche owner, HasanAbi. I've heard it all, even from the stands in my lobby. Single him a leftist against a world of grifters. They try to cancel me, but only manage to lift us. Last bar's coming up, but you'll miss it, don't be sour, cause we're approaching the ad break at the top of the hour.
Segue.
Blammo! Blammo! Blammo!
I said it.
With an effing blammo.
That's what that is.
With an effing blammo. Blammo! With an effing blammo! Blammo! That chest it up. That chest now. That chest it up. That chest it up. That chest it up. That chest it up. With an effing blammo.
There you go, dude. I did it.
Pieces of shit. Witness me.
What's going on, everybody?
All the gamblers, the believers, and the doubters, okay?
I hope everyone's having a
Suck me.
fantastic evening.
Y'all are benchod, madarchod.
Fantastic
You know what I
afternoon.
mean? All
A fantastic pre-noon.
I'm a PlayStation bitch.
No matter where you are in the world, I'm a song Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you
China and Ottoman's best friend.
live from rainy, heavy rainy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Thursday, December 21st. Right. Thursday, December 21st, 2023. We have very little time left on the year 2023. And it's fucking crazy how fast we got here. It's actually kind of nutty with it, how fast we got here. But this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in my life. And last night, I made a promise. And I broke that promise. I made a promise that I was going to play No Pixel last night. Okay? And I broke that promise, and I think a lot of people got mad at me for it. And I said, oh, it's because I want to hang out with my family. You know, it's the holidays. Need to hang out with my family. Was that a lie, you might ask? And yeah, if you thought that was a lie, well, there's a little bit of truth to that lie. Did I avoid No Pixel yesterday? Deliberately? Absolutely not. I had every intention of participating in No Pixel yesterday. I had every intention of. And then what happened? I got a debate pervert in the chat, a libertarian, and then I, talked to him, and that's not where this story ends, though. I could have just very easily played or No Pixel afterward. But what did I do? That's right. One Piece. One Piece for those who are initiated. I watched a little bit of One Piece last night, okay? I'm sorry, I'm very fucking into the Dressrosa arc, even though post-Trafalgar Law backstory, the Dressrosa arc slowed down a little bit. However, it's full gas still from this point on. Luffy is fighting Doflamingo, Riku, the other champion of the motherfucking arena fighting against Doflamingo's champion of the arena. And of course, who could forget my favorite, my absolute favorite new character that I love, who's very near and dear in my heart, Bartholomew, the number one Monkey D. Luffy fan, and oh my lord, Bartholomew, and everybody else. So fucking good. Such a good goddamn show. Anyway, also another thing that I did though, I did hang out with my mom. Rebecca's titties are out of control. I do think like it would serve someone like Oda well if he didn't simply make all of the female characters so crazy. But yeah, no, I watched with my I did not watch One Piece with my mom. I watched another show. I started watching Better Call Saul. Now, it's been a very long time. Okay, guys, I got it. Everyone is in the chat going, she's 16 years old. I know. Okay, here, let me show you what chatters are talking about. This literally goes back to exactly what I mean about like anime creators, okay? And the way that they go, this character is definitely 16, by the way. Also, take a look at this character that we made, who we keep saying is 16, which they don't really say for Rebecca, I think. But still, here, this is what the chatters are talking about, okay? It's the classic Zelda rule, which actually makes sense. At least, like, with Zelda, the fucking princess does look like, she looks like an adult, but it doesn't matter. It could be, you know, it could be a little bit androgynous, so who knows? Whereas with Rebecca, I mean, it's ridiculous. Like, look at this. Why do you have every option not to make this character 16 years old? Like, this is a literal scene, okay? What I'm showing you right now is a literal fucking scene. And there's so much more than just that, okay? This is the character they're talking about. It's like, come on, dog. You don't have to immediately be like, this character is 16. Yeah, look, this is one of those things. This is one of those things where you're like, if you're a fan, okay? If you're a fan of anime, you just have to overlook it. You can't think too much about it, okay? You just can't. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. It's like fucking drawn characters. It doesn't matter, okay? No normal person is like, oh, I'm glad that this person is 16. Like, no, it's only abnormal people that would look at that person and be like, that's a 16-year-old. And also, I'm happy that she is 16. It's just like the ages in 98% of the instances have absolutely zero to do with the plot line. They just simply, specifically mention it sometimes, okay? And it's very annoying. It is annoying to me as well. I don't understand it. But regardless, so you started learning law tips on TV. Soon you won't even need me anymore, bro. They grow up so fast. Sad. Wait, what? Oh, because I'm watching Better Call Saul. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, what the fuck was I talking about? Oh, yeah, Better Call Saul. Seems pretty good. Has Usogod appeared yet? Of course Usogod has appeared. Better Call Saul is pretty good, even from this moment, like from what I've seen thus far. So, have you introduced Kaya to One Piece yet? Very good anime. Kaya is doing One Piece every day. Except, there is one thing I'll say about Kaya. She's on her good girl shit. She is on her good girl shit. I took her out on a big structured walk this morning, and honestly, she popped off. She popped off big time. Luckily, it wasn't raining that hard, but she popped off. She took a big ass poopy. Took a big ass poopy outside. What is a structured walk? A structured walk is when normally back in the day when I used to take Kaya out on walks, I would just kind of let her roam. She would want to smell stuff. When you're doing a structured walk, it means like she's doing a job, right? So what that means is like I let her smell stuff when I allow her to be free, right? So we'll sit, and it's like I'm training her to not move when I give her a command. I'm reinforcing the training every single day, right? I'm reinforcing the training every single day where, you know, I make her sit, I walk away, and then I tell her to come, or my command for her is let's walk. And when I say that, oh, she just got up. When I say that, she comes up and comes to the left side of me and we walk together, and she's supposed to be right there the entire time, right? No smelling, no deviation from the path, no like, oh, I'm going to go over here and I saw something. Oh, I saw a squirrel. I'm going to chase after her. None of that. The release command is okay. And when she gets that, then she can, you know, go out and smell and stuff like that. Other people might know that command is heel. Yeah. Meanwhile, my dog walks me and controls me, lol. Well, that's part of the reason why. Does it involve her being on leash? Yes. However, the leash is simply there to guide her, not to actually like restrict her, right? So it's basically the same off leash as it is on leash. The point is, the distance between you and the dog should not change, whether you have her on a leash or whether you have her off leash. And I have probably for the past month only walked her off leash. I don't actually walk her on leash anymore. And it's good because we can run together. It's good that way, so we can like run together and do stuff, and she has a lot more liberty. Off leash is legal there. I mean, it doesn't matter. Fuck the law, am I right? We're Kaya and I, we break the law every day. Fuck it. How's she at dog parks? Incredible. Great. Does she get distracted by other dogs? Absolutely not. When she's working, she's working. Nothing else. Anyway, looking at the Epstein field. Great video for fun react later. Deciphering the Zodiac killer. I don't know about that. Has she pooped inside one of your socks? No, she is anti-poop sock. Don't even fucking start with me on that. Also, going off on Reddit again, like in a bad way or in a good way? Damn, look at that. 11 hours, 1.3k upvotes. Okay. Off leash is for non-reactive and obedient dogs. Yeah, I would not. I started only doing off leash training and structured walks, basically, like a 1 month to 2 months in after her training. I guess 1 month in after her training, and then, like after I was comfortable allowing her off leash, I would only do it at night when there's not a lot of like other dogs around, you know what I mean? And now she's perfectly fine. I once lived in an apartment that had snacks out in the open and you pay for it yourself on a computer. I stole almost every day. Congratulations. Anyway, are you going to stream on Christmas? Either way, enjoy the holiday season. I will not be. I think I will be traveling on Christmas, but I have plans. I talked to Ludwig earlier today. I want to do some other stuff. I am going to, no, not Hawaii, you fucking weird. Yeah, I'm going to Hawaii. Yeah, that chatter was right. I'm going to Hawaii. I posted about this on my alt account. I don't know if you guys saw, but like, I have some ideas on what kind of streams I want to do before the end of the year. I'd like to do some of these streams. I'm going to do a Socialismus. Okay. I'm going to dress up as a sexy ass Santa Claus. And then you guys can send me your wish lists. And then I'm going to buy some randomly off of those wish lists. I haven't decided on how to cap it though. You know, because like that's how you're supposed, that's socialism, right? Socialism is when you buy shit. That's on the 24th. I'm going to do, of course, the end of the year recaps, top clips from each month, that kind of stuff. And then I'm planning on doing potentially a Q&A with punishments, you know, like a ask me anything type situation. And then in Italy, I plan on doing IRL streams where I ask random Italians on the street what they think about the United States. And also in the same like Q&A style, hopefully if I can link up with Automated, I am going to try to do like a thing where, you know, the top question asked gets circulated to the top, or the top pulled question in the chat gets circulated to the top, and then I ask that question to Italians on the street. So yeah, all cats are beautiful. Haas Pains, hey random Italian, tell us why you hate America. Listen, you don't fucking know Discord blast off. Wait, what? Didn't Discord let people know? I don't know, but I don't want to fucking hear from, I don't want to hear from you, okay? I don't want to hear from you about how, what the hell is this? I want to hear about how is cringe, like whatever particular thing you consider is cringe, okay? All right, I don't want to hear that. But yeah, also later today I'm gonna have Brace on, Ariane Courtage, The 18-year-old hacker who leaked clips of GTA 6 has been issued a lifetime hospital sentence. Why, like, what the fuck? This dude is a straight up menace. Is Liz also coming on and just Brace? No, unfortunately, Liz is busy. So it's just going to be Brace. We'll talk about the GTA leaker, the GTA hacker, Prague shooting, GTA hacker life sentence, New York library overtime, New York NYPD overtime pay, drama, plus looking at the Epstein files that got revealed with on later, get in now. US blocks resolution. All I want for socialism is for you to make a hoodie that's 5x so I can buy some goddamn merch. Here's the most cringe thing you'll ever see. Yeah, I think that the internet is broken people's brains once again. Like, we have absolutely zero way of just looking at someone making a joke. We don't ever understand it. We have no way of comprehending whether people are making jokes, especially on a platform like Twitter, when most people are not serious at all. They are very unserious people, right? Here you go, by the way. We're blasting off. Let the people know. U.S. blocks UN resolution, Prague shooting, GTA hacker, life sentence, NYPD overtime pay drama. Looking at the Epstein files that got revealed, the true and on-pod later. Get in now. But yeah, here's how we're gonna start this off. On the no jokes ass saga, let's start with this person, Misha Schizzarella. She does this shit all the time about like how she's a big fan of mine. She's like talked about how she's the biggest. Like she will post stuff like she usually just like post shit that gets me in trouble because she'll behave like an unhinged fan, right? If you send me the when mom sends the poop sock memes over and over again, I'm gonna clap you. You just took an hour off, but that will turn very quickly into a 24-hour ban for you. Anyway, so yeah, she's done a bunch of these like threads that are obviously outrage bait. Like, it's just so stupid. Why would you ever take this shit seriously? Yeah, she did that post about me being the most famous Turk. I feel like we have all collectively become like 35% more autistic by being online all the time. Okay? Like, I don't know what the fuck happened where, like, I don't know if it's that we have all become like impossible to comprehend social cues, or the internet itself is not exactly a great place for that sort of thing anyway. But it just feels as though we have zero way of wanting to fucking find out like whether or not something is serious or not. And I think half of the reason for that is because it's like kind of easy to just get a quick dunk in. You can't just become autistic. I know, man. See, you're doing the thing. I'm joking. Okay? What I did was a joke. You literally did the thing that I'm saying in the process of me saying it. Like when I said the internet, I feel like has collectively become 35% more autistic. I'm joking. You can't become autistic. There is no such thing as like becoming, especially 35% autistic. When I make a joke like that, think about it and go, I wonder how he would be able to craft mathematically the percentages of how much more autistic one can become. Okay, well, I'm autistic, so my bad. No, I know. First of all, yes, I know. So then listen to my words. When you hear something that I say that's like a little off, just question it a little bit. Like, what did he mean by this? Was he joking or was he actually being serious? Like Nikki Haley, when she said, if you go on TikTok for an hour, you become 34% more anti-Semitic. Like, that is not a joke. She's saying that seriously because you have context, right? You have context for why that's not a joke. She's saying that on a fucking debate stage. Obviously, contextually, that is not, I mean, it reads like a fucking joke because it's so stupid, right? But that's serious. When your favorite content creator, HasanAbi Piker, says, you know, the internet has made us 35% more autistic, like, I'm clearly joking. Anyway, except for just myself, I do feel like for me, I have, like, by way of Twitch streaming, become it's unlocked my inner autism potential, I think. But that's a separate thing. Anyway, but what I was trying to say is, with this, like, this is a bait post, right? This person makes posts like this all the fucking time. It's just like supposed to not be serious, but people take it seriously. And that's a little bit part of the joke, is that, like, she crafts it in a way that people get mad. Taylor Swift is to white women what milk was for black people. How Taylor Swift is restoring the reputation of civil rights of white women everywhere, a thread. So she also, like, popped off when she said Travis Kelce has, like, a mental disability, and Taylor Swift is like, Taylor Swift is in a inappropriate age gap relationship with, like, Travis Kelce. Anyway, she does shit like this all the time. Okay? And people, I think, take this super seriously for two reasons. One, because, like, no one has the capacity to understand if someone is being serious or they're saying something in jest on purpose. Like, can we talk about Mr. Beast's silence regarding the war Gaza and how it exposed him as a total fraud? He could single-handedly finance various groups in Gaza to fight for freedom and help people, but refuses to do so. He hasn't even talked about it yet. And then motherfuckers community noted it. Giving weapons to Hamas would violate multiple federal laws and lead to stiff prison sentences. Like, the entire point is for this person to get quote retweeted and dunked on. That's why she posts this shit. Okay, even Ludwig fell for that last night. I know. It's so incredibly fucking stupid. Literally, if you just read her replies to people under the post, is clearly joking. It's so incredibly dumb to, like, think that this is real. And people do think it's real. They jump on it and they go, oh my God. For one, they do it because there are a lot of people that, you know, say unhinged shit online and mean it super seriously. But the other reason why people do this, specifically, is because they want to get an easy dunk. It's just shit posting. This person is not being serious, but people want to get a fucking slammer on. You know what I mean? And it's literally this, like, quote tweeting this and being like, wow, the left is sure out of control, is the equivalent, okay, of dunking on a lowered rim over a child in a wheelchair, okay, with a trampoline in front of the kid. You're not dunking on anything. This is like, it's fucking ridiculous. What are you doing? It makes me so mad that people just do this. Like, this is the equivalent. I mean, this is all, like, easily tricked adults, as MHUD calls them, right? MHUD says these are easily tricked adults, and it's basically that. I mean, these are the type of people that, like, yell about Onion article headlines. You know what I mean? Like, they see an Onion article headline and they go, what the fuck are we doing? I can't believe this outlet, this reputable media outlet, The Onion, is doing it again, doing the damn thing one more time. Mr. Beast has a net worth of $53 million. A single piece of aid costs around $500. Mr. Beast can purchase and ship at least 103K units of aid. The cost to stop this aid will be $100K per unit for Israel. Mr. Beast can cause $10.3 billion worth of damage against the occupier. The people of Gaza are trapped too, by the way, and a lot longer than 100 days. Do something instead of just making videos and ignoring the biggest issue of our lifetimes at Mr. Beast. So, incredibly stupid shit. Incredibly, like, it's clearly a fucking joke, but people were just like, actually, you can't do that because that's illegal. Like, look at this. The Israel War Room. Financing terror organizations is illegal. Mr. Beast would go to jail if he did what you're telling him to. It's funny for me because I'm part of the audience for these posts, but the thing is that about the internet is that your bait will eventually leave your bubble, and when it does, it will reach the average media illiterate person. Oh, it's just, I don't know, man. I don't know how fucking easy it is to just, like, hook people on this. I don't know why it's so easy. And for me, it's like, this kind of shit sucks. And then the other version of this is not a funny joke. No, it is funny. It's funny to think about how, like, Mr. Beast armed Hamas. Like, that premise is a funny premise. I've made jokes like that. What are you talking about? The point is, why the absolute fuck are people just, like, looking at this and thinking of it anything beyond just, like, someone making a joke? I don't understand it. I will never understand it, as a matter of fact. I don't get it. I don't know what, like, urges people to be like, this must be serious. Now, this might be this is not like a Twitter blue operation to fucking farm, to farm revenue, but there is the version of that that I would say is significantly more damaging the discourse, and it's just like deliberate misinformation spreading, deliberate hate spreading. People do this shit all the time. Okay? So what do I mean by that? There's the fucking accounts that I didn't watch the Dream video, but Dream like made a fucking massive like, here is me defending myself against all of the controversy and people hating on me and like smearing me with false stuff video, right? And in that video, as far as I understand, he made like 2 fake DMs to show how easy it is to manipulate, right? He made 2 fake DMs to show how easy it is to manipulate people into thinking like this is an authentic, genuine text message that was uncovered by the internet. And also like Snapchat posts and shit too, because I think that's what he's claiming that people were doing. He was claiming that people were like faking his Snapchat or some shit like that. And what did people do on Twitter? They fucking literally either willingly or unwillingly, in an effort to ultimately generate as much revenue as possible for themselves, took the fucking screenshot from the Dream video about Pokimane, which is a made-up screenshot, right? And immediately farmed it with like 51K fucking views, like 51K likes, 7.6 million fucking impressions. Pokimane really just admitted she scammed y'all with her $28 cookies. Hey, I hope you're doing well. I'm launching my first ever product, whatever, you know. And then the next is, they're just some stupid cookies I repackaged and I'm selling it like 10x the price, but my fans are stupid as fuck crying, so they'll buy them anyway. They taste pretty good at least, smile. Time to get rich off stupid little girls and simps again. And the only reason why some motherfuckers didn't even post it from like Dream's video. Some motherfuckers just straight up posted it as though it was a DM that they found. And all of these tweets got like fucking, 50K likes, 80K likes. And the thing is, like, obviously this is like low effort shit. But yeah, it's accounts like this motherfucker and all of the fucking Twitter impression farmers that abso-fucking-lutely do this shit all the time. And it's not just for Pokimane. They do it to me all the fucking time too. Like, it's just like people just do it specifically because they know, like, Twitter has become 4chan. It's become Gab. There are people that are like permanent villains on the platform, right? There are people that are permanent villains on the platform. So if you fucking shit on them, no matter what, if you just like, falsely smear somebody, Dream ironically is one of those people too. Okay? It just doesn't matter. Everyone will upvote it. And that, for the most part, is specifically done so that these guys can generate revenue for themselves. And Elon Musk is, directly giving cash to people for doing this shit, while simultaneously talking about if you get too many community notes, like, you won't be able to get paid out. And it's bullshit. That part is also bullshit too. It's become this like reactionary farming operation where Elon Musk is basically giving these little kids who run these fucking Twitter accounts money to specifically pump out reactionary bullshit, even if they don't personally believe it. Because half the time, the dudes that are posting stuff like that, they don't fucking hate Pokimane. They don't hate me. They don't hate fucking anybody. They don't give a shit at all. They just simply care about making money off of posts. And the reality is, like, yeah, if you're like a 17, 18-year-old, right? And you want to make like a couple $1,000s, you have 2 options. You go on Twitter and you do post the 10th photo on your camera roll, as a chatter pointed out. And then that's one way of getting engagement bait. The other one is also setting up an account where you just like copy paste Wikipedia pages or chat GPT, certain like spooky stories or whatever, and then slap on like a questionable image on top of it. And then this is the other one. This is the classic person that they hate. Oh, they 100% hate you, dude. You have no idea how much people genuinely despise you online. Jesus Christ, dude. Like, Kira and Juju alike post you and farm impressions, likes, and comments about how you don't know what you're talking about. All you do is yell if someone contradicts you, and you only have a following because you're an attractive liberal. Exactly. Those motherfuckers, 1,000%, did not develop these opinions organically. They saw other people saying this kind of shit, so they're just repeating it. If you go back far enough in time, you'll probably find them fucking posting about how they were watching at the time when it was popular. You know what I mean? In 2020, they were probably in the chat. You know what I mean? The point of that is absolutely, the point of that is absolutely not about like real political convictions or anything like that. It's just like, oh, there are a lot of people that hate this motherfucker, and they will give me a big boost if I say this motherfucker sucks. Okay. Anyway, it's not about like drama anyway. I don't even hate these guys. Okay. I don't personally care. I definitely despise Elon Musk though. Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare. Thank you, Majority Report. Well, this is the Emma Majority Report day today. So shouts out to Emma and the Majority Report people. They should all post more about Epic Mickey too. Yeah, it's just people respond to certain influences. The other part of this, I hate when HasanAbi gets stuck on this shit Twitch/Twitter drama. My friend, this is a much broader conversation that I'm trying to have. And the other example, the last example I'm going to use on this is because this is online media literacy basically. This is not just about like, oh, people are yelling at others on Twitter, okay? This is more so about online media literacy, because the last, or perhaps one of the real reasons why I wanted to talk about this issue was someone who normally doesn't shitpost, but engaged in shitposting. That someone is friend of the show, Osita Nwanevu, the contributing editor to New Republic, a columnist for The Guardian, someone who has been on this show quite a bit. I love his analysis. I think he's brilliant. I think he's very smart. Osita made the mistake of making a joke, okay? And then everybody lost their fucking minds over it. The original post was somewhere along the lines of, where is it? It's not clear where Marx laid out socialism is like a never-ending Black Friday style. Yeah. He posted something. Where's the original post? Where the fuck is it? I brought this up before. I brought this up when he first posted it because I responded to it and everyone yelled at me as well. But Osita basically said something along the lines of like, if you, what the fuck is a Twitchy? I don't even know what this is. I guess this is like a fake AI website. Oh, here it is. Fundamentally, socialism is about buying affordable consumer products. He responded to this Not Jerome Powell account, smashing capitalism with a $12 Starbucks, $200 Ray-Bans, and $1,500 MacBook, right? This is fundamentally wrong. This is a ridiculous thing. It is not at odds with socialism at all. Everybody knows socialism is avoiding the top of the hour ad break by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. That's what socialism is actually about, right? Like, everybody knows that. Socialism is not about smashing capitals with a $12 Starbucks, $200 Ray-Bans. It's about not watching the ads at the top of the fucking hour. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, by the way. Coming to you. Too early? It's 11:56. That's valid. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Okay, so Osita, understandably, quote tweeted this and was mocking it, saying, fundamentally, socialism is about buying affordable consumer products. Are you an Android user? That's socialism. Do you have a Dell? That's socialism. Shop at H&M? That's socialism. The more expensive your stuff is, the more capitalist it is. Marx lays this out in Capital. Now, of course, for those of you who are painfully unaware of what jokes are, this is the classic HasanAbi describes what a joke is to people hour, okay? Including the person who wrote this fucking dumbass article. This is a joke. This is not a real thing. This is the exact opposite, as a matter of fact. He is making a joke about how stupid this person is. Another one of these, like, idiotic fucking rage bait, impression farming accounts with a blue check mark that tries to desperately crack these fucking jokes so they can ultimately make money. Okay? Classic. Socialism, lol. Imagine being a socialist on an iPhone. The most idiotic thing you can say. It's not real analysis, it's not real commentary at all. And it's like, yeah, rent is due ass tweets is exactly what this is. It's like, oh, let me fucking pop this off. Maybe I can get $100. So, I can buy myself something nice. It's Christmas. Maybe buy it for my family members or something. That's what this is, okay? So he makes a joke about it. He says that's not what socialism is about by saying the exact opposite. And then all hell broke loose. He continued to joke about it. And of course, there were a shit ton of leftists who got mad at him too. There were a shit ton of dumbass right-wingers. I've never read a less comprehensible tweet than this. There's so much to pick apart. First, what makes any of that affordable compared to what? Second, I'm confident you don't know what socialism is. It's just like a lot of people just wanted to get a slam dunk off on him because they were like, oh, you're an idiot. No, he doesn't know what socialism is. He knows what he thinks socialism is, and he's wrong about that. And I'm sure even there were probably, HasanAbi heads of the periphery that don't fucking understand jokes that thought that this was real. What you're describing is competition in a free market. There are vast differences in quality and other factors related to products and services. Please cite the page of Das Kapital where Marx says the price differences differentiate capitalism from socialism. He doesn't. And for me, what my takeaway from this, including Jonathan fucking Turley, okay? Jonathan Turley, who goes on Fox News all the goddamn time, wrote a fucking article about Osita's shitpost. Thank you for the 9.29. These people have to be fucking CI operatives or something. There's no way they're this stupid. No, dude, they're not. They're not. These people are operating on there's two different things. One, people are primed to despise socialism and not know what it is due to Red Scare propaganda. That's fine. That's like a basic principle, right? That's always out there. The other thing here is that people are also primed to dunk on one another and there's nothing better than an easy dunk. There's nothing better than a fucking easy ass dunk. It's right there for the taking. It's the pie on the window still, So that's precisely the reason why people do it. They do it from the left, they do it from the right, and people on the left just don't have any understanding of what socialism is either. And for the most part, they also don't know what a joke is. Okay? And then you have the dummies who are trying to do the fucking dunk, which is this guy. He's just like, oh, this is an easy ass dunk. Let's make fun of this guy. Osita then followed this up by saying they should make a test where you assess the sincerity of posts. For those who have trouble telling, I'm being serious this time. We really should be studying the way irony functions on the internet formally. I'm sure folks are on it already. It's like a glue trap. It goes on forever. In the early 20th century, Marxists predicted socialism would outpace capitalism. By the middle 20th century, it was clear that wasn't happening, so they decided capitalism overproduced. By the early 21st century, it was clear that wasn't happening, so they just pretend socialism produced things. People going, or socialism is just capitalism now. Social media is built for dunking, ratios, QRTs, character limits, is perfect for being snarky, and it broke everyone's brains. Exactly. No, absolutely. Did we have tone indicators some time ago? People dunked on that, but honestly, we should bring them back. No, I've always been an advocate for tone indicators. I sometimes use them, obviously, but guys, I'm delivering information to you on a medium where I don't have to give you tone indicators, and you motherfuckers are in bad faith all the time in the way that you analyze what I have to say. So it's not just tone indicators either. There's some about people's brains that are just broken. I'm not writing out what I'm saying. I'm not writing out my commentary, and yet for some reason people still have a hard time understanding what the fuck's going on. On Twitter, however, when you're writing, yes, tone indicators are great. But the point is, even if you don't have tone indicators on, okay, which for the record, like I said, I am pro tone indicators. I think is good because of the way that people, because of the way that the medium works, posting. It's good to offer a tone indicator. It's not even just for people with disabilities. The guy yesterday couldn't catch any joke. Yeah, he was also kind of drunk, I think. But had to dig around to establish that Ranty Amy Curtis was a real person to begin with. Hard to tell with articles like this, especially with AI these days. They should make a test for that too. It's page 420 of the Penguin Classics Edition Volume 1, also exerted in the Marx Engels reader as why you should only own cheap things. I'm not as clever as you are, so I had to copy a dude's response to your unique take on what socialism is. I personally don't like looking stupid in front of a lot of people, so I'd have to keep that idiocy to myself. But hey, UBU, please cite the page of Das Kapital where Marx says the price differences differentiate capitalism from socialism. In parentheses, he doesn't. Anyway, this is a good one because the young Schizarella or whatever, she is a shit poster. She shit posts all the fucking time with great frequency. So people get caught up in that, and it's just ridiculous. Whatever her name is, I don't know what her name is. But with Osita, he doesn't usually shitpost, and yet people still had this kind of reaction, even though he's very clearly fucking replying to a tweet, making fun of the idiocy within the tweet. One thing that's been illuminating about this episode has been seeing how many ostensibly ordinary people are ready to drop the very same lines from ISI, heritage, etc. at the drop of a hat whenever they even see the word socialism. Pure reflex is really something. But anyway, for the most part, people that were shitting on Osita weren't like actual socialists or whatever. The people shitting on Osita for the most part were unironic right-wing, capitalism defenders that were saying like, actually, you just described capitalism, sweetie. But yeah, I digress. Just wanted to do my classic intro into the fucking discourse. Our brains are getting permanently broken. I guess you just kind of keep shit posting regardless. Here's a TikTok cringe video that went and popped off, I guess.
Congo is capitalist. The Congo is one of the poorest countries in the world. The Congo, though, is mineral rich. So much cobalt. Every single one of your folds needs cobalt to work. That is your real life vibranium. Capitalism has not helped the Congo. The disorder within the country benefits the capitalists at home.
Because it is infinitely more favorable to the first world nations. Global South never actually developed, so we could extract their natural resources, which we still continue to do so through trade relationships and the World Bank and the IMF. That is the economic dominance that we subject upon them.
That's
When
a
you say they're
democracy.
capitalist, what do you mean that the Congo's capitalist?
Because that's where the colonial entities were historically. What the fuck? Why did those countries not develop? What happened? Is it because they were just like stupid? Is it because they're inferior genetically? Or is it because we prevented them from developing?
You know who the new colonizers are? China.
Oh my
Who's
god.
extracting
He's so stupid. Ty, you are so dumb, dog. Literally, oh my god, bro. That's awesome. You know who the real colonizers and the new colonizers are? China, bro. These Africans, they don't know any better. Instead of getting the good IMF loans, they're too stupid and went to the Chinese guys for more favorable loans they think are more favorable, but secretly they're not. Knowledge.
Dubai, you see it there. Moving into Africa.
China is not America. There are clear differences
agree
in
with
what
that.
America does in the Congo versus what China does. America comes in, they set up military bases. Unmarked airplanes will come into the Congo with multitudes of American military and multiple corporations. You know what China does? They come in with intellectuals, with a document signing. Would you guys like to do this trade deal? If you do this, we'll build a mining facility that the state can run, and that will benefit your taxes. And you know what the Congo will say? They'll say no. And you know what China will do? They make a new deal. You know what happens when you say no to America?
and how does that capitalism fall?
Read Lenin. That's it. A lot of this would be solved if they just simply read Lenin. She keeps saying, what does imperialism have to do with capitalism? And imperialism is a necessity under capitalism. To implement a global capitalist structure, it's basically the same principle behind permanent underclass existing in domestic production, but defined on a global scale. Capitalism necessitates imperialism. Some say, not me, is the highest state of capitalism. Why is this on TikTok cringe and how did this get so many uploads? That's kind of crazy. That's like surprising. You need to recommend me more books. I just finished Jakarta Method. Amazing. TikTok cringe as fuck. Finding the bad comment. No, I mean, this is great. I'm glad that they posted this and I'm glad that people are appreciating it. But TikTok cringe is good TikTok stuff now, no longer cringe. Yeah. Anyway, but of course I was talking about Chinese loans versus American ones, and therefore it's on Reddit. I'm sure it'll turn into how dare you fucking say China comparably offers better loans. Oh, one other thing. This was fun to see. HasanAbi Productions posted Twitch streamer Hasan has helped raise over $2.8 million for charity in 2023 alone. It is by far the most of any streamer on the platform, which I don't know if it's true or not. I don't think that's true. But, I mean, he said that. And then I saw this. You guys sent this to me as well this morning. Allah bless him, says Robin, Monkey D. Robin. But can someone tell me why the internet hates this guy? I've only started following him recently because of his engagement for Palestine. But before that, I always only heard bad things about him. Surely you can't be that bad of a man if you use your platform like that. And then the replies were actually kind of good for the most part. Like, it was good shit. Reddit outside of areas filled with their haters is getting more anti-capitalist by the day. Yeah. It was, like, pretty good. And then, of course, you have the classic, like, watch this video. It will answer many of the questions of the clips with problematic behavior. It did not answer any questions. At best, this video is incredibly shallow. So then this person writes this. Now, I suspect you have to be... Like, I suspect that when you do this, like, I hope normal people look at this and go, oh my God, this is the most insane person of all time. Except this is how my haters operate. This is how they fucking move, dog. I don't know if they're doing crack cocaine or I don't know if they're doing meth. This is like what you encounter in every space where you bring up my fucking name, which is crazy. Donate 2.8 million, but lives in a $2.7 billion home. Get your money up, bozo. Yeah, it has to be meth, right? I used to be a fan of Hasan long ago. I started to notice how he preached one thing and then did another. I found he lied about his entire past and wasn't able to take any criticism at all. If he's ever confronted even by his fans, he has a total meltdown like a four-year-old child. It is hard to get news when it is so based around hating America, loving Russia, and hating Israel. I am not talking about being pro-Palestine as I am, but he can't understand that there were victims on both sides. Like, this is, what an opener. Not a single part of this is correct. I've never lied about my past. Like, ever. If anything, I've overshared. I've overshared too much. Loving Russia is also another hilarious fucking thing. Okay? His commentary is only based around hating America. This is literally a person who claims to be a liberal speaking exactly in the same way that Steven Crowder does. But we have gotten, as far as liberalism goes in the United States of America, so many liberals, whenever they see like anyone that is actually a leftist, an anti-capitalist or socialist, or even a fucking sock them for the most part, they literally hit the motherfucking Steven Crowder button so hard, bro. Okay? I'm sorry. If this person didn't signal to the rest of the world as though they are actually, you know, somewhat of a left-leaning person, it is indecipherable. What they're saying is indistinguishable from what Steven Crowder would be saying. His entire commentary revolves around hating America. Here, I'll read it in that voice so that people understand, okay? He's transphobic, racist, cop-hating, misogynistic, and racist cop-hating. He's a cop-hater. What the fuck? Transphobic, which is, you know, when Republicans also cynically will go, oh, he's actually the real transphobe, not me. Misogynistic and an admitted propagandist. He also panders to his audience, which they seem to like. However, I didn't like to get the news from whatever point of view his audience takes, which is not genuine news to me. If that's your cup of tea, then he's your man. Some people like him. I happen to be disgusted by any hypocritical socialist grifters. He does this for money and nothing else. Before he became a proclaimed socialist, he was acting as the red-pilled, right-wing alpha male because it wasn't making him money. He copied his uncle's left-wing politics model. Literally not true. As he had built an audience, as his uncle is Cenk of Young Turks, which I surpassed for some reason. I don't know how that happened, but I would recommend Cenk. I first found out Hasan because of his uncle Cenk mentioning him over Hasan any day. I like to watch Cenk in Destiny. I found Destiny because Hasan would talk so much trash about him. When have I ever done that? There is like probably in the last 4 years, there's like 3 fucking moments that I've brought it up. That's it. So I was curious to see who this degenerate was. I watched a debate of his, and I like this coverage, research, and debate in politics. It's like, dude, this is so much work that you are doing for free, okay? This level of dick riding should probably be illegal. Like, you are presenting yourself as like a random onlooker. You're key searching Hasan online. You're presenting yourself as a random onlooker to be like, to write a fucking Wikipedia page of just falsehoods, to then go, yeah, you should go watch this guy instead, is crazy to me. Then I looked into the fallout between the two and found Hasan lied. I'm tired of the grown man yelling at his meltdowns. I couldn't stand his man's very fragile ego anymore. And he continued his behavior onto another podcast. He was the co-host. Leftovers is a whole different story. But Hasan was ultimately fired after totally screwing over the host. What is happening? I would just check out other political streamers for more factual information. I don't suggest Vosh blatantly lies too, but Cenk, Dylon Burns, Destiny, and Lonerbox are some good ones. The list is too long to list everything, but there are so many videos that have covered him. Hasan is fine to watch for entertainment as he can be funny. Just beware of his politics and know that he's not a real socialist. And it's like, are you a real socialist? Like, what's happening? Someone cared enough to ask the question, genius. All criticisms I have about Hasan can be backed up with videos. And it's literally just, hey, by the way, these criticisms I have of him, please watch YouTube videos made by fucking random drama farmers and you will be able to make your own mind. I don't know what else to say. I mean, other than she did call me entertaining and funny, but warned others of the dangers. But yeah, hypocrisy, baiting can be done on everyone. Come on, this is dumb as fuck. no, but it's not even hypocritical. There's no real hypocrisy that they're pointing to. To me, though, the reason why I brought this up is because, like, it is fucking insane that anytime someone's like, why do people hate this guy? There's a person out there ready to write an entire Wikipedia page. There's like a pastebin out there of like all of the talking points you can use to like get people to not watch me. That's fucking insane. That's not normal. And I don't know if people recognize that. I think like when I say this, when it's coming out of my mouth and they hear this recognition, they think, oh, we got him. Like, I'm saying this specifically because like this is an obsession. You're not actually like fighting a real battle. You know what I mean? She told one lie while writing an essay. Damn, only one lie told in this article. Yeah, the one lie is that I'm funny, right? Is that what you're going to say? Got it. Fucking got me, dude. Got my ass good. Straight up. But yeah, there's a shit ton of positive comments underneath it. This is what I mean by people utterly despising you online. Brother, this is what I mean by most people online would be very different in the real world, and the reception to them would be very different in the real world. This is precisely what I'm talking about when I say under the guise of anonymity, people can like kind of make themselves seem reasonable, right? Yeah. Explain any of this shit to a fucking bus driver, okay? Explain any of that to a normal person. Like, for me, when I see something that long, I'm like, this is such a major overreaction. And when I see where a lot of this comes from, I just hope that they get better. You know what I mean? I do. An IRL friend found out I watched your stream and watches some other streamer that doesn't like you, and for days we're sending paragraphs in Messenger. I had to block them because they wouldn't fucking stop. That's insane. It's not like for me, a lot of the people that fucking do that back in the day used to be just like straight conservatives, right? That meant like someone was like a Ben Shapiro fan or something. I don't even do this level of like going nutty mode if I find out someone is like a fan of Tim Pool and like I am ideologically on the opposite side with Tim Pool. I don't present myself as like a fucking conservative who then is like saying Tim Pool's a fake conservative or whatever, right? A lot of the dudes on the supposedly liberal side present themselves as progressives. So it has to, at a certain point, make you really consider like, are these guys really progressive? Are they actually liberals? Are they really progressives? Do they really care about progressive values? Anyway, so they're literally supporting genocide right now. Of course they aren't progressives. I know. And it's like half the time the source is like drama baiting YouTuber. But overall, it is like unironically, I mean, it's just like a level of derangement that I think. Please read. Did you read the thread that spawned off my comment? Not trying to get self-promo, but there was a dude basically talked down off a ledge with another chatter. They seem to be lonely more than anything. I think a lot of people are just lonely more than anything. He's the biggest socialist commentator and an online figure. He's constantly the target of smear and harassment by everyone from jealous and envious leftists who aren't as successful but advertise their Patreons to literal Nazis. And they hyper-focus on his bad takes out when his optics are bad, similar to other creators in that sphere. He's just the biggest one there. Yeah, I don't think it's that. I think it mostly stems from like, if you don't know anything about me, which is fine. Of course you're not going to know. Who has the fucking time to learn? And you don't understand what it's like when you're fucking when someone is live for 10 hours a day speaking. You're gonna get a lot of you're gonna get like a quick cursory intro into what the fuck's going on with this dude. And if most of that is like negative, easy clipped moments, you're not going to think about it any further. You're just going to be, oh, this guy seems like he sucks. You can literally present me as a transphobic person, which many people do, right? Which is the funniest one out of all of them, right? And that shit like pops off. That shit pops off in leftist spaces too. And right wingers know that, which is why they do it, which is why like a lot of people with reactionary takes will do that, okay? They'll do that deliberately because if I had sponsors, they would go after my fucking sponsors. But because I don't have sponsors, the only people that they can go after are my fans. How do you go after my fans? Yeah, if you say I hate cops, my fans are going to be like, okay, I don't give a shit about that. But if you say I'm transphobic and you can like try to find a fucking, you know, deep fried clip completely fucking out of context, like without devoid of any understanding of the relationship that I have with that specific chatter or anything at all, yeah, you can do that. You can do that for anybody. But ultimately, I do hope that people will see through that. I do hope that people have the capacity to cut through that noise and maintain charitability. The simple thing, of course, is, you know, if I wanted to be a grifter, I would just grift to the right. It's infinitely better paying. You don't have to be all that good. You being transphobic is so laughable that actual trans people have it as a joke pinned on their profile. Yeah, that's the other part. Like, me being transphobic is literally like a fucking meme. There's a couple different reasons why people... Your problem is you think you're always right. You just do your grift, quit bitching. True. I'm going to keep grifting with positions that are incredibly unpopular with the broadest sects of the internet. Anyway, I think this is another byproduct of being hyper alienated, not having any fucking real manageable relationships, not having anything to look forward to in the real world. So you find yourself desperately seeking a sense of community and a sense of purpose. And what better purpose is out there than to fucking take down this villain, right? Like, we got to do that. And then when you tack on like morality to your mania, it gives you a secondary purpose. Like, you're not just simply cyber stalking some fucking dude that you don't like because he yelled at you or because he banned you from his chat. Now you're doing it because this guy's a villain and you got to take this villain down, right? But it's pretty funny. Overall, it's funny. And I hope that if you are in any of these, if you're in any of these hater circles and you're in here to like find fucking new clips or whatever, I wish you well. I do legitimately, one, obviously I'm self-interested that you stop, but two, want you to stop for your own benefit. Getting out of these communities, which operate in cult-like ways, really, will actually improve your mental health. Your community has some of the best and also most annoying people. I know. It happens. I think developing a hobby that improves your life would probably be better. I'm in a hater circle. We take down Twitch streamers with drip. I don't know what that means. But my point is, it's not a very healthy hobby to constantly be in a fucking group chat with a bunch of other people where you think you're like lolcowing someone. And it doesn't even have to be me. It's anyone, really. When you're doing stuff like that, it's legitimately not coming out of a place of like mental sanity. You know what I mean? I promise. I'm not saying that simply because, you know, I'm sick and tired of the harassment. Obviously, there is a level of self-interest that I will willingly admit, but it also is not good for your mental health. And you don't want to be there. You don't want that. I promise you don't want that for your life. Hasan, you know they aren't good people? I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all. No, I don't believe that at all. I think everyone has the capacity to be good. I always will believe that. I will continue fucking pushing for that. If that wasn't the case, if I didn't believe in rehabilitation, if I didn't believe in people's capacity to change, I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing, okay? When I started this fucking journey on Twitch, that was one of my major fucking points of view. Even with Destiny, who was like a libertarian shitlord early on, who I thought was like an actual progressive that had reformed. You know what I mean? Why do you think I fucking developed a friendship? Everyone always likes to talk about like, oh, you ate his clout or whatever, but it's not the real reason. That certainly helped, something that I gave him props for regularly, okay? But it was because, just like with Ethan, who I know and believe is someone who made a change for the better in his own personal politics, just like with Ian, iDubbbz, and many others. People have the capacity to change. People have the capacity to reform. People have the capacity to learn more, open their minds to different perspectives. That's it. Not when it came to Israel, though. Oh, God, it doesn't matter. Like, people are complex, okay? You guys also do legitimately jump on one thing and, like, hyper-focus on it and stay on it. I said this time and time again throughout this entire process. Anyway, and like another example I'll use is, regardless of his uncharitability towards me, regardless of his perspective of like using me as a fucking person to yell at all the time to like galvanize his base or to reshift the narrative over to like, look, Hasan is bad though, right? XQC is a person who has also demonstrated change in his life in certain moments, right? And I've defended that too. If there's someone out there who used to say like fucking shitty things and is no longer saying them and knows that they're bad, then I'm always gonna fucking be there for them. Even if I don't agree with them, even if they're fucking uncharitable and unkind to me. Okay? That's it. That's it. All right. Now let's talk about Prague turning into America.
We continue to follow breaking news out of the Czech Republic's capital city of Prague.
That's right. Authorities confirming a gunman has killed at least 15 people and injured dozens of others at a university. Police are also confirming that the suspected gunman is dead. The shooting was at Charles University, which is located in a square in the city's downtown area.
Now, that area has been evacuated and sealed off. Police have yet to give specific information about the victims and the precise circumstances of the shooting. Let's find out more now from our CBS News correspondent, Elaine Cobb. Elaine, walk us through what we do know as of this moment before police fill us in on exactly what happened.
Well, Errol, the police chief has, in fact, just said that 15 people are dead. So the death toll has gone up from that initial figure. So 15 people killed in this shooting spree. And it happened at the university in central Prague. And the police also say that they believe the shooter was a student of the arts faculty there. Students and teachers hid where they could on the campus. The philosophy department was evacuated. There were
is this photo for real? I saw it being circulated online of like students like getting outside and hiding. And for the chatters asking like, why is this global news? The reason why it's global news is because this doesn't happen. Okay? This happens in America all the time. This doesn't happen in other places.
Warnings going out, and a lot of students on social media saying, we're hiding, we're barricaded inside, we don't know what's going on. Others spoke about getting off the tram just beside the university and suddenly hearing shooting, unaware of what might be happening. And don't forget that in this pre-Christmas season, Prague is a huge tourism destination because it's famous for its Christmas markets. And so potentially a lot of people around and a lot of people worried about what's happening as it's been evacuated. But the police have confirmed that the shooter was killed.
And Elaine, we're now hearing that Reuters is reporting as well that the shooter's father was also found dead. Obviously, this is breaking news. There's a lot to still figure out. In the meantime, tell us about the area where police are responding.
Well, the Charles University is in the center of Prague, the capital of the Czech Republic, and it is part of the old town. People spoke about hearing shooting right in the center, seeing someone firing towards the bridge. One eyewitness said he saw a man with a large weapon firing, and then he dropped the weapon to the ground beside that central bridge. Now, it leads to the old town, which is a hugely popular tourist area. And of course, Prague is a big university town as well, so there are always students around, and it's coming up to the end of classes before the Christmas break. So there would have been a lot of people around finishing up, wrapping up their studies before they head away, or partying, preparing to party for the weekend. And so this is something that is going to give them a big shock. And the Czech Republic is not used to shootings. There have been two mass shootings in the last 10 years, just to give you an idea of how rare it is.
Well, Elaine, I want to follow up on that because as we watch this breaking news unfold from the States, you know, mass shootings here are just all too common. They happen here more frequently than anywhere else in the world. But from what you've just said, only 2 shootings like this in the Czech Republic in the past decade suggests that this is...
Oh my God, I'm fucking muted. God damn it. From an American point of view, the crazy part isn't that a mass shooting happened. The crazy part is that a mass shooting is that rare. That's the wild part. That's why the CBS News anchor is like, wow, it's crazy how rare this is. It's incredible. Once every 2 years, unimaginable. Unimaginable. U.S. 2 mass shootings an hour. It's like, yeah, we got fucking, it's like 2. I thought they said 2 every 10 years. No, that's what I'm saying. It happened twice in a decade. It's like once every 5 years. Is crazy.
Is an extremely rare occurrence and even that more jarring for people there.
Absolutely. And with the time of year, it's something that comes as a shock. People are preparing for Christmas festivities. They're buying presents.
Fun fact, Czechia has the most liberal gun laws in Europe. Very similar to the ones in the U.S. I doubt it. There is 0% chance that any country on the European continent has as loose gun laws as the United States of America. Switzerland has the most guns per capita in Europe, and yet Switzerland, and by the way, I've talked about this quite a bit before the fucking Johnny Harris video. All you Johnny Harris watchers out there who are going to come in here and like try to spit fucking facts at me. Yes, something that I've talked about quite a bit is that Switzerland has the most guns per capita in Europe. Okay? However, their gun laws are incredibly strict, and understandably so. As far as the Czech Republic goes, I highly doubt that they don't have gun laws in the same way that we don't have gun laws here in the United States of America, where you can just like go to whatever the fucking Czech Walmart is, okay? Walmartu, and then fucking go and buy an AR-15. There's no shot. Whatever they have in Czech Republic, like fucking Tesco, Aldi, whatever, you know? So you have to remember that. 1 million guns for 10 million-ish population is high, but you have to remember something. First of all, United States of America has more guns than people. So that's one. More guns in circulation than fucking people. Number 2, the United States of America doesn't just have a lot of guns. They also have no restrictions whatsoever. You're out of your mind. There's no other developed nation on the fucking planet that plays as fast and loose with a weapon that is built specifically to kill people, especially versions of said weapon that is specifically designed to kill multiple people with ease. That's not a thing, guys, okay? No, that's not a thing. Plenty of places around the planet, in many countries, you can shoot a gun. You can even acquire a gun. But there are severe restrictions involved, understandable regulations involved with the maintenance of a gun license to be able to go and get a gun. That's crazy, okay? To think that like it would be anywhere near America's level of fucking mania is psychotic and wrong.
They're going to the Christmas markets that are so famous in Prague, and all the students would have been preparing.
Anyway, here I'm gonna skip it over to BBC. I want to hear their
that's
perspective.
Breaking news story from the Czech Republic. Authorities
I
there
gotta pee
say
real
that more
quick.
than 15 people have been killed after.
Shut your ass up, bet you have armed security, says Gunslinger 04. First of all, I got my fucking bare arms right here, bitch boy. Let me tell you something. An armed society is a polite society, motherfucker. Don't fucking come at me with this shit. That's number 1. Number 2, I never said you shouldn't be able to have a gun, you dumb fuck. I'm simply stating that guns are very fucking dangerous, okay? They're very fucking dangerous, and you shouldn't be waving them around willy-nilly. You understand what I'm saying? Guns are very fucking dangerous. You cannot just go out and fucking purchase a firearm, okay? You need a license. At the very least, our way of being able to acquire a weapon should resemble the way that we fucking get a driver's license. Actually fucking bullshit that we don't have that. That's crazy to me. You need at least character witnesses that could be held liable. You need a psych assessment. And on top of that, you need to be able to demonstrate that you know how to fucking shoot it and you know how to maintain it and you know proper safety measures. And if you fail that test, you can't have a license. You have to try again. And those licenses you have to renew. Okay? It's absolutely crazy to me that we don't even have that shit. Your argument sounds more compelling when you're waving the handgun. Yeah, exactly, dude. Exactly. Honestly, it should be harder to both get a driver's license as well as a gun. Fine.
A shooting at a university in Prague. Many others were injured, some seriously. We believe the number of injured now stands at around 24. Well, police say the shooter's body was also found at the scene by police. Let's take you live now to the latest. Darkness has well and truly fallen on Prague, but the police are still very much out in force. And our journalist who is there told us that many areas around the university are still cordoned off by police who are advising people to stay away. At a press conference earlier, police confirmed the shooter was a student at the university's Faculty of Arts at Charles University, where the incident happened. Now, the university is near a very famous tourist site, the 14th century Charles Bridge. It's at the heart of historic Prague, just a stone's throw from the old town square. Now, Prague, as we know, is very popular with tourists throughout the year, but it's the Christmas markets and the Christmas season where it really sees the number of tourists increasing. And we spoke to a few people earlier on in the programme who were there on holiday. The BBC have also spoken to a couple who were in Prague on their honeymoon who said that they were told by police to get down and to get away as quickly as possible. Now, when the event happened, police evacuated the building and they warned the people around the area, the Jan Palach Square, to stay away. Now, the Interior Minister has been speaking. He's been reassuring people that there is no imminent danger anymore and that this is not connected to international terrorism in any way. The Czech President, Petr Pavel, has expressed his shock and sent his condolences. And the Czech Prime Minister has said that all future events have been cancelled in light of these tragic events. We know that this shooting is the biggest mass shooting seen in modern Czech history. There was a gun attack back in 2019, which killed 4 men and 2 women. That time, a man opened fire at a trauma clinic waiting room in another part of the Czech Republic. But since then, nothing of this size or anywhere near this size has happened. And gun crime in the Czech Republic are very, very rare indeed. I've been speaking to a number of journalists and they have all confirmed this. So,
chart showing support for various gun control measures, all supported by majority. Only NRA/Republicans stop them. How to prevent gun deaths, where experts in the public agree. Yeah. There are incredibly broad, very popular support for a shit ton of gun safety measures. The problem is, however, we can't pass any of them. We can't pass a single one. And it's not necessarily just because of the fucking NRA, okay? It's not just the NRA. The NRA is simply an expression of, like, how fucking hog-like the American population is, okay? But as we found out with abortion restrictions, popularity of an idea or how sound it is doesn't necessarily matter all too much to those in fucking power, which is ironic because motherfuckers love talking about guns because they're going to use it against tyrannical oppressors, okay? They love being like, oh, I gotta have my gun because otherwise how else can I thwart a tyrannical dictatorship when it fucking happens? And then they don't even recognize that we are under that oppressive structure right now, dumb fuck. The point is, we don't have a fucking real democratic process on anything. All it takes is a couple goddamn Republicans to be like, yeah, no, I'm not doing that. Suck my dick. Okay? That's it. That's literally it. Isn't that the reason why January 6th happened, though? What? I don't know what you mean by that, but it is pretty funny to think that, like, January 6th happened because, Americans rose up against an oppressive dictatorship. What if gun owners had to pass a test? Czech Republic offers an answer. So, in the Czech Republic, you have 30 multiple choice questions, 40 minutes, how to properly mark X on the answer sheet, then you order phones away, only pen and paper. In the Czech Republic, this is part of how you obtain a gun. The test had all the tedious marks of a high school exam down to the motivational poster on the wall saying, I will. And for 40 minutes, 3 of mine had already failed, ushered out the door as others went on to later stages in the exam in which they had to prove the ability to handle a weapon safely and shoot accurately. As one of the other aspects. The test, personally, is what you need. Czech lawmakers and gun owners say this national system dramatically increases the odds of responsible ownership. The rules also require a health clearance and a background check and demand safe storage of weapons once they're purchased. In a country more populous than New York City, there were 7 homicides using guns during all of last year. The test is obligatory for anybody who wants a weapon, including hunters, collectors, and even some inheriting a shotgun from a grandfather. The standards are high. The test consists of questions randomly drawn from a pool of 501 possible. Those trying to obtain the hard-to-get license for concealed carry can miss no more than one question. The failure rate is around 40%. Okay? Practice lessons aren't mandatory, but without it, you have a minimal chance of passing. There's a government app and a website where people can study up for the written part of the exam. That's a good thing. That's a great thing. That is a necessity. Okay? That should be the only way that you can approach this subject matter. It blows my mind that this is completely and utterly unimaginable. Okay? It's just not even a thing here in the United States of America. You don't need any of this shit in most places. I hate it. I don't know. I don't know what else to say about it other than what I've said time and time again. There's a reason why this is a uniquely American phenomena. There's a reason why America's the only country where this happens with the great frequency that it happens.
As you can see from those live pictures, police and ambulances still very much at the scene. One person who was also at the scene was Professor Sergei Medvedev. He was inside the Charles University building in Prague when the shooting happened. He described the experience to me.
So I was in the auditorium. I was giving a lecture at the moment. And we first didn't quite realize what happened. Because there were some sounds. Well, the students, I think, heard it better because I was so much concentrated on my talking, on my lecture. Then we stayed in the auditorium. We understood that something big is happening. There was nothing online yet, nothing in the Czech press and the networks. And then at some point, the special operation troops, went storming in. They searched the room briefly and then went out. After which they stayed us told us to stay inside. So I understood that something big has happened, and then there was some shooting. Probably there was already shooting by the police forces, liquidating the shooter himself. And then we stayed inside, we stayed away from the doors. We barricaded the door. We put all the, desks against the door. We turned off the lights. We didn't stay close to the windows. And then 1 hour later, another police squad broke in and then put us on the floor, briefly searched us, and then evacuated from the building. So we're now in the neighboring concert hall called the Rudolfinum. And so we're all assembled here and our documents checked, and we're waiting for further developments.
Professor, how frightening was that to have to barricade yourselves in that lecture room for a whole hour before you knew what was happening and you knew that you could get out?
Yeah, we barricaded ourselves in the classroom, and it was absolutely terrifying. Also, the photo of students on the roof is real. One of my friends was there. That's crazy.
I don't know. Maybe the fright will come later. I wasn't really frightened at the moment. Also, when they're students, you feel responsibility. So you're really thinking about the people for whom you're responsible for. No, it was more like, calm curiosity. I didn't know about the human loss then. So maybe it will dawn on me later. As we were evacuated, and we were walking on the stairs, and there's this historic marble stairs there, and they're all splashed with blood. There was lots of blood on the stairs, and I wouldn't say I saw the dead bodies, but I see the crutches. Probably there were bodies on the crutches, so probably they were already evacuated by then. And then we were briskly evacuated from the building.
That must have been just horrible to see that as you were walking down those stairs.
You know what? In the moment that it is happening,
I think when you say, I know this is impossible to prove, but everyone knows it's American culture being exported tragically. No, man. When you have guns, there's going to be a fucking mass shooting, no matter what happens. Like, the likelihood that there will be gun violence when you have guns is obviously higher. The difference is, it's not about like eliminating every single instance of gun violence. You can't do that. That's not how laws work. It's never a perfect world. You're never perfectly safe. The goal is to make sure you can prevent as many instances of gun violence as possible. So I don't know if this is a unique one-off, right? Or if it's becoming more and more a reality for European countries due to like American culture, anything like that. But the thing is, most countries, unlike the United States of America, abso-fucking-lutely do take additional measures when things like this happen to ensure that it never happens again. Okay? That's the whole point. Just like, for example, many of the measures that are implemented all around the world that basically create hurdles in front of gun ownership are not necessarily created so you can literally eliminate gun ownership in general, okay? And destroy gun violence in its entirety. That's not going to happen. That's like impossible. As long as there is any gun out there in circulation, the likelihood that that gun will be used inappropriately is you know, it increases dramatically in comparison to not having a gun at all. But when you add additional hurdles, no matter how silly, like the security theater that TSA brings, right? Doesn't actually have to have an incredibly effective measure at like genuinely stopping acts of terror. The security theater in that moment makes it harder because you have to work around it. And many people don't want to take that step. The easier, the less barriers there are to gun ownership, the easier it is for someone on a fucking whim to go out and purchase a gun and do something crazy with it. People forget how much nuisances and like additional restrictions genuinely stop as broad a swath of the population as possible. People don't realize that. It's not about actually just perfectly working 100% of the time. It's about decreasing the likelihood that it could happen. It's never going to eradicate it in its entirety until you liquidate every gun inside of a border, inside of a boundary, right? That's it. So that's also interesting. We have very strict gun laws. This is the 9th mass shooting since 1989, and 4 of them happened in the last 4 years. Yeah. I'm in Jersey. I want a gun, but not more than I want to go through the rigmarole of getting a gun in New Jersey. Exactly. It stops a lot of people from getting a fucking weapon because they don't want to go through it. Suicide is a perfect example of this, which is ironically, of course, and in a very sad, very tragic way, a big part of the gun deaths in this country, right? Suicide is a perfect example of this. The harder you make it, the less likely people will do it. They don't always find a way. And yet there are still people who do, right? But suicide prevention, specifically for veterans in this country, if you want to understand how fucked the situation is, we don't have good, adequate mental health treatment for our veterans in this country, many of them riddled with PTSD. So what is our biggest suicide prevention for veterans? Oh, the Veterans Affairs actually releases an ad around the holidays for every suicidal vet to see when they're watching Twitch at the top of the fucking hour and there's a 3-minute ad being served that shows you that sells you or gives you for free a lock that you can put on your gun safe. Because in those 30 seconds that you are unlocking, fiddling around with your fucking lock, you contemplate whether or not you should do it. The ad also features a photo of your children or your loved ones inside of the gun case, so you have to look at them before you go on with the act of killing yourself. That's insanely fucking dark, okay? Not as dark as basically doing a segue through that, but, I'm all out. I'm out of fucking kindness on this issue. I've talked about this so many fucking times. Anyway, we're going to move on from this story into our guest segment with Brace Belden, formerly known as Piss Pick Granddad, formerly known as the Gourmand, in a second. But before I do that, here's the 3-minute ad break now. We are going to be talking about Jeffrey Jebediah Epstein. The people against gun control are often the most affected by its violence. Yes, the real racial Jake, fellas. The real racial Jake is here. Giving him a call now. Hello.
Hasan, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Loud and clear, my friend. All right. Wait, I could, and now I can't. What the fuck happened?
That's all you. I didn't touch anything.
Oh, wait.
Oh, there's a soundboard? Can you hear that?
What the fuck? Since when? I didn't even know that existed. Dude, you are better than me at Discord. That's weird.
Oh my god. No, I don't like the connotations with that. I'm not on here.
Yeah,
I want to be,
dude, and everybody knows what people do on Discord.
The allegations are not true.
Okay.
Yes. I've been in a couple of fandoms, and yes, maybe I had some inappropriate conversations.
Yeah.
But that's not something that needs to be litigated on here. We're here to talk about Jeffrey Epstein.
I know you're not here to talk about your furry fetish and how you love turning every geopolitical conflict into furries, and you serialize the process in a graphic novel in your Discord server. We're here to talk about other stuff.
Cool. So you didn't like the drawings of Houthi leaders as wolves that I sent you?
That's a real thing, by the way. I'm not even kidding.
I'm not surprised by that.
Yeah, there's not even a joke. There's this, I think he's Turkish too, which makes this even weirder, and he hates me. But there's like some fucking right-wing ultra-nationalist. But I guess that does make sense because like Turks are kind of furries, ultra-nationalist ones.
Gray wolves, yeah.
Gray wolves, exactly. So there is this guy, someone in the chat will find it for me. But there is this one dude that is like, he does like Israel Palestine, but like with furries.
Sick.
Yeah.
Wait, I can't see you. You can see me though.
I can see you. You can't see me because my camera is on the stream. I can flip it. Do you want to see me?
A little bit here. Nah.
Do you want? I'll do it. I'll turn off my camera.
No,
you know what? I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna deactivate.
Let them see you. Let them see you. I know what you look like.
No. They're gonna see me as well, but you can get to see me in real time too. Hold on one second. Hold on. Okay. Let me show you. Boom.
Weird.
There it is.
All right, got some Diet Coke in my mouth.
There it is. Okay. Here we are together. It's been a long time, Brace. Thank you for coming on. Wonderful to have you. You are the best journalist that we've had on for sure.
Yeah, fuck you, Alex Press.
Yeah, exactly. What does she do? It's just labor stuff.
What is she doing? Oh, yeah, cool. Well, why don't you get a job then instead of writing about jobs?
Yeah, I know. It's like, oh, Alex Press. I'm a journalist. That's my last name. Okay.
You know her real last. Yeah, her real last name is Dershowitz.
Oh God,
it's true. She doesn't like that. She changed it in order to get into Yale.
Yeah. Oh God, you're loving the fucking soundboard. That's great. I didn't even know that there was a goddamn soundboard. This is insane. Yeah, Alex Press.
Sorry, I'm done.
Okay. There has been some developments in the Jeffrey Epstein saga, and of course, I wanted to bring you on to talk about it because Jeffrey Epstein, he's going down.
This is the year we're finally going to get him. Yeah. So
yeah,
a bunch of names related to I think 2016 lawsuit a defamation lawsuit by Virginia Giuffre against Ghislaine Maxwell are going to be. The rules around this stuff. I'm not going to pretend to really understand them fully. But oftentimes, people will like petition the court to be like, hey, like leave other names out of this or whatever, like just, censor as much as you can. And the Miami Herald, I guess, has been in a long lawsuit, to get the names unsealed, and all but I think 3 are getting unsealed. And, I think one of those is somebody who is misidentified in a photograph, and then a couple of them, I guess maybe don't. I mean, we don't know because we don't know who they are, so we can't really add our opinions to this. But like, they apparently are like just random people who are like around whose names were just mentioned, who probably understandably want to keep their fucking names out of it.
Yeah, it's not like a client list. One of the 3 names I believe that was taken out is like falsely even brought into the fold as well. Like they weren't even tangentially involved with Jeffrey Epstein. Their just name was brought up. Inappropriately, apparently.
If that does get unsealed, listen, I didn't know what was going on. I'm sorry. I worked as a butler for a while. So sue me.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I gotta be honest. I feel like we're not gonna be. Well, I don't know. Maybe we will, but I don't know if any of the big names will be really surprising. Like, it's probably gonna be people that you figure,
Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
RFK Jr. Yeah, on the which I forgot about that. Yeah, more is coming out about his relationship with Epstein.
Yeah, well, it's not even coming out. He's voluntarily, consistently talking about how he like went on his private jet a shit ton.
Yeah,
like, a lot.
The fossil, he went and dug up fossils with Ghislaine Maxwell. It's like, I'm sorry, I understand he's a Nepo baby or whatever, but like, if you have enough free time in your life between cheating on his wife, which that motherfucker, respect to him, love to cheat. If you have enough time in
He's
your
hot.
life where you
He's
wanna-
hot. That's what you have to do that when you're hot.
Women love that.
Yeah.
First got to get that without smoking cigs. Actually, I think he probably did used to smoke, but he was digging up fossils with Ghislaine Maxwell, which is the mind boggles. But I mean, I think we're gonna get Prince Andrew, like all the greats. I think Ehud Barak. I hope that we get kind of more. Former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak. I think we could get more info on their relationship. But at this point, so many names have been connected to Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell in the press and just through various other, like, you know, all that stuff in the Wall Street Journal last year. A lot of stuff that came out in the Virgin Islands, like Deutsche Bank, JP Morgan lawsuits. That I'm not sure that we'll get any new names, but I think that we might. But I think that we'll probably get more insight into what the old names might have been up to. Hopefully.
Yeah. So what is your what's your speculation? What's a juicy tidbit that you think is going to be revealed here? Like best case scenario in your mind.
It's hard to say. I'm hoping that there will just be like we'll directly be able to like link certain people to certain incidents, because that's always been something that like really the only way we've been able to get that kind of stuff is from either interviews with some of the victims themselves, or being able to kind of glean it from court documents or really from schedules and stuff like that. Hopefully, we'll be able to just like actually connect like people to real dates and real incidents and things like that. Because then it's like the thing is with like a lot of like Epstein associates is that everyone kind of tries to worm their way out of it, because it seems like nobody had any idea what he was doing. Like, none of the people who hung out with him frequently were like, hey, what's up with these 16-year-old girls that you like chill with? Like, why is that girl 14? Everyone was kind of just like, oh, there were girls around. And this just makes it harder for them to say that. The problem with a lot of the Epstein stuff, though, is that like a lot of these guys have like tried to really just like worm their way out of it and like distance themselves from it. And so anything that makes it harder for them to do that, I mean, I think is positive.
Yeah. So Noam Chomsky's going down is what you're saying.
Chomsky's done, dude. He's done. I will say it's so funny because Chomsky follows the playbook of so many of these guys where he's like, and I you know, it's I don't understand why he responds to emails at all, but like so many people associated with Epstein, Chomsky included, like you'll find out about one thing and then someone will ask them about it. They're like, oh yeah, that was just like a one-time thing. And like it's the RFK thing too. It's like then like you see that their name is on another thing. You're like, hey, wait, what about this? And then like, oh, well, I guess that one too. And it's like with all these guys, where there's smoke, there's fire. They're all fucking chilling with them all the time. Woody Allen was with this guy and like you know, liberal internationalists from like Norway and stuff. I mean, he was a guy. He was basically a party promoter. Which I mean,
like, I guess other than just being like the most prolific child sex trafficker of all time, he could have been like an all around chill guy to be around. You know, he was great at holding a conversation, it seems.
Well, it's so funny because you would think that, right? But like, there's basically no interviews where people are like, dude, I mean, Epstein, I didn't know about all that shit. I just thought he was a chill fucking dude. Everyone's like, yeah, I didn't really like him. I thought he was kind of like a boorish jerk or like an asshole was trying to buy his way in.
You think they're doing that because he's dead? So like they're just talking shit after? Like they fucking loved him.
I'm sorry, dude. I'm not like going to a guy's house that I don't like. Like I at least definitely not more than once. I'm not 100%. Staying with a dude that I fucking hate. Like that's an insane thing to do. I'm definitely not engaging in child sex trafficking with like a guy who's not my homie or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. If they're a homie, that's different, right?
It's different. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, dude, you don't understand. He was super chill. Like he was so fucking cool. It was hard. It was hard to, you know, I kind of overlooked it. That sort of thing.
All the scientists from MIT that like hung out with him, all of them sort of tried to cover their asses by claiming like, oh yeah, like we just wanted some money from him, but he was like such a fucking pig or whatever. But some of these guys were prostrating themselves in front of Epstein for like, in the college world, chump change, because like the fucking Ivy Leagues are big money ballers, dude. They have billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars, and he's giving them like a few million. That's nothing.
Yeah, but I mean, maybe that's like, I mean, I guess that's how they do it. Like they do it with not just Jeffrey Epstein, but like every single person. And that's how they accumulate it. That part I understand. I think it's mostly just like access. It's the same. It's the same thing behind like, I guess, Harvey Weinstein. You know what I mean? Like everybody knows. A lot of people know. A lot of people, or maybe some people, kind of know. And then they're like, okay, but he is the guy you have to deal with, I guess. And while there are plenty of like, as far as we know, non-child sex trafficking multimillionaires and billionaires out there that are willing to, pump up the endowments of these institutions, I feel like it's more so the access. Like this person was like propped up by all of the people that were, I guess, unwillingly hanging out with him because then that snowballed into him being a legitimate person. And then you do have like the actual diehard friends of Jeffrey Epstein, like Bill Clinton or RFK Jr. or Alan Dershowitz, the people that like actually like I think I guess like the way I look at it is like I put it in two separate categories where like you have those who are just like, this is a interesting guy, what the fuck's going on here? Maybe they meet one time, which is like still weird and gross.
Still weird, yeah.
At least it's just like, oh, okay, like, or people who are just like, I want to get money from this child trafficking, child sex trafficker, which is again weird, gross, immoral. And then there are the people who are like, you know, who'd be really cool to hang out with and go fossil hunting with? The child sex trafficker guy.
Yeah, gotta be Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, it's to me, it's like, like I'm sure some of those scientists or whatever, lavish themselves upon the things that Jeffrey Epstein could provide them on his island. I'm sure that some didn't. The thing that sort of tars them all is the fact that this stuff was known, this stuff was reported on, like he'd been arrested by the time a lot of these people hung out with him. So like, okay, prior to his arrest, you could plausibly, I'm not going to believe you, but you could potentially claim that like, oh, you didn't know, like you were just like there was rumors about this guy, but like you never saw anything. But like after he was arrested for having sex with a child, in a public, it was he got a very light sentence, but this was not like small news. This was a big deal. There's really no excuse. Like it's like, I don't know how much clout chasing you really need to do there. It's like, he's that's like the big thing in his, I mean, he played it down or whatever, but like at the end of the day, like, it's really hard to play down the fact that you got arrested for having sex with a 14-year-old girl. I think that like there's so like some of these people like Gates, like the Gates is the one I'm like, I definitely think that there was something. There's more to that than we know. I mean, obviously, Melinda used the Jeffrey Epstein stuff to really pressure him with a divorce. Like she leaked that stuff 100%.
Her PR team was very good at
very good.
That hit the media cycle pretty hard.
So good. And they leaked it at such a good pace too. Like they kind of like dribbled it out to like elongate. It was expert. But I think that there's probably more there too, that maybe she doesn't want, like she would be embarrassed about getting out. Because it would kind of maybe make her look bad that her husband had engaged in this stuff. And like, I hope against hope that eventually one day, like there will be like a really, really big break and like something will come out about like very specific stuff about Clinton or Gates or somebody like this. But I don't think that this lawsuit stuff is going to be the unsealing of the names. But like, with a guy like Prince Andrew, right? Like we have like Prince Andrew is pretty much the guy you have most dead to rights. Like you have a girl, you have a story, you have a photograph, you have like all this stuff. Yeah. And then like what happens to him? He does a sweaty BBC interview and he's kind of like kicked out of the family for a little bit and now he's kind of back in. And it's like, okay, people still don't really, he was kind of the least popular one. Well, a lot of them are pretty unpopular, but he was a very unpopular prince. Still is an unpopular prince,
and also was like the most visible of the people that committed these acts, right? Like
for sure.
Yeah,
because like J.P. Morgan bankers don't have like, I mean, kind of high public profiles, but not like the Prince of England or a Prince of England.
Yeah. So other than the reveals of the names here, One thing that I wanted to talk about with you, I guess it's like somewhat relevant, which you brought up yourself as well, is Ehud Barak meeting with Jeffrey Epstein dozens of times, flew on the private plane, and was photographed. The former prime minister of Israel, by the way, chatters, was photographed leaving his apartment as late as 2016, I think.
Yeah, oh, dude, the Ehud Barak thing. I want to say this right here. Ehud Barak, whatever Prince Andrew was doing, Ehud Barak, you have the exact same pattern. Ehud Barak kind of going to his house in like disguises or whatever, staying in there for long periods of time. A lot of young women entering the house during those periods. We don't know the ages of them, but young, very young looking women.
Yeah.
I think without a shadow of a doubt, something nasty was going on there. He claims that he doesn't remember how many times he visited Epstein. It was somewhere between.
That means
10,
too many times. That's how much.
Exactly. He said somewhere between 10 and 100 times, which means like 150. Yeah, I mean, it's really damning for Barack, but it's so weird because like, there was articles about it in like Haaretz and Times of Israel and stuff like that, but it really did not seem to create that big of a political splash in Israel in the way that the Prince Andrew thing did, or like the whole Epstein thing did here. I mean, obviously I can't read Hebrew, so maybe people are really talking about it somewhere, but like Barack has not disappeared from public life. Like he's still coming out, he makes statements, and like is asked for comment on things without like him being just noted as like the Epstein friend, but like no, the former prime minister. I mean, I think Ehud Barak is a really good example of one of these international leaders that Epstein may have at some point kind of, I mean, I'm to the most generous reading is that at some point maybe Epstein did present himself as something other than what he was, like, somebody who can really connect. I don't know who the fucking prime minister of Israel needs an introduction from that Jeffrey Epstein could provide, but like,
there are a lot of instances like that though, where you're like, why the fuck is it Jeffrey Epstein that you're going to like make these decisions, and it doesn't fucking make any sense, which is why. I mean, there's the allegations that Jeffrey Epstein, not saying that you're making these allegations, of course.
I'm not. I've made no allegations.
Yeah, there's these allegations that Jeffrey Epstein might have been an asset for, I don't know, intelligence agencies in a blackmail operation, whether it be the CIA or even maybe Mossad, which is very different than the CIA. Totally different, and not at all connected.
The Mossad connection is really really interesting because Ghislaine Maxwell's father, Robert Maxwell, was rumored while he was alive, and then certainly after he died, to have been in the employ of Mossad, one of Israel's intelligence agencies. I think that there is a pretty strong case that I don't think he was like maybe a blooded Mossad agent trained at headquarters or whatever, but he followed a very similar trajectory as a lot of people in the intelligence world in Israel did from the very beginning. I mean, he was he was fought in the British Army in World War II. He was an intelligence officer.
Yeah.
He afterwards there are a lot of rumors that he was involved in Israel's acquiring of airplanes from Czechoslovakia. Because that's where Israel acquired a lot of their arms in 1947, 1948 from Czechoslovakia, that he was involved in that deal in some way, which would have really put him very close to a lot of the people who became bigwigs in Israel's intelligence community. And then, the way intelligence agencies work, not just Mossad, but all of them, is they have these people who are like, friends or assets or something like that. Some people who they can call upon to help in times of need, or possibly when they need something related to their field. And Maxwell certainly seems to be somebody who they did that to. I mean, he was a huge, not only a scientific books publisher, but he had a lot of connections in the Eastern Bloc, particularly in Bulgaria. And possibly was involved in some way in a lot of shady business out there. I have like my own personal weird theories about that I would take too long and be too boring to elaborate on. and he was, he was this big newspaper. He was like kind of a Rupert Murdoch figure. And the one thing that really people point to is that when Israel's nuclear weapons program was revealed by a whistleblower named Mordecai Vanunu, that Robert Maxwell was contacted by the Israeli embassy, which means by the Israeli state, which Mossad, and he was basically required to either get these photographs or to try to undercut the claims of Israel's nuclear program, which they do have nuclear weapons. Everyone knows that, but no one's allowed to say it.
Except for RFK Jr. Surprisingly,
did he say that?
He did it. He basically said it in like a he was having a conversation at like a press junket or something, and he just like dropped it. He just dropped it in there.
Like that.
But it's like it's one of those things where it's like everybody fucking knows. You know what I mean?
I know, but they hate it when you do it, dude. They fucking hate it when you do it. They get like super pissed. Like even their boy, like they made Trump and they make every president sign a paper that says you won't say shit when you become president. As according to the New Yorker a couple of years ago. But Robert Maxwell, Mordecai Vanunu was black bagged and kidnapped back to Israel, and Robert Maxwell eventually got caught basically robbing all of his employees' pensions in one of the biggest scandals in British media history, and then fell off his yacht while taking a piss and died. Which
happens to every. I mean, it's very common, super common.
Yeah.
I mean, the Daily Mail said it was. What was it? It's like there's some article titles here or something where it's like the Daily Mail is not exactly a reputable outlet at all, but what is it? It's off of the assassination of Robert Maxwell, Israel super spy by Gordon Thomas and Martin Dillon. But it was the speculation. The claim is that he was trying to extort Israel for additional funds due to his financial misdealings, and then Israel was like, no, that's not happening. Also, you're dead now. That is the alleged. That's how people are claiming he went out.
I mean,
it's shrouded in mystery.
My theory on this, which is not, I'm going to say I don't have a lot of stuff to back this up, except quite a bit of circumstantial evidence. I think it was into something weird. I mean, obviously he was into something weird in Eastern Europe, but I think he was into something weird with Eastern Europe and like the mob. There's a pretty big mafia in Israel, Eastern European mafia, and I think that he was doing some double dealing there. And I think he tried to do the classic thing where he took some money to cover some other money in the hopes of making money. You know what I mean? And I think that his card got punched because of that. But Epstein and Maxwell meet at a memorial, the first ever photograph of them together. And as far as we know, one of the first times they ever met, we don't know if it's the first time they met. It's probably not, but was at Robert Maxwell's memorial in 1991 in New York City. And after that, they were inseparable. For her part, Ghislaine says that, at the time, said that she thought her dad was murdered. And I don't think that it was somebody who had their pension fund robbed that murdered him. I don't think that they have the
capabilities of reaching him in his fucking
yeah. I don't think that the frogmen from the Daily Express desks went out there and off of Spain and pushed him off the boat. But
they're broke. They literally don't have fucking pensions any longer. How the fuck are they gonna? They literally don't have money.
Yeah. And so, I mean, Epstein has been a friend of Israel. He introduced, just like we were talking about how like people used Epstein for introductions. It's the Daily Mail that I saw this reported in, although I firmly believe this, that he introduced Netanyahu to some people. I mean, Netanyahu is also a very shady character when it comes to finances, as evidenced by the massive corruption trial that he's been undergoing for the past few years.
Yeah, but that's like a Israeli prime minister special. I feel like you just kind of have to do that.
Mm-hmm. And the grossest detail about it is that his wife Sarah, her bribery thing is like she loved pink champagne, and she would always be like, "Can you bring the pinks to the house?" She called it pinks.
That's awesome.
after his arrest. Like
that's very unique for underage. It's very unique for pedophiles, actually.
Yeah.
So surprising.
Yeah, it's like it's. I mean, I feel like the two places you want to flee to if you're a pedophile are France and Israel.
Yeah, France because it's legal and also not only permitted but also encouraged, and Israel because despite being a state basically and an important state and not like a shitty state, it has no extradition policies to the United States of America. Surprisingly.
Yeah, and so there's a lot of just like, Orthodox communities, these things are handled sometimes very poorly, and so people will, but if they do get to the official level, like people oftentimes will just move to Israel and then won't be able to get extradited, which is just crazy. I mean, it's not just America either. I think there's a pretty famous case of a woman from Australia, I believe, in Europe as well. So Epstein actually went there basically on the eve of his, I believe it was the eve of his sentencing. And I think he was like, fuck it, I'm going to do it. And then just like didn't do it. But he certainly had the connections there. I should mention too, when Robert Maxwell was buried, he was buried with basically full military honors in Israel, despite having never been a like full-time resident of Israel and being British, being a British citizen and business owner the whole time.
Yeah. Well, he had in his memorial that you brought up. Where is it? I had just pulled it up earlier. Did I fucking? What happened? I mean, it was a real who's who in attendance.
Yeah. It was just everybody
at Robert Maxwell's memorial.
And I believe a eulogy given by Yitzhak Shamir, who was one of the people, and I actually just found this out recently. I'd always known that Otto Skorzeny, the famous Nazi sort of swashbuckling hero from World War II, Otto Skorzeny had worked with Israel against the Egyptians, and when the Egyptians were developing a long-range rocket program. And I didn't know that Yitzhak Shamir was part of the hit squad that took out a West German scientist and shot him in the head and, poured acid all over him and buried him in Germany. Yitzhak Shamir and Otto Skorzeny were part of that same mission, which is it's crazy. Israel, I know it's a really small country, but it feels like there's like the same 20 guys up until like even until now. You know what I mean? Like fucking Netanyahu's brother was the only dude who got smoked during the raid on Entebbe. It's just like they need like, it's like it's like they try to create this like cinematic universe of Israelis, but they didn't have enough money to like really develop any other characters besides like 8 dudes.
Well, now they got nothing though, because like the old cast was like their best cast overall, and now like the old guard is dying out due to old age. Mm-hmm. So now they just like straight up, they don't have one fucking guy that even has an eye patch. You know what I mean? You gotta have an eye patch guy. You have to have one.
That is, we have an eye patch guy, dude.
Yeah, we exactly.
Which you've had your problems with.
Yeah, I know. How the fuck do you miss out on that? Like you nailed the branding so well early on. These are all guys that were doing this sort of thing globally. Yeah. And then now they're all dying out, and now it's just a fucking nation of like, it's a nation of like startup entrepreneurs and dudes who open up, as Felix always says, pizza party stores and shit like that.
Yes.
And DJs and fucking DJs. Oh my God, so many goddamn DJs.
You saw the people DJing at the memorial, right?
Yes, I did. It was the most most Felix Biederman bit of all time, but it was real.
Insane, dude. Yeah, he's really tapped into the Israeli state of mind, I gotta say, because it's like there. I understand the affinity between Germany and Israel because they're not. I don't think it's just like the insane philo-Semitism that the Germans have. They're so fucking weird. It's not just that. They just also love to dance. Like both just like love to dance. Yeah. And it's the unshakable bond between those two countries. But Epstein,
and also severe lack of humor. I think that's like there's a lot of similarities there as well. They just like fucking, oh my God, the Israeli SNL is just like somehow makes our
Oh.
SNL, which I fucking think is dog shit, look
Anti-Semitism.
incredible. Yeah, it looks incredible in comparison. I don't know how.
Anti-Semitism was so fucking good, dude.
Yeah.
That was I feel like those really fell off. They did like 5 in a row and then they completely stopped. It's I don't know what it is, like if we just function better in the diaspora, but like I'm like come up with like one, I don't know. You guys don't even have like an Adam Sandler. Like an Adam Sandler now Adam Sandler.
Yeah,
Like,
not even like a
it's
good,
like-
not even prime.
Yeah, not even. Yeah, it's bizarre to me. But yeah, like Epstein's link with Israel is really interesting too, because like, you know, Bill Clinton was very close with Jeffrey Epstein and the Clinton family in general. Like, I mean, I've said this a million times. This does not get enough attention. That Chelsea Clinton, Bill and
Yeah.
Hillary's daughter, went on a fucking yacht trip, which, considering her father, very brave of her, went on a yacht trip with Chelsea Clinton in like Ghislaine Maxwell in 2013. Like,
Well, and
these
then,
two women
yeah.
were out on the damn high seas.
Yeah. I love the Snopes on, did Ghislaine Maxwell attend Chelsea Clinton's wedding as well, obviously. Not only did she attend the wedding, which Snopes, of course, fact checks as true, but she was also placed prominently, like prominently in the front row, so everybody knew that she was going to be in the fucking photos.
Yeah, it's so weird because it's like, dude, they have like guys. I mean, I don't get invited to a lot of weddings for very obvious reasons, which is my very vocal pro polyamory stance, which I do. I speak about at length at the little speeches and stuff, because I feel like if your dad talked, your dad already probably said a lot of stuff to you during your life. I think it's maybe my turn to talk to you guys about maybe modern love. But like they have like people at these rich people weddings to be like, you got to be here, you got to be here, you got to be here, because they get photographed, and like those photographs mean something.
Yeah, she was placed prominently there so she could be seen down the aisle.
Yeah. And I mean, Ghislaine Maxwell, when she got served a subpoena, it was at a fucking Clinton Global Initiative event. I don't hear much about the Clinton Global Initiative anymore.
Yeah. Well, maybe now that Clinton is making her comeback, Hillary Clinton is making her comeback, maybe you'll hear about it more in the news. Who knows?
I know, dude. I hope.
What was it? She was like trying to save the whales or something? Isn't that her? That was her pet project with the Clinton Global Initiative?
Ghislaine.
Yeah.
Ghislaine's thing was, I got to tell you, after years of looking into this, I still can't figure out exactly what she was doing. Like, there were all these kind of vague things, like she'd made a passport for the sea, which was like a way to feel like you're part of the world community that includes the ocean. But as far as things they actually did, it seems like a classic NGO scam, which is nothing.
Yeah.
Like nothing really. I mean, I'm sure that they, had some kind of staff or whatever, but it doesn't look like they were really like saving the whales or whatever. Yeah, it's astounding, because I think a lot of people pointed out in 2016 that like both presidential candidates were friends with Jeffrey Epstein, Trump and Clinton. And then in 2020, of course, well, you had Trump, is friends with him. Biden, he's got his own little Jeffrey at home. And then now we're back to that. So this is, I guess this would be the third election in a row that you have a Jeffrey Epstein friend. In fact, we have two, because we have RFK.
RFK Jr. Exactly.
Yeah, RFK Jr. Who else is running? I guess RFK Jr. is running as an independent now or something.
Yeah. Well, Cenk is clear of the Epstein connections. I can confirm.
He's running the Democratic primary, right?
Yeah. RFK is running as an independent.
I'm running on libertarian ticket, but that's because I've been just like, I think I don't want to have to move to Austin, Texas when the podcast gets bigger to avoid taxes. And so I'm like hoping that I can just get taxes lower everywhere.
Yeah. Well, the Brooklyn, the Brooklyn, what was it? You talked about this before. Making Brooklyn tax-free.
Yes. Yeah. Tax-free. Like Brooklyn should become like a, what are they fucking called? A special economic zone, like Shenzhen. Except for Stavros or whatever, like for comedians to just do only for comedians and podcasters. Brooklyn is the Israel of podcasters.
Yeah, it's true. It's like
it sucks here. I wish I was working out.
The Terramar Project was a self-described environmental nonprofit organization. Was founded in 2012 in the United States by convicted sex offender Ghislaine Maxwell. A sister organization in the United Kingdom was incorporated in 2013. Terramar announced its closure on 2019, 12th of July 2019. This was shortly after New York federal prosecutors arrested Maxwell's close associate Jeffrey Epstein. So how odd that you just, that's a good time to pack it up. She's like, yeah, no, the oceans are safe now.
But
that's
the thing with like all of these fucking like international NGOs too, like the Clinton Global Initiative, all these fucking things, like they're just covers for some of the most vile human beings in the modern age to like either launder their reputation or at the very worst actually like do worse things. I mean, I gotta tell you, like NGOs are some of the, whenever there's like news articles about like, oh, whatever, this country or that country like bans American NGOs, I'm like, whatever I think about that country's government, I'm like, good. I would also 100% ban American NGOs from coming in here.
So, getting back to Jeffrey Epstein for a moment, this is not necessarily like the client list. And one question I have is, what happened to the tapes? Like, I feel like
a good question.
We never talk about the tapes
and the hard drives. Listen,
yeah,
Hassan, I've never been to your Parisian villa. You've in fact told me explicitly that I was not allowed to come.
Yeah.
Unless I brought 3 or 4 girls. Because you didn't
ratio.
like the ratio.
Yeah,
you didn't like the ratio of just me, which is okay, fair enough. Not a math guy.
Yeah, you need
but you need chicks. But I'm assuming that in your house there is not a giant box of hard drives like in a closet somewhere. Is there?
No, there isn't.
No,
my lawyer has advised me to say no to this question.
I have like one external hard drive that I've had for like 10 years that has like 5 things on it because I realized that I actually didn't really save that much stuff on my computer. Epstein, when I was in court for the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, they went over a bunch of the stuff they found from Epstein's house, like that the lawyers took into evidence, or actually not the lawyers took into evidence, that NYPD took photographs of, and some of which they took into evidence. In those photos, there was a massive box of labeled hard drives. We couldn't see any of the labels on them because that was just like the way the photo was taken. But there was all these hard drives, which I'm like, what's on the fucking hard drives? There's also the tapes, which are really, I think, in large part like DVDs or whatever, DVDRs. There's like a whole binder full of those. But the crazy thing about that is that NYPD took inventory of a lot of this stuff, or some of this stuff, and then they left for the day, and then people who had access to Jeffrey Epstein's house came, and we don't know what happened. NYPD came back the next day and inventoried the stuff, but like, it's like pretty seems apparent to me that there was like probably some people who came in there and made sure that there was not any loose ends that were laying around.
Yeah, it says Agent Kelly McGuire testified that CDs and hard drives disappeared as authorities waited on a warrant to seize them. Evidence from Jeffrey Epstein's safe that the FBI had to break into with a saw went missing after the FBI raid.
Yeah. And it's like, that is, it was FBI. It was FBI.
Yeah.
That is like always what drives me insane, is that like these things were in law enforcement's hands and then they were gone. And they were not on all of them, but a lot of them were gone. And we're just like never, I mean, unless something, barring an act of God, like we're not going to know what was on those. And I think that, like I'm sure some of those hard drives had financial crimes on them. I don't want to paint with too broad of a brush here. I'm sure that there was evidence of massive financial fraud on some of these things. I definitely think that there was some incriminating stuff on a lot of these, and probably some stuff that a lot of people had invested interest in not getting out. And many members of our elite class were just like basically willing to go to any lengths to not put out there.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, this is like, I mean, the suspicion is that Jeffrey Epstein is, I mean, he's running a blackmail operation. For those of you who are just tuning in, like, part of the reason why he has a lot of, I mean, obviously he has a lot of connections and he has a lot of access, which he created through this network that he deliberately crafted alongside now convicted sex trafficker, sex offender Ghislaine Maxwell, who's serving a prison sentence. But beyond that, the speculation is that there certainly is a lot of blackmail that occurred with a lot of wealthy people.
Yeah, I mean, that's just really putting two and two together, right? I mean, Epstein had really nothing to offer a lot of people. I mean, he did this like sort of very vague financial planning, tax advisory stuff with some people, but like who are, as we've seen from documents that have since been released, like Leon Black, were vastly overpaying and paying like way more to Jeffrey Epstein than they would to even like top, accounting firms. But Jeffrey Epstein had no offices. I mean, he had an office, but there wasn't any actual business being conducted there. There was no like 40 people working at the Jeffrey Epstein accounting company. There was nothing like that. I mean, he had basically several secretaries that essentially scheduled his social appointments and young women to come and see him, or young girls. And I think that one of the things that you would do if you had these access to young girls in the manner that Jeffrey Epstein did, and you had houses that multiple people have said were wired up for surveillance inside.
Yeah.
It really is, you just put two and two together, like
with massage rooms.
And the thing is, like, Epstein was an operator. I mean, even if you take the absolute minimalist view of what Epstein could have been up to, I mean, he was a crook through and through. I mean, his financial deals, which, by the way, we still know nothing about, basically. Like, we know more about Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking operation than we do about his actual quote-unquote job. And that's not just like, I know more about that. Like, that's like, in general, the knowledge is much more like, much more opaque about his, like, financial dealings. We don't know anything about that. Or we know very, very little. But I mean, it seems pretty obvious that, like, you have these like powerful connected people in one place. You give them access to these young girls in rooms that you control, that are in your house, that are connected to your security system. I mean, you would be a fool not you'd be a fool to delete those tapes.
Yeah, absolutely. And yet those tapes were not able to be seized. They were found. Unable to be retrieved completely, and Jeffrey Epstein, quote unquote, killed himself under incredibly suspicious circumstances. That I mean, I don't believe he killed himself, obviously, even though the New York Times wrote an article about how he definitely did.
I mean, it's like the thing. So the thing about the tapes too is that there's something that came up actually during Ghislaine's trial, although not, I don't believe, about the tapes. Is about chain of custody, and this often comes up with evidence, right? Like, is this piece of evidence accounted for on every step of the way until it gets to the courtroom? And we can say completely with no conspiracy thing or whatever, that is not the case for any of the Epstein like digital archives that he had, any of the I mean, those didn't make it to the courtroom, just pictures of them did, but any of the hard drives or the CDs or anything like that, that was not that was just not that they were out of the law enforcement chain of custody. And so it boggles my mind that ball was dropped. And because there was a lot of balls that were dropped during the Epstein.
He's just really lucky, even after he died. He's just always lucked out. That's why he got Alex Acosta to give him a sweetheart deal.
Yeah.
Who became the labor secretary afterwards, under the Trump administration, when he was an up-and-comer prosecutor. Another thing that, like, I feel like there's so many of these things that are just like in broad daylight. Things that people have discussed about the Jeffrey Epstein case, especially when it was like popping to talk about. you know, and it was like definitely very relevant
Yeah,
and on top
yeah.
of mind for a lot of people. And we just never talk about it ever again. Like, what the fuck? Why did nobody ever inquire into Alex Acosta's dealings? Like,
Yeah.
and why he gave a sweetheart bargain? What did he mean when he said, well, what was it, in a closed door meeting? I believe he reportedly said that the order
Epstein
came
belonged to
from top
intelligence.
down. Yeah.
And you know, it's really interesting because like at some point you just run into like there's so many people with just like a vested interest in really like tamping this down, whether those people were really like deeply involved with Epstein or even tangentially involved or just have interest in people that were involved. You know, this is it's bad for a lot of people, and fortunately it's basically only bad for like these people that have power. You know, it's not just bad for like a lot of random people. And so like there is so many people with so much power and so much vested interest in none of this stuff getting out, that it's like they have the ability to like basically squash all this stuff and to like get away from it. I mean, like in I feel like in any other country, not any other country, but in some other countries, there'd be like an inquest, you know, like several people at the top of our political ladder are guilty, basically, or like not guilty, but associated. We don't know. I mean, I'm not saying they're not guilty, but we are suspected of being guilty of doing some funky shit with Epstein. And there should be like congressional hearings, but instead it's like basically just a meme or whatever to like if it ever gets mentioned at the political level, it's some guy like Dan Crenshaw being like whatever, or like, you know, or you know, who's that fucking guy with the lisp? You know what I'm talking about? Mike Cernovich or something being like Epstein stuff. Like,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
like, it's just like that's the level it's reduced to. And it sucks, but like nobody has really any interest. Like, if you want to make it the Democratic Party, you're not talking about this shit.
That's why Liz was absolutely on the money when she said we need like crank. We need like crank politicians like the Mike Gravells of the world that were like crank but in an honest way, but then they would like actually launch investigations and not crank in the Marjorie Taylor Greene type of way. That don't, I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene is just an opportunist, like it's obvious, right? And also a sex demon. She's just trying to get a nut off, which to me, I think
that thing is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, and she should, you know, it's just good on her. I think we need more ladies doing stuff like that in Congress. It shouldn't just be men. So, you know, other than that though, we don't really have any like you know, honest like left libertarian types or whatever that are in government that are going to launch these sorts of inquiries.
We have dishonest
we
cranks.
Yeah, we need the real cranks back. Yeah. So okay, so we got all this. You don't personally think that the Jeffrey Epstein like reveal the names and maybe dates will prove to be all that illuminating? I guess like there will be certain parts that fill in, like plug some of the holes in these stories.
Yeah.
But the real juicy details that people are expecting to come out of this is not going to be like there is no. You know, most likely there is not going to be like Bill Clinton was here with this associate at this date.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I would fucking love that. That would be amazing. I'm just speaking from like the way stuff has come out so far. We did get a lot of really interesting stuff from the JP Morgan and like the Virgin Island lawsuits. And really what was interesting is it turns out that Jeffrey Epstein basically controlled the entire Virgin Islands political apparatus, including technically the prime minister of the Virgin Islands, who fired the attorney general who sued these companies in the first place. But you know, I hope, I mean, just like we get occasionally stuff that will like really pull back the curtain a little bit, or like sometimes like, you know, a medium little bit. But so far, there hasn't ever been like a really smoking gun where it's like it all comes out. And so I'm just not expecting that. If that did happen, I would fucking love that.
I just want more on Alan Dershowitz, you know, anything that fucking.
Oh, God.
I mean, I don't think it's going to stop him, really. I think Fox News will still consistently talk about how, like, pedophilia is on the rise in people are
Middle
being
school.
groomed in middle school or whatever by gay teachers while simultaneously having Alan Dershowitz on every night. But
It's like, have you been in middle school? All teachers are fucking gay, dude. It's
yeah.
I mean, it's. I would love more Dershowitz stuff. The thing with like he is so litigious and so like insane that I feel like, and it funnily enough, he's like, this will all exonerate me. This will all exonerate me. I'm just like, I just hope that he like. Unfortunately, I think it's gonna be like a Kissinger thing where he lives to be 400 years fucking old. But I just want to see him suffer.
Yeah, and not in like a oh, I got disinvited from the fucking Martha's Vineyard
Hamptons.
Larry
Martha's
David
Vineyard.
gathering, but like actually a little bit like face some
Where
repercussions.
is Martha's Vineyard, by the way? It's like
Um,
near Massachusetts or something.
I have no fucking I don't know.
These guys love going to Martha's Vineyard.
Yeah, they love. I mean, it's the same with like Long Island. It's the same as going to the tip of Long Island which is like slightly different. I guess it's like still the same shitty weather, but but like less. I mean, more trees and less buildings.
Have
Doesn't
you ever
make any
been to
fucking
Catalina?
sense.
Have you been to Catalina Island ever?
I have one time, and there was no electricity at the time on the island.
So sick.
Yeah, it makes
We have
no
one.
sense.
There's one in the bay. There's Angel Island, which is in the middle of the bay, which is sick. It caught on fire once, and I watched it. It was one of the craziest looking things I've ever seen in my life.
Wow.
No more islands. I think that America just needs to get out of the island business. Now you can't like, you're not supposed to go to Hawaii anymore. And so it's like, all right, well then we should just get out of the whole island thing to begin with. You know what I mean?
Zuckerberg is building a compound in Hawaii apparently.
Yeah, I saw that. The compound thing is weird to me because I'm like, if I worked at that compound, I'd be like, oh, we're gonna kill the guy that owns the compound day one, bro.
Yeah,
like
immediately.
You don't have power over the people that have the compound. If you need the compound, they have power over you because they have the gun. Because like, what are you gonna pay them with? What, dude?
Yeah, that part doesn't make a lot of sense to me either. I genuinely don't get it. It's like every fucking movie, every dystopian movie that has like broached the subject, basically it devolves into the same thing where like the people rise up and kill you. Why wouldn't they?
Exactly. I know, it's like, I feel like these guys watch so many movies, but they don't take away the most important part is that you have to basically take the families of your employees hostage if you want to live in the post-apocalyptic world.
It's like
I think I'd be such a good fucking warlord in this shit, dude, because I would not treat people fairly. I wouldn't even pretend to. I wouldn't try to do that. I'd be like, yeah, like, I'm sorry. Like, I'm gonna marry some of you. Like, I would marry all the dudes that work for me and shit. No, pause. But like, I would do that.
Polyamory,
just to, like,
polyamory. It's in
that,
line with your ideals.
I would have that bond between us, and so I'm like, well, you can't betray me. We're family, bro.
Yeah. No, I mean, I don't think Mark Zuckerberg has the riz that you do in maintaining these relationships. So I think he's fucking cooked. Peter Thiel too. I guess Peter Thiel's a little bit more riz though. That he's more of a.
You're a 19-year-old twink in San Francisco,
Yeah.
hanging around. You can get in with Peter.
Yeah, he's well, you know, you can develop a relationship, but if you, I mean, that might go south later down the line, and then you die under mysterious circumstances.
Yeah,
and then it'll just be like, oh, he was sad.
I completely forgot about the Peter Thiel boyfriend jumping out of the fucking building. What the fuck is that? Peter is poly. That's crazy. Like, that should be the biggest news ever. Peter Thiel is polyamorous. Peter Thiel is Bushwick to me.
Yeah, well, the last outlet that outed him is no longer in existence, so I feel like he goes above and beyond when it comes to being litigious.
Do you think I look young enough to have sex with him?
Maybe. I think you could do it.
You think if I shaved more and put some some of that crazy European hair gel in my hair, I could look 20 again?
I like that you zipped up your fucking quarter zip or whatever to be like, well, look, see, without my chest hair.
It's not quarter zip, my brother. It is.
Are you doing a full hoodie with no undershirt?
Are you talking about a hoodie? There's no hood.
Or not hoodie, but like whatever. You're doing jacket with no zip up with no undershirt.
Yeah,
that's brave.
Zip up with no undershirt.
That's brave.
You should. I got, dude. My underwear right now has so many holes in it. I am dressed like a psychopath but
I mean, that's par for the course. I'm on the same boat. Like, you don't need to change your underwear.
That's true.
After wearing the same underwear for like 10 years, obviously cleaning it, but.
Well, I'm doing laundry right now, and I'm on my last pair of underwear, and they are the pair that is just. It looks like someone shot him with a damn shotgun.
Yeah, I mean, it's normal. The more holes you have in your underwear, the more comfortable it has become.
That's so true, dude.
Yeah,
because I do be standing in the hallway sometimes in my building and just like letting the breeze rock my shit.
Yeah, there's more points of entry for the breeze. Absolutely. I think it's.
I'm on the subway doing that too.
Yeah, that's Floyd Mayweather's weirdest attitude. Is just that apparently he never wears the same underwear twice. Like, he buys new underwear all the time, and I don't get it. I feel like the more you wear your underwear, the better it becomes. Like, through wear and tear.
I have do you have a Lucky pair of underwear?
I don't have a Lucky pair of underwear, but I do have a MeUndies underwear that I wear all the time. That has like.
Is it sponsored?
It's like a special. No. There was like a MeUndies like designer who's a fan of mine, even all the way back in the Young Turks days, and he sent me like a bunch of their underwear that he had designed, and it's the one I wear whenever I wear it. It's got like menorahs on it and like the Star of David. It's like, I always think like, if someone saw me wearing this, they'd probably think it's so weird that I just have this underwear.
So you think that the menorah underwear can make up for all of the nasty things you've said about the only democracy in the Middle East?
Yeah, exactly. I wear it all the time, and I'm like, this is making up for my anti-Semitism.
Dude, you gotta get me on Piers, dude. I would fucking suck his shit in a heartbeat.
Piers Morgan, my best friend, my bestie. You should go on.
I gotta say,
you should go on there with Rabbi Shmuley.
Shmuley is so sick. Have you read anything that Rabbi Shmuley has written that's not about Israel? Have you read his stuff about sex?
No. Oh yeah, I know that. Like, the only thing I saw is his daughter, the one that like is beefing with Drake, and the one who like was making TikToks about how sick it is that she can like hear the cries of help from Gaza.
She lives in Ashkelon.
Yeah. That one has like kosher sex gel and shit, and like kosher dildos. I think like that's what she sells.
Kosher dildos?
Like, she sells like kosher sex toys. Yeah.
She sells a sheet with a hole in it. That was always like the that's what people. I think there's a Curb Your Enthusiasm episode about it. I guess. But the hole in the sheet is how Orthodox people have sex, which apparently is not true, but would be a lot funnier if it was.
I want to see if the fucking. What is it? The Hanukkah underwear? Is that what it is? I think it. Yeah, this is the one. I found it. This is the undies that I have that I wear all the time. I can share the screen with you if you want to see it.
Oh my god! Oh, these ones, interesting. I thought they would be more like dark purple with like little gold menorahs.
No, these are the ones I wear quite regularly because it's like this is in my standard rotation, and they got hella. They got very comfortable over the years. I've been wearing them for like almost 10 years now.
Sick. I wear whatever. I'd lose underwear frequently, not from cool reasons. I don't know what happens. But I just end up having to go to Target and buy new ones. But
she has the kosher sex store, Tel Aviv, run by Rabbi's daughter, sells spice for marriage.
My god.
Yeah.
Dude, that's so weird to be in the same like kosher sex business as your dad.
Yeah. That's what makes it even weirder. Yeah, it's like she took on daddy's business. Chana Boteach.
It's her dad was like close friends with Michael Jackson too. In fact, he is fucking Michael Jackson's like one of his biggest dick riders. It is insane. Like his whole like shit after Michael died was just like doing interviews, being like, I was friends with Michael. It's horrible what happened, but I was friends with Michael Jackson.
I mean, yeah, he's just getting his clout up, respect. And now
Michael had a crazy entourage.
Oh, he also defended. I forgot about that. He defended. So him and Dershowitz have like a bit of a back and forth where they have like a little bit of drama. But he also defended Dersh for being a Jeffrey Epstein friend. He actually went out to bat for him, and I don't even think it was because of anything. He just likes defending people who are friends.
Loves
with Jeffrey
defending.
Epstein. He just likes having an association with the primary, secondary people that may or may not have done things with children. He's just like He just rides for that. That's his special fancy.
You know what, Hassan? There's two damn things that offend in this world: the state of Israel and Alan damn Dershowitz. I don't know why Shmuley sounds like that in my head, but he does. Fucking goated name though. Like I wish that my family was less assimilated, so they could have named me some shit like that, or Shlomo or some shit. I'd be a great Shlomo. Fuck.
All right. Well, Brace, thank you so much for coming on. Host of True Anon.
Podcast. I gotta plug something.
Yeah. What do you want to plug? That's what I was gonna ask.
I gotta plug something. All right. I want everybody watching to go to www.trueanon.com/STC, because at the beginning of next year, we are putting out a product that will change the world. You know about it.
I know what the product is. It's fucking awesome.
It's gonna change. It's a product that will heal America.
You said trueanon.stc? What?
Trueanon.com/STC.
Oh.
Wait, let me make sure that's. Yeah,
you're fucking horrible. No, it is. Yeah, trueanon.com/STC.
Yeah.
15 days, 9 hours, 53 minutes, and 52 seconds. Something's gonna come out. The storm is coming.
Yeah, the storm is coming. It is gonna be really. It's gonna be something else.
All right, I'm stoked for it.
Thank you so much for having me, Hassan.
All right,
I'll be in LA sometime in January. Let me see your house.
All right, yeah, no, of course.
So
you just gotta bring chicks.
I will bring, dude. I'm gonna bring so many girls to your house.
Hell yeah.
No, just playing. I only ride with several 50-year-old men. But
that's fine too.
That's good. All right. I will see you. Thank you.
Bye, Brace. All right, folks. That was, like I said, friend of the show, Brace Belden, also known as Racial Jake, also CEO Racial Jake, also known as Pisby Granddad, also known as the Gourmand. But yeah, here it is. The storm is coming. This is what he wanted to play. Also known as Coindexter, the man who is most responsible for defeating ISIS. Seriously? Yeah. If you told me that man worked with anarchist Kurds to fight ISIS, I would completely believe you. That's crazy. Chat, this is who Hassan is listening to when he isn't listening to music. It's true. That is actually very true. I do listen to True Anon quite a bit. One of my favorite podcasts out there alongside Chapo Trap House. But yeah, I just wanted to give you guys a little update on what's going on in the world of Jeffrey Epstein by talking to one of the authorities on the subject matter. Okay, today's guest is so much better than yesterday's. Yeah, I like thinking that Brace, I actually brought him up. I actually brought Brace on the show. Like he's a gray name that I pulled out of the chat. Like he just randomly, I brought him. All right, don't forget he broke the news about Ebola and Burning Man. True, he did do that. Really good interview with Brace from back in the day that was all about him. If y'all want to know why this American volunteered to fight ISIS in Syria. What the fuck? I've never seen this before. What the fuck?
The whole myth about like socialism just being for like lazy people who don't want to work is just some bullshit. I mean, I work 3 jobs. You know, I spend most of my time. And I'm a socialist because I realize I don't want to work less, but I want my work to have meaning. I don't want to be alienated from my labor. And I certainly don't want somebody taking every extra cent that I make the company and putting it in their own pocket.
Oh my God. This premiered May 1st, 2019. I've never seen this before. Brace Belden is a socialist. He embraced leftist policies as a teen during his punk rock days. Later, he volunteered for 6 months in Syria with the Kurdish Freedom Movement, where he helped fight ISIS. Now his activism back home has led to the unionization of one of the most popular beer brands in the U.S., the running theme throughout his life, solidarity for the working class.
So I was born in San Francisco, lived here for the first part of my life. I got into politics through punk. So, you know, I wasn't really like, I'm a communist or whatever.
Yeah, Brace also famously was blamed by the New York Post for the fall of Anchor Beer, for unionizing Anchor Beer.
I was just like, you know, left-wing politics are like a way, this is what you do when you're punk. And I was a lot more concerned at that point, like 14, you know, to my teenage years, with getting drunk, which led me to do very poorly in school, and I think sort of set me on my trajectory. But once I discovered heroin, that was it. There was absolutely not coming back from that. And it was a dark, by far,
That's not a joke, by the way. I mean, I know it sounds like it, but he's not joking.
Once I got sober and I was able to do something besides just sit in AA meetings all day, I realized that like I need, you know, something to do. I
That's
had
not a
involvement
joke.
with socialist groups here, but it didn't seem like it was going anywhere.
Kobani has been under the onslaught of the Islamic State group since mid-September.
There wasn't a single moment when I decided like I'm gonna go to Syria. My brain is extremely small and incredibly broken, so I just got obsessed with it. I originally wanted to go as a civilian. I realized that was harder than I thought, and the only way I could get there was by joining the YPG. The YPG is People's Protection Units, and it is the armed wing of a political party called the PYD, a left-wing, they call themselves communalist, political party in the north of Syria. They're trying to start a socialist society based around democratic and federalist lines. And they were fighting ISIS too, which are generally not known to be great guys.
The technicals do go hard though. Like,
people use this sort of privileged discourse or like stay in your lane discourse about people going out there. But the fact of the matter is that the YPG have a dedicated office to having Westerners come out there, or not Westerners, anybody come out there. Within the ranks of the Kurdish freedom movement, people from Europe and people from America have fought since almost the beginning. And I believe that the Kurdish freedom movement is waging the same war as the workers in India or the workers in Taiwan and stuff like that. You know, like the class war is global. So the workers of all those countries, and every country up and down, every continent, have the same exact interests to emancipate themselves from wage slavery. First few months back were difficult, really difficult. When I got back, I was sort of like, all right, I'm gonna take a little break from doing political stuff or anything. I was just like, I'm just gonna sit at home and be depressed for a little while.
I can't tell if this is real or not. No, this is 100% real. What the fuck? I don't even know if Brace would appreciate me watching this right now, but no, it is absolute. Yes, this is real. Every time when I talk about, okay, why did he even go to Syria? Dude, what do you mean? He just said why he went to Syria. There was an international call to arms, like a Popular Front style international call to arms by the YPG that he followed through on, and he went to Syria to fight alongside the Kurdish militias against ISIS.
I was aware that people said San Francisco was progressive, but I never saw it. Like socially, it's very progressive, you know, like very, you know, welcoming to different minority groups if they have money. If they don't have money, though, they're screwed. I started working at Anchor Brewing Company in, I think, January of 2018. After I got a job there, some guys sort of took me aside and were like, listen, you know, we've been talking about this, maybe starting a union here. And that's when things got a little more interesting at work. Anchor Brewing was the first craft beer company in America. It's an industry where sales have skyrocketed and wages have dropped during that same period. We don't think that's fair because there wouldn't be no craft beer without craft beer brewers and bottlers and canners. Especially in a place like where we work, where we actually produce a product, like I can see our power all around us. Because without us, like if we put our hands in our pockets and walked away, there would be no business. Well, I had some organizing experience before, but not anything like this. You just go and you talk to people and you invite people to meetings and you form an organizing committee. And eventually you want to talk to everybody. You don't want to tell them that they want a union. You want to help them understand why they might need a union. I work with guys who had not voted before for anything in their lives, and this was the first thing they voted for. And I thought that was very fitting. The first thing was for their actual.
Yeah, nicknames: Bad Boy Brace Belden, Piss Pig Granddad, Piss Pig Grandma, President Chaos, Mr. Boyles, Racial Jake, Mr. Fireworks, The Dark Cowboy, The Special Ed Dance, Bubonic Brace. Surprisingly, noticeably absent is Gourmand, and noticeably absent is Coindexter. Also, The Gay Pussy Eater. Dude, I knew about the YPG dude and Truanon, but I'm mind blown that it's the same dude. You just thought it was a different guy, huh? Yeah.
Interest to advance the interests of workers. After the vote, a bunch of us went out to a sort of dive bar nearby. Everybody, you know, had Anchor and stuff, sort of like in celebration. And I had a Coca-Cola. You know, living as like a working person in San Francisco, you don't feel like a human being. You're worth $16 an hour, and that's nothing here. You know, everyone else in the city is worth $50 an hour or whatever, you know, by writing computer programs. You're at the bottom and you don't even know you're at the bottom, you know, because you're taught that, like, you know, all you have to do is work a little harder and then they're actually going to make you the boss. It all comes back to solidarity, you know. Solidarity is like the weapon of the world's workers. Solidarity was like the reason I decided, like, I'm going to go to Syria. And like solidarity is the reason that like I started like getting more involved in this thing at work. If you are a working person, whether you know it or not, like you are a participant in the class struggle. I think it's the duty for everybody who works for a living, who sells their labor power to...
Don't forget Mehmet. Mehmet is not him. Mehmet is the Turkish intern of TrueAnon that runs the TrueAnon account. Definitely a separate person. It's not him. People try to say it's him so they can take down the TrueAnon account. It's definitely not him.
To stand up for themselves and to stand up for the other people in their situation.
It's so funny. It's a different person. So, Mehmet Walshoğlu. Yeah. But yeah, that was Brace, who we just had on the broadcast. Yeah, he's the man. And his podcast with Liz Franzik, TrueAnon, and Young Chomsky, excellent. Love their pod. Using the handle PissPigGranddad, generated a significant following on Twitter. By the time he returned from Syria, he had amassed 30,000 followers. The account was permanently suspended shortly after Belden's return to the United States for accusations of violating Twitter's policies on targeted abuse or harassment. Although Twitter has not commented on the suspension, the account was locked shortly after Belden mocked white nationalist Nathan D'Amigo's short stature on the site. According to Belden, alt-right affiliated accounts, or in Belden's words, a bunch of Nazi/4chan dudes who were mad at me for making fun of that guy for being short, had tweeted about plans to report PissPigGranddad en masse. You know what's really funny? He 100% could get unbanned now. He most likely could get unbanned as long as he wrote the magic words in the unban request, which is, I got banned for, I got banned because I was silenced by woke people or whatever the fuck. Anyway, Belden reemerged on Twitter under the new handle PissPigGrandma, which was also suspended. So yeah. Take a guess on which one Brace was making fun of. I wonder which one of these fucking losers is the one he was making fun of for his short stature. It's true that works. I got 2 accounts unbanned recently. Yeah, he should make a return, in my opinion. So, anyway, Hasan promoting short phobia once again. Funny that you say that because Brace himself is a short king. So, no. This goes back to the same equation. Short kings versus manlet phenomena. Not true he's like 6'4". True. Anyway, see yourself out of this discussion, tall boy. Okay. I'm being attacked. I'm being attacked for things I can't change about myself, which is how tall I am. All right, moving on. We did the Prague shooting earlier. We talked about Jeffrey Jebediah Epstein's misgivings, and now it's time to talk about Gaza. The Gaza death toll has surpassed 20,000. We're going to do a short update on that. And then we're also going to talk about the CNN anchor that actually went into the West Bank. So that's actually very good that CNN is finally fucking catching on.
War between Israel and Hamas. The White House says negotiations are underway for another temporary ceasefire and the release of more hostages. As Gaza's health ministry, which is run by Hamas, is reporting that the death toll has surpassed 20,000. Our foreign correspondent, Britt Clinton, is in Israel for us. Good morning, Britt.
Good morning, Robin. Yeah, new airstrike.
This is from Elat News. This is, sends us a Ynet International Affairs journalist. Nadav Eyal says, what I'm hearing from senior Israeli officials about the war. 1, this phase of war, phase 2, which includes taking operational control of Gazan towns and neighborhoods, yet not achieving full control enemy clearance, will end soon. They are hopeful about specific achievements in Khan Yunis, where Hamas leaders are suspected to be hiding. However, there are no guarantees. They plan to target areas down south. Israel is seeing increased Hamas attacks in areas it has already taken. Phase 3 is expected to begin mid to late January. The IDF will relocate in the north and center of Gaza, withdrawing from some areas. As I reported last week, Israel will not allow the en masse return of the Palestinian population. The argument is that there are areas that are still battlegrounds, and therefore the return of civilians is unsafe. The outlook is long-term, at least a year. Holy fuck. Many draw parallels to the IDF operations against Palestinian terror groups in the West Bank during the Second Intifada, which took about 2 years. Number 3, during Phase 3, the IDF will continue aerial assaults and ground raids aimed at killing Hamas leaders and crippling its infrastructure and command. Israel is also preparing a plan to undermine Hamas's control of funding and taxation across Gaza. Number 4, Israel will be open to limited pauses in fighting, even extended ones, to facilitate more hostage deals. It is willing to release substantial numbers of Palestinian prisoners to ensure safe passage of Sinwar and Hamas leadership to leave Gaza if they free the hostages and cease fighting. What? They're going to let Yahya Sinwar and Hamas leadership get away and escape Gaza? That sounds so stupid. Unless your goal isn't to eradicate Hamas at all, and it's simply to have Hamas always dangle as a threat so that you can constantly and consistently act like hani yemeğim geldi mi? Ha yok senin yemeğin geldi. Benim yemeğim de birazdan gelecek. Sana aldım içli köfte. Yeah, just consistently dangle Hamas as the real threat that Israel has to deal with militarily, which allows them to, you know, do whatever the fuck they want to the Palestinian population. I think the idea is for the Mossad to kill them later, potentially. But Mossad could kill Hamas leadership internationally right now. It's not like Israel has been restrained in its assassination plans, right? Israel has been very open about its willingness and ability to assassinate foreign nationals on foreign soil. They could technically go and kill all the Hamas people in Qatar right now. They know where it is. I think Ismail Haniyeh is in Cairo now. Not even in Qatar, right? So why haven't they done that? It almost always feels like having Hamas is much better for Israel than not actually having Hamas to point to. So they can justify the ethnic cleansing. They need a guy. Yeah, Israel is very open about, like, you know, murdering motherfuckers that they think are dangerous. Like, you could be an Iranian nuclear scientist and they'll fucking cook you, you know? So anyway, the general mindset within the defense apparatus is to prevent further worsening of the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Oh, thank God, man. Oh, no. Who made it happen? Like, it's like a natural phenomena, right? It may be Operation Wrath of Grapes, Munich-style response, which may last years. Fearing it will limit Israel's legitimacy in targeting Hamas, this mindset is constantly and internally challenged by those who argue that Hamas will never be crushed as long as it's not held responsible by Gazan civilians for their disaster. The main issue for Netanyahu and the right wing is whether ending phase 2 and the intensive ground assault will be perceived as being weak on Hamas. Additionally, Netanyahu has yet to provide a clear vision for Gaza and how the war will be won. He is now committed to campaign efforts in an attempt to rescue some of his tarnished image. This is creating increased rifts in the emergency coalition. All eyes are on the north. Tens of thousands of Israelis are internally displaced due to the war Hezbollah initiated immediately after Hamas attack. The general assessment in Israel is that diplomatic attempts vis-a-vis Hezbollah will fail, and the chances of war are increasing. It's crazy. Gazan civilians aren't going to blame Hamas for their family members dying. They're blaming Israel. Yeah, of course they're blaming Israel. Like, the notion that, like, a foreign invader, in this circumstance, the belligerent occupier, that's not so foreign, I guess, at this stage, but, like, the belligerent occupier is going to be welcomed as a liberator is a fucking idiotic one that has never been the case. Whether it be Afghanistan, whether it be Iraq, no matter where you are in the fucking world. Sure, you can find some people who will align with the belligerent occupier, opportunists, careerists, those who want to establish a puppet state at the behest of, like, the American government in Iraq, for example, or even some Kurdish people in Iraq that were getting wiped out by the Saddam administration, right? But ultimately, the overwhelming majority of people are obviously not going to be too fond of the random fucking belligerents, the random belligerent occupiers that came in and are destroying their fucking lives and livelihoods and killing their family members. So yeah, I can't even think of a single fucking instance. Maybe I'm wrong, and I'm welcome. I welcome someone correcting me on this. I might be totally off base on this, but I do not know of a single fucking instance where the bombing campaigns have contributed to the population at the time feeling fondly towards the bombers, okay? And has, like, successfully turned around and has caused a liberation, a revolution. Did you see the tanks blowing up the kibbutzim? Not to say a huge amount of deaths, but still shows they did that. Yes. No, like, people say Japan, but the allegiances within Japan came only after the restoration. The allegiances did not lead to a revolution in Japan at all, as a matter of fact. The bombing did not, the firebombing and the nukes did not lead to Japan going, "We love you, America." Okay? It actually only contributed to the hatred and hardening of positions. It's what came after that actually developed a relationship with the United States of America. Vietnam is another great example of this too. Maybe Allied bombings in Vichy, France, but that was occupied territory, so I suppose it doesn't really qualify. Yeah. And especially in like contemporary, in modern history, in the last, I guess, 30, 40 years, I cannot think of a single instance where the United States of America or any like Western country, or fuck it, any country really, has like bombed, has become a belligerent occupier and led to people that are there feeling like they're truly liberated. I would say Russia is a great example of this as well. Like Russia in Eastern Ukrainian positions is a perfect representation of this holding true, not necessarily just for countries like America, but quite literally for countries in the East as well, right? So that's what I think. I think it just doesn't work, and I think it's simply, I think it is simply just pure, unadulterated, unfettered copium that the occupiers' media repeats for its own consent manufacturing purposes.
Strikes in Gaza sending the death toll higher. The WHO now saying that a child is killed every 10 minutes. This morning.
Were the Polish favorable towards the Nazi invasion? No. The Polish weren't even fucking favorable towards the USSR either. That's my point.
Civilians and journalists caught in an Israeli airstrike. And as the war nears its 12th week, a grim milestone in Gaza, 20,000 killed, according to the Hamas-run health ministry.
We are just collateral damage.
Arwa Naif is a mother of two, forced to evacuate 5 times already since the start of the war.
There is no one single place where you can say, here it's a secure place where I can sleep the night. It is worse every day. It's getting worse every day.
But the war unlikely to end soon. In Beirut, a senior Hamas leader saying there's no hostage deal without a ceasefire. One of those released hostages returning to his home on Kibbutz Be'eri Wednesday, recalling his nightmare.
The last thing I remember is being carried away and Yuval, my girlfriend, say I love you.
House by house charred out, painful reminders of the horrors committed that day as pressure intensifies on the government to bring the rest of the hostages home. The White House says serious negotiations are underway, but Hamas telling us that the latest round of talks in Egypt ended without results. Michael.
All right, Britt, thank you, and please be safe.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more...
All right.
We stop at a service station in the occupied...
This is, this is in line with the Clarissa Ward coverage, right? Clarissa Ward was able to sneak into the Gaza Strip. And now CNN is not sneaking into, but actually offering coverage from the West Bank. Now, I have, for a long time now, I've talked about the Gaza Strip and how that death and devastation does not translate to empathy for Americans in the same way that the West Bank will, because we have no way to contextualize that level of ethnic cleansing and that level of violence. But because the operations in the West Bank are the regular maintenance of an apartheid regime, I think that it has the capacity for the Western world, like for people in the Western world, when they find out about what's going on in the West Bank, I think that they have an easier time identifying with it. Because the only time we see entire city blocks reduced to rubble is when it's happening far away in some fucking brown nation, and it's either happening as a consequence of like other brown people doing it to the brown people, or it's a consequence of us doing it to the brown people. So we have no way of like looking at that and being able to like develop sympathy for those victims, because we have been we're so used to seeing that in a manner that is depersonalized, in a manner that is like, in a manner that is impossible to contextualize, impossible to understand. Did you forget Ukraine getting bombed? No, Ukraine is another example of this as well. Ukraine is the only time when you did see white people being victim to such a thing. And even then, it's like entire city blocks wiped out happens there. It doesn't happen to us. That's my point. So like we don't really see it. We don't have a way of consistently feeling like this is an ongoing atrocity that we have to do something about, in the way that we can see the personalized violence of the daily maintenance of the apartheid regime, right? And during the Ukraine bombings, everyone, yes, like Ozora is saying here, during the Ukraine bombings, everyone reiterated the uncivilized Eastern Europe sentiments, but even so, they also mentioned how unique this was, because it was white people who were victim to this kind of thing. So they kept saying, oh my God, this doesn't happen. This is not supposed to happen in Europe. This is not supposed to happen here. This is Europe. But the point is, it's just like Americans and people in the Western world can't comprehend entire city blocks being wiped out, but they can understand an apartheid regime. Okay?
Palestinian West Bank. A man in military fatigues demands to check our IDs.
What you're saying is kind of accurate to a testimony of an IDF vet. I remember he said he was more traumatized by a specific house raid in West Bank than actually being in Gaza in 2014. Well, for the IDF, I've seen conflicting reports on that. I've actually seen a lot of breaking the silence vets report that like going into Gaza actually made them realize like, oh fuck, what we're doing here is unacceptable. Obviously, like air missions is a little different, but when you actually do boots on the ground warfare, when you actually put the military inside of Gaza, that genuinely changes people's minds. But you are correct. A lot of veterans report like their operations in the West Bank breaking their brains and causing them to really reconsider the apartheid, because at that point you're literally doing this towards like a population that is just straight up a civilian population. Not to say that Gaza isn't a civilian population, but everyone is primed to say Gaza is Hamas, Gaza are terrorists, the children are terror babies, right? Like there is this constant recycling of the racial agitated propaganda that plays a significant role in people dehumanizing their victims, both the IDF itself, but also just like people watching from afar. But yeah, this corresponds to testimonies that I've read that the conflicts in Gaza are far more traumatic for soldiers on the ground due to the sheer violence, for sure. But I think it's like the daily maintenance of the apartheid against like a civilian population that's just trying to live, not even resisting against you, in the same way that like at least Gaza has some structure of like a standing military, some semblance of a standing military that has an interest and is willing to and is successfully at times defending from belligerent occupiers.
He has no identifying insignia, won't tell us who he is, but he's got a gun, so we oblige.
Like
We're confused.
This is so American, which is ironic because there's a fuck ton of American scumbags that are settling in the West Bank anyway. But why is this so American? It's because this guy might not fucking be an actual military member. He might just simply be a militia that is now ordained by Itamar Ben-Gvir and the like to conduct what he believes is a military operation, in many instances without any sort of real training whatsoever, right? It's just a dude with a gun wearing military fatigues at a fucking gas station. And if you and Americans can understand that, is what I'm trying to say. Americans that cannot comprehend, Americans that cannot associate in their minds with like being victim to a brutal assault by a belligerent occupier can totally understand and totally fucking totally feel the fear of a dude dressed up in military fatigues with a fucking assault rifle on his chest. That's something that you can totally get, right? We got our own fucking Gravy SEALs brigades out here doing similar shit.
The only ones. CNN obtained this video from inside Hebron, a divided city, filmed a few days after the Hamas October 7 attack.
He goes, "You're not a soldier."
The Palestinian man won't comply. He says he recognizes the man with the gun as a settler, not a soldier. In this tense climate, if a soldier issues an order, you comply. But is everyone with a gun and fatigues a soldier? The West Bank is under Israeli military occupation. It's also believed to be home to almost 750,000 settlers.
Very important for CNN audiences to see this reality, for the record. Yeah, these guys are basically the Klan. I mean, not even basically, they are the Klan. Like, it seems weird because when you think about it, like, when you see the Star of David painted outside of a home in the United States of America, that often spells trouble. That probably means, like, you know, you're going to do a hate crime, an anti-Semitic hate crime. When you see a Star of David painted outside of a house, graffitied outside of a house in the West Bank, it's actually the settlers that are actually targeting that house, that they are going to do a hate crime to the Palestinians living there. It has the exact opposite indication. They mark it so they can blow up the fucking house, so they can throw Molotov cocktails and like light the house on fire and try to get the people out of that house so they can inevitably settle in it. So that's what's really that dynamic, I think, is important for people to recognize, because like if you grow up in America, you're thinking like you understandably recognize and you're trained to see anti-Semitism, especially if you're in progressive circles, right? And Jews are a marginalized group of individuals. Anti-Semitism is a very real bigotry, right? So it's the entire opposite way in Israel, because the Israeli citizens, Israeli Jewish citizens specifically, those who live in the West Bank, are the occupying power. They're the occupying power. They are deliberately the majority in many places. And they are engaging in an act of settler terrorism, settler violence, right? So comprehending or looking at what happens in Israel with a Western lens oftentimes causes people to not really understand what the fuck's going on, right? Always carry that example that I just gave you with you whenever you think about that. The Star of David being painted outside of a house in the United States of America oftentimes implies that an anti-Semitic hate crime is about to happen. A Star of David painted outside of a house in the West Bank is the exact opposite. It means that a Jewish supremacist militia is going to come and try to forcibly take a Palestinian family out of their homes. The exact other way around.
Israeli civilians living in the occupied territories. Settlers consider this part of their biblical homeland and are expanding into Palestinian territories, even though the UN Security Council considers their presence illegal. Yet settlers are integral to Israel's security plan in the occupied territories, as Israel Defense Force reservists and settlement security squads.
Yeah, these are the people that are getting armed by Itamar Ben-Gvir. These are the people that are getting the fatigues and the helmets and the fucking armor by Itamar Ben-Gvir at a time when the Israeli reservists have reported having less, not having enough of the gear that they need when they're going into fucking Gaza. So just understand, like, the genuine intention, like the interest that the Israeli government has, and how they manage their own fucking limited resources.
Says the security threats
I gotta
in
pee.
settlements, towns, and villages. Palestinians told CNN they consider armed settlers a greater threat than ever before. Their remit from the IDF is blurring the lines as settlers encroach on Palestinian land. Like here, in the Palestinian village of Tuwani, where there's a settlement at the top of the hill. In this video, you see men in military fatigues. The IDF equips both civilian settler security squads and soldiers in the region. As you can see here, it's almost impossible to differentiate. They point their rifles at residents and then they shoot, according to eyewitnesses. CNN shared the images we gathered in the West Bank with a senior IDF official who was unable to tell us who here is in the IDF and who is not. We asked how then are Palestinians expected to differentiate. The official told CNN there have been cases of reservists who did not act in accordance with Army standards, adding there is no place in the IDF for such
there's
behavior.
obviously the case, the famous case of the settler that shot the other fucking dude, the former cop, too. I don't know if they'll mention this. I gotta pee. Fuck.
Case that breaches Army standards will be investigated. Palestinians, the official said, should contact their local brigade. But Palestinian rights activist and local resident Basel Adra says settlers in military fatigues are forcing Palestinians off their land.
These settlers and with their guns, and they're pointing it to the head of the residents, and they tell them, if you don't leave in 24 hours, we will shot you. So the family would understand that they're not playing. It's a serious threat of killing if you don't leave your home. That led for like 35 families to leave. And these settlers have been wearing uniform also.
Settlers have heavyweight support in Israel's far-right government. Itamar Ben-Gvir, Minister for National Security, settler. After the Hamas October 7 attack, Ben-Gvir loosened gun permit regulations, making it easier for tens of thousands of Israeli civilians to bear arms. Bezalel Smotrich, Minister of Finance, settler. Also post-attack, pushed through over $100 million for West Bank security, including funds for training and equipping settler security squads. But it's not just arming and equipping. We witnessed firsthand some of the restrictions the IDF imposed on Palestinians. Ihtidal's house is not even 5 minutes away from the other side of this checkpoint, but she can't get through. Every day they tell her to go back, and every day she has to do this extraordinarily long loop to try and get in. She stood there.
So here's the interesting phenomena. In a lot of instances, okay, a lot of these kids that are getting these fucking guns, a lot of these a lot of the settlers that are getting these guns are not even fucking trained. When they had to do mandatory military service in the IDF, they got a religious exemption. Okay? Now, without the military training, they get the fucking guns specifically so they can level up on their harassment and ethnic cleansing operation. Think about that.
They are intentionally making it difficult for us, making it so we have to cross through areas that are hostile to us to get to our homes. Ihtidal picks up a few more things before she sets off home, but not too many. It's a long walk uphill. Since the 1990s, the city of Hebron has seen many curfews. The day we visited, there was a curfew in place from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. Ihtidal has to go through this checkpoint. Palestinians have to be searched. Settlers aren't normally checked. Ihtidal has to walk. Settlers can drive. Palestinians need permission for visitors. Settlers don't. The IDF says all these measures are in accordance with their security assessments to provide security for all residents. Settlers and Palestinians live side by side, but the rules for each are very different. Faiza and her husband have lived in this house for 14 years. They inherited it from her husband's grandparents. Their house is overlooked by an IDF sentry post, yet they fear for their safety.
This scene is so inappropriate and depressing for our home. You can see up here what we've had to put in place to protect ourselves from the settlers.
As we leave Faiza's house, we get stopped by an Israeli soldier. He says we're not allowed to walk along the main road. We have to go back to the checkpoint to be searched again because we've been inside a Palestinian home. I would just point out a lack of logic, which is that these Palestinian houses, the Palestinians have come through that checkpoint, so they can't have possibly brought in anything.
Sorry, just so I can understand. Just so I can understand. Yeah. I'm really confused, as usual.
So, even though we went through that checkpoint,
okay.
Even though we went through that checkpoint,
yeah.
Because we have been in the house of Palestinians, we now have to go jumping over people's garden walls.
So we can't walk on the street?
We can't go straight down.
Come back.
If you would go through the checkpoint and you stay here, it's great. But as soon as you move from different areas...
Yes.
So you need to get
Now
rechecked.
do you understand it?
Oh.
Yes. So we need to get rechecked. So we're going to the route.
Okay, enough for next time.
Come on. Let's just go. Thank you. We'll see you in a bit.
See you soon.
But we can't get down. The access to the garden is closed.
Damn, he's so nice, bro. That's a common regional accent. Yeah. For those of you who don't know, that Israeli occupying force soldier is demonstrating the common regional dialect and accent of Bondi. Yeah. Which is, of course, I mean, he's showing once again, he's just like, obviously, thousands of years this dude has lived in this historic land, clearly. And certainly not doing fucking apartheid.
So the path I can see is the other side of that
Motherfucker was like, Adelaide, good day, mate. How you doing? Right. How you fucking doing, right? I'm doing a fucking apartheid state, mate. What do you mean? Yeah, I'm a sick cunt.
But if you can see when I can't... We can't walk on the street because we've been in a Palestinian house, and now we're deemed a security risk. So we're stuck. Eventually, the soldier has to call into his superior.
It's just so sad, because, like, under every other circumstance, you would celebrate a thing like this. You would celebrate that, like, any other fucking country, any other circumstance, if you see a dude with a fucking Australian accent speaking to you in English and is like, yeah, I'm Turkish, mate. Right. My family. There's a lot of Turkish people that went to Australia as well. Yeah. I saw the Anzac War. And then I thought, nice fucking beaches, mate. That's what my parents said. You would look at that situation and you go, oh, that's sick. This is the one instance where it's a threatening presence because, you know, he's there. He has a gun. And his job is to tell you to literally fucking go and fuck off and go back to the goddamn checkpoint and then come back and jump through like backyards and shit. It's just like unimaginable, man.
To give us special permission to walk on the main road. Thank you so much. We head out and back through the checkpoint where we're searched again. A tiny glimpse into what Palestinians navigate every day. The UN says that post-October 7th, over 1,000 Palestinians in the West Bank have been displaced.
By the way, I've seen so much coverage on this shit. This is the first time I've seen a dude unironically be kind to a Western journalist. I know that they're like, they obviously dial it back in the presence of cameras, but never actually like openly kind. I guess that's the difference with CNN.
Forced from home by security restrictions and settler violence. The US and UK are now sanctioning extreme settlers, but Palestinians say it's not enough. Not when settlers can cloak themselves in the authority of the Israeli state. Ni'am al-Baghir, CNN, Hebron.
Jadu. He was polite, not kind. True. But usually you don't see that. Not even to Americans. I mean, we saw the other day, they beat the shit out of a fucking... They beat the shit out of an Anadolu Agence journalist in the West Bank. All right, this is going to be the last Gaza update that we're going to be doing today before we move on to the American prisoner swap, the Supreme Court decision, and more.
I didn't want to leave my home. We were comfortable. We had power, food, and water.
This is what it's like in Gaza to move around.
All my BBC colleagues had already fled south. They told me how bad the situation was. No electricity, no water. I didn't want to go. I wanted to delay the suffering my family would have to face for as long as possible. But the houses opposite our home were being bombed one after another. I knew our turn would come next. I had already lost one son. I couldn't risk losing another.
What did my son do to die like this? What was his mistake?
In the rush to go, we didn't even close our front door. Then we started our journey through hell. There were Israeli soldiers stationed in demolished buildings along the road. We didn't want to use our phones to film as we were worried about being targeted. We walked for hours and knew eventually we'd have to cross the Israeli army's checkpoint. We were nervous. My children kept asking, what will the soldiers do to us? We came to a stop about a kilometer from the checkpoint itself, joining a long queue of people that stretched across the entire width of the road. We spent more than 4 hours waiting, sometimes only taking one step forward in half an hour. People were crying, and there was no room to sit down. My father fainted, and we had to hold him up. When we entered the checkpoint, it felt like Judgment Day. I saw about 50 people in total get detained, all men. They were asked to strip to their underwear and sit on the ground.
They do facial scanning. The fuck is happening here? Hold on. Gotta fix my camera. Oh, there it is. So they do facial scanning. You guys have probably seen it. And it's like if you are a suspected affiliate of a terror organization, like you don't have to be like actually Hamas at all. If you're a man, if you're male, it's a wrap. The same thing happens in the West Bank too.
A few meters beyond the checkpoint, I saw 4 detainees in their underwear being blindfolded. Beside the demolished building, there was a wall of sand. The blindfolded men were taken to the sand hill by soldiers and then took steps down out of my vision. Then we heard gunfire. I'm not sure whether they were shot or not. Further along the road, I saw corpses and rotting body parts. I saw about 10 bodies on the ground. They were covered in flies and being eaten by birds, giving off one of the foulest smells I have ever experienced. I screamed at the top of my lungs, telling my children not to look. I told them to look at the sky and continue walking. Then an Israeli tank appeared. It was moving towards us at speed. In our fright to get away, we had to trample over those bodies.
You have to remember, by the way, this is an occupying force that has demonstrated that it does not care about civilians. It is demonstrated that it's willing and able to kill civilians on a regular basis. So for those children, that's a entirely, like, when we look at this, in your mind, you're thinking, oh, well, they're civilians, they should be fine. They're civilians, they should be fine. Like, no, from their perspective, this is the occupying force. Like, they fucking killed their own hostages even. From their minds, they're like, they could just shoot at them and kill them at any moment. Any moment. Thank you, anne. Bana bir tane içli köfte getirir misin? Bir tane. İçli köfte, bir tane. Hepsini mi yedin? Wow, okay. No, it's all good.
The weather was freezing. It was the coldest night I've ever experienced in my life. I had to take off my shirt to cover my youngest boy, Jad. The next morning, we set off early for Khan Yunis, taking a donkey cart ride for some of the journey. At Deir al-Balah, we got on a bus with a capacity for 20. There wasn't enough room for us, so some of us clung to the doors and windows.
الحمد لله رب العالمين الحمد لله والله الحمد لله بين الله يا كبير كنا كلناه في المعركة ايش بدنا نعمل بين الله خلينا بخير الحمد لله.
I knew that the ground operation would move towards Khan Yunis. I knew there'd be nowhere safe. In Rafah, we are renting a small outhouse. The roof is made of tin and plastic bags. If shrapnel falls, there is nothing to protect us. We have to wait in a 3-hour queue for drinking water. So this is what we do now. We have hardly anything to eat and nowhere to go. All I want to do now is leave Gaza and be safe with my children.
It's just a daily life, dude. Something to consider when you think about what the United States of America recently did, where they, one, voted to block a UN Security Council decision to offer Palestinians the right to self-determination, while also simultaneously blocking all efforts of a ceasefire. There's really not a lot of, I don't know, there's a lot of atrocities around the world, man, but this is just so direct, so in your fucking face, so obviously being done with our taxes. And then also there's this. Israel will fully fund college degrees for all fighters in the Gaza war. Like, obviously, we're not directly funding that, but we are funding the war. Were they not doing that before? I mean, I think so. Yeah, no, they don't mean Hamas fighters, chat. Anyway, let's move on to some greener pastures. 10 Americans were freed in the prisoner swap with Venezuela. Some of these Americans also participated in the failed coup d'etat that occurred. But let's see how the media is covering it.
Now to the high-stakes prisoner swap with Venezuela. 10 Americans are now back home this morning in exchange for a Venezuelan man held in the U.S. Venezuela also handing over an American fugitive as part of the deal. Our chief global affairs correspondent, Martha Raddatz, has the latest. Martha, good morning.
Good morning, Whit. The negotiations were tense and tricky, releasing not only that notorious fugitive contractor who escaped in 2022, but bringing home every American held in Venezuelan jails.
Overnight, 10 Americans jailed in Venezuela back on American soil.
Free at last, thank God Almighty, free at last.
The safe return home comes after months of secret negotiations. 38-year-old freed American businessman Savoy Wright describing the moment he called his family.
I just FaceTimed them and I said, I'm on the way home back to the U.S. and I love you and We cried.
Wright, one of 6 of the 10 Americans considered wrongfully detained, including Avon Hernandez, a Los Angeles public defender who was taken into custody.
Wait, what? Bro, listen to me. You don't have to be a big fan of Maduro. I certainly am not. But the notion that, like, these motherfuckers are wrongfully detained, like, what do you mean? What are you saying? No, they're not wrongfully detained. It's like the most rightfully detained person, dude. It's not like they were there to fucking, you know, look at the Venezuelan beaches and shit. They literally unironically try to do a fucking coup. It's like the one thing that everybody understands is like, all right, that's a good detention. Like that's a valid detention. We're out here fucking jailing a dude who spied for Cuba for like his entire career, but he was like an American citizen at the age of 75, and then simultaneously being like dudes who literally put their fucking boots on Venezuelan soil to do a failed coup d'etat, which sucked dick. Like they couldn't even fucking do it. Like those guys were wrongfully detained. Who's rightfully detained then? Like, I think I'm pretty fair and balanced on this issue. You know what I mean? Like Brittany Griner, wrongfully detained. It's fucking ridiculous. These dudes absolutely rightfully detained, okay? I know, they didn't even technically make it to land because a fisherman caught them, which is crazy. Dude, look, I'm fair and balanced, boys. I'm fair and balanced. Everybody gets to see an ad at the top of the hour, okay? Unless they're subscribed for $5 or free with a Twitch Prime by connecting their Amazon Prime account to their Twitch account, where they get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Everything outside of that, you're going to see a fucking ad, right? You're going to see it, dude. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Last year near the border, accused of being a spy.
All you think about when you're in prison is how you didn't appreciate being free.
Hernandez thanking President Biden for what he calls a difficult decision.
He got us home, and we're with our families, and so we're incredibly grateful, all of us.
Also returned to the U.S.
I'm not gonna lie. I would keep these motherfuckers specifically because of how bad they are at their jobs. I've said this before. Like, if you're gonna spy, there's an entirely, or if you're gonna do a coup, like, you have to be at least some level of successful. But if you put it together and you're dog shit, no, man, you gotta burn that asset. Like, what are we doing here? What is this willingness to give participation trophies to the worst fucking dudes on the planet? Like, our defense contractors are dog shit now. All you're doing, if you're Joe Biden at this point, all you're doing is literally just, you know, giving rewards for failure. Okay? You're telling to the rest of the defense contractors out there, oh, you don't have to try hard. You don't have to be good. Yeah, it reminds me of Paul Whelan. Chatter's right. It's like Paul Whelan is the worst spy of all time, man. Like, he kind of deserves it. That's a L. That's a L. Like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, our defense contractors have gotten so much worse. Neoliberalism is literally fucking destroying the standard, the golden standard that at least one industry used to have. This is a country, this is a nation that has been able to do fucking like hundreds of coup d'etats at this point. It's crazy. You literally have to, like, you have to keep them. Like, I would straight up, I'd be like, listen, dude, you know what? I'll give you whoever you want. Keep the fucking defense contractors. We're only going to take out like the, you know, commerce guys that were just simply business consultants that are CIA. I will let you keep the fucking defense contractors. Those guys sucked so bad. I don't want them. That shit is embarrassing. What are we doing?
Fugitive Leonard Glenn Francis, also known as Fat Leonard, the mastermind of a $35 million bribery scheme, the largest corruption scandal in U.S. military history. In 2015, he pleaded guilty to using prostitutes, luxury travel, and cash to bribe U.S. naval officers to steer lucrative contracts to his companies. Here is Francis on an investigative podcast produced by Project Brazen in 2021.
Everybody was in my pocket. I had them in my palm. I was just rolling them around.
Wait a minute. We have CIA podcast now? It's done. It's over. It's so jover. There is no value to anything anymore. That's crazy. Pack it up. Pack it up, boys. Someone in the chat brought up a really good point. saying he's not even that fat, especially when you compare him to Americans. So I don't know where we get off calling this motherfucker Fat Leonard. They're like, this is the fattest guy in Venezuela. They don't have a lot of food. They look at this guy, they call him Fat Leonard because he's the fattest dude in his neighborhood, in his village. Bro, in America, this dude is Skinny Leonard. They're like, wow, Lenny, you are in such great shape. Like, surprisingly.
And then I could just move the carriers like, paper ships in the water.
In exchange, the U.S. granting clemency to Alex Saab, a top...
Like, Maduro is the fattest guy in the country. And, like, Fat Leonard is, like, around the same level of fatness. So, makes you think.
Top ally of Venezuelans authoritarian president Nicolas Maduro. Saab greeted on the tarmac by his wife and daughters.
Gracias al pueblo de Venezuela.
Saying,
this is also a bit of an L for Maduro because it's like, after a certain age, once you hit 40, I don't think you should be allowed to have a man bun like that. And this dude is like at least in his 50s. And if that's the case, you can't release him from prison. You got to be like, no, dog, you have to. You have to cut your hair. It's really embarrassing. The rest of the world is going to see this. The rest of the world is going to see me embrace you. And I can't be having you looking like you're like a tantric sex instructor in fucking Calabasas. You know what I mean? It's fucked up. It's really fucked up. I will never be able to recover from this. Every other leader is going to make fun of me, bro. Come on, bro. I got a meeting with Lula next week. He's going to bring this up. He's going to be like, don't invade Guyana. I'm sending the military over there. You fucking embrace that dude who looked like that. That's crazy. It's over.
I thank the people of Venezuela. I'm proud to serve the people of Venezuela and to serve this government. Saab was arrested in 2020 on money laundering charges.
Saab was later welcomed at the presidential palace there. This all comes as the Biden administration is trying to improve relations with Venezuela in hopes the country moves toward free and fair elections. Robin?
That is the hope, Martha. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos.
Yeah, he looks like the Grand Theft Auto 5 yoga instructor. That's exactly what I was thinking of. Anyway, so unlawful detentions continue in the United States of America as we get to Arian Kurtaj, which ironically in Turkish means abortion. That's right. His last name is literally abortion in Turkish. I don't know what he is. Maybe he's like Kurdish or something. I don't know. Is that? Kurtaj means abortion in Turkish. Anyway, the 18-year-old hacker who leaked clips of Grand Theft Auto 6 has been issued a lifetime hospital sentence. Oh, he's Albanian. Okay. Mountain Turk. Okay, so here's the thing. This is a kid. This is literally a fucking kid. His name is Lapsus $, I think. Grand Theft Auto 6 hacker handed indefinite hospital order. Here he is, 18-year-old Arian Kurtaj, a key member of the notorious Lapsus $, cyber crime gang. It's some of the things that I found. Some of the things I found out about this kid is that he is literally just like incapable of not hacking. Arian Kurtaj from Oxford, who's autistic, was a key member of an international gang, Lapsus $. Now, let me just say something. First of all, you didn't have to tell me he's autistic, okay? I'm sorry. There's no non-autistic person who can pull off this shit, okay? It's like, come on. He leveled out he basically cracked the character creation scene, lowered all of his other stats, and boosted his int as much as he possibly could. How the fuck else are you going to be able to hack like that at the age of 18? Now, one of the problems here is that in the UK, for the record, for those of you who don't know, they have like really, I would say, dare I say, medieval approaches to like mental illness and the treatment like of criminal mental illness. It's kind of like Arkham Asylum shit. Like if you're a psychopath, you will be placed under indefinite detention in a hospital. So that's probably why they did that to him. But of course, that's like the type of criminal punishment that they usually dish out for those who have like actually done really violent things, and not like a hacker who hacked Rockstar. The gang's attacks on the tech giants, including Uber, Nvidia, Rockstar Games cost the firms nearly $10 million. The judge said Kurtaj's skills and desire to commit cybercrime meant he remained a high risk to the public. He will remain at a secure hospital for life unless doctors deem him no longer a danger. The court heard that Kurtaj had been violent while in custody with dozens of reports of injury and property damage. Doctors deemed Kurtaj unfit to stand trial due to his acute autism, so the jury was asked to determine whether or not he committed the alleged acts, not if he did so with criminal intent. A mental health assessment used as a part of the sentencing hearing said he continued to express the intent to return to cybercrime as soon as possible. He is highly motivated. Dude, I don't understand. Like, I thought we take kids like this and we like immediately put them to work. You know what I mean? Like, I thought this is like the type of kid you're like, oh, dude, this is, you know, this dude is fucking awesome. I like him a lot. I am not in favor of like the doxing that occurred, for example, with what happened with the recent hacks. I think it's really, really fucked up. But like, as long as you're not like leaking personal information or things like that, I mean, whatever. It's pronounced Kurtaj. It's killing me, bro. Please, whatever, bro. It means abortion in Turkish. Despite having his laptop confiscated, Kurtaj managed to breach Rockstar, the company behind GTA, using an Amazon Fire Stick, his hotel TV, and a mobile phone. That's it. No, you have to take this kid out of the hospital immediately and put him to work. No, this dude has to... Dude, give him to me. I'll be his fucking guardian. I'll be his, I'll be his... He can be under my legal guardianship. I'll use his powers for good. That's crazy, man. This kid's a fucking brilliant mind. And like you're trying to lobotomize him, you fucking assholes. Kurtaj stole 90 clips of the unreleased and hugely anticipated GTA 6. He broke the company's internal Slack messaging system to declare, if Rockstar does not contact me on Telegram within 24 hours, I will start releasing the source code. He then posted the clips and source code on a forum under the username Teapot Uber Hacker. He was rearrested and detained until his trial. Earlier this month, the trailer of GTA 6 was released from clocking up to 128 million views on YouTube in just 4 days. In sentencing hearings, Kurtaj's defense team argued that the success of the game's trailer indicated that Kurtaj's hack had not caused serious harm to the game developer and asked that this be factored into the sentencing. But Her Honor Judge Lee's nuts. The real victims. That there were real victims and real harm caused from his other multiple hacks on individuals and companies he attacked with lapses $sign. Rockstar Games alone told the court that the hack cost it $5 million to recover from, plus thousands of hours of staff time. Another lapsed member who's 17 and cannot be named because of his age was found guilty in the same trial. He worked with Kurtaj and other members of lapses to hack tech giant NVIDIA and the phone company BT/EE and steal data before demanding a $4 million ransom, which was not paid. They also stole directly from individuals to their cryptocurrency wallets. The 17-year-old was sentenced to an 18-month-long youth rehabilitation order, including intense supervision and a ban on using VPNs online. As well, they only banned him from using VPNs. Like, oh man, oh shit, what is he gonna do now? I feel like the type of VPN you need is already probably kind of illicit, no? As well as hacking offenses, the boy was sentenced to what the judge described as an unpleasant and frightening pattern of stalking and harassment. Oh, that makes sense. As well as hacking offenses, the boy was sentenced for what the judge described as an unpleasant and frightening pattern of stalking and harassment of 2 young women. Yeah, that shit's so... Yeah, that tracks. This is the 17-year-old, not Kurtaj. That definitely tracks. Milkshake duck moment. No, there's a lot of these, like... I mean, dude, I know. I still want him. Yeah, I could rehabilitate him. It's not the main guy, but even then, him I can rehabilitate too. I'll teach him the ways. Give him to me. The gang's audacious attacks in 2021 and 2022 shocked the cybersecurity world. The group from the UK and allegedly Brazil was described in courts as digital bandits. The gang, thought mostly to be teenagers, used command-like tricks as well as computer hacking to gain access to multinational corporations such as Microsoft, the technology giant, and digital banking group Revolut. During their spree, the hackers regularly celebrated their crimes publicly and taunted the victims on social network app Telegram in English and in Portuguese. It prompted U.S. cyber authorities to issue a lengthy report on the lapses and other teen hacker gangs. It concluded that lapses made clear just how easy it was for its members, juveniles in some instances, to infiltrate well-defended organizations. What the fuck is this? Ruda, I see you, ... says Kimmy got no skills. It's not clear how much money lapses made from his cyber crimes. No companies publicly admitted to paying the hackers, and the hackers did not provide the passwords to seize cryptocurrency wallets. Hassan learning the Center of Neurodivergent People. Great name. What? Yeah, I don't know, man. I think the punishment is crazy. I think he's clearly very talented. Like, especially Kurtaj is very talented. I mean, if you're able to fucking breach Rockstar using an Amazon Fire Stick, his hotel TV, and a mobile phone, you know, he's incredibly talented. A lot of these kids also are very good at, like, you know, despite having like severe, possibly even debilitating levels of autism, that is debilitating for their social interactions in the real world, they're also very good at social engineering. I don't know if it's like a skill that comes from masking, because you're constantly putting that on regardless, or if it's it probably is, but it probably is the skill that comes from masking, that they are very capable of social engineering, which is a major security flaw. There's nothing you can do about that. Like, that is the biggest flaw in every security, in every operational security conversation. Like, the biggest points of entry are always going to be the human beings that fuck up. You click on something, you get scared, you click on something without really thinking about it, and then you got fished. So I think maybe that's what it is. I mean, dude, there are literal, I mean, I know what it's like to be fucking hunted by an army of autistic 45-year-old divorced dads in the IT space, okay? I know. And I know how well they can mask, specifically when they're acting like they are liberals or acting like they are normal people and not deranged psychopathic cyber stalkers. You know what I mean? Some people can do that very well and infiltrate spaces to make it seem like they're just normal guys that are just hanging out. I don't mean to be that guy, but sim swapping isn't really very genius. These guys pick targets with the goal to become famous. The really genius ones are the ones you don't hear about. Okay. I don't know. I think that's crazy. You're calling like a dude that hacked Rockstar and Uber a fucking script kiddie. These are just script kiddies version of like of talking about fucking social engineering to this degree. Come on, bro. He's 18. Anyway, I'm sorry. If you are capable of breaching Rockstar like this, then you're good. You're good at what you do. There's a reason why it doesn't happen every fucking day. You think people don't try? Phishing isn't social engineering. Kevin Mitnick's book, The Art of Deception, is an excellent one on the topic. That was a god-tier social engineer. You'd be amazed at how bad security is, and it does happen almost all the time. No, I know how bad security is. Most people don't even have two-factor, which you can, with enough dedication, get around as well. But it's crazy. It's crazy. And I don't mean two-factor with like a sim swipeable two-factor. I'm talking like no two-factor whatsoever, and definitely not two-factor through an auth key or even the most OP version of it, like a physical USB key. It's just crazy, especially in this day and age when it's so fucking easy to just like rip someone's phone number and then just blast them. As a cyber analyst that is employed with the government, phishing, smishing, and social engineering is probably one of the major flaws in security because humans can be equally dumb as bad a 0 day. What the fuck is smishing? Actually true. Dancy mode. Hey, Chagets doesn't censor your password. See? God, that's such a text phishing, SMS phishing. There's a reason why only teens on the it's only teens on the news about it. Most have the skills but aren't willing to do it. It's always the autistic kids who think they have nothing to lose, so they do it on top of the need to brag about it. I don't know about that. I don't think it's that easy, man. I mean, I know humans are the biggest flaw in every fucking operation, in every security. Humans are the easiest place to breach and to manipulate. Anyway, but yeah, free my man. Release him to my custody. I will teach him the right ways. All right, Supreme Court set to decide number of cases impacting the 2024 presidential election. Let's get started, or rather, let's continue on the same trajectory.
President Donald Trump's lawyers say the Supreme Court should not decide now if he can be put on trial for trying to overturn the 2020 election results. That request to the high court follows a decision by Colorado's highest court to remove Donald Trump from the state's.
Okay, I'm sorry. If there are this many fucking social engineer and hackers in the chat as they are talking shit, then defend me online, brother. Why can't you guys be my autistic army in the same way that I have the fucking autistic DGG up my asshole? Defend me then. What are you doing? Do some fucking reverse social engineering. Every single goddamn motherfucker in here is like, we love you, man. It's great. It's awesome. Dude, if you ask me, I could hack into Rockstar any day, dude. No, do it. Do it for me. Where's my fucking paste bin of all my enemies and the idiotic things that they've said or outright psychopathic things that they said? And God knows there's plenty of them out there. And then you fucking launch a counterattack where you send like literal fucking entire walls of data to any single person that even brings up someone who has wronged me. You know what I mean? We may be autistic, but we're not losers. I'm just saying, dude. What the fuck is this? Everybody's out here talking like they got it, but I don't see it.
Primary ballot, an issue that the justices may have to decide as well. Robert Costa is outside the Supreme Court. We're going to sort all this out, Bob, with you, if you don't mind. There are a lot of court cases involving Donald Trump, but let's focus on the Supreme Court. Can you explain exactly what they're looking at and how you think it will impact the election next year?
Gail, good morning. You know how much I love Iowa and New Hampshire, but it's this building behind me, the Supreme Court, that really could be the place to watch for the upcoming campaign in the 2024 election. The Supreme Court in the coming months could decide the fate of the Republican frontrunner, legally and politically, Donald Trump. Three things to watch. One, the Supreme Court could decide whether Trump is immune from prosecution because he has the status of being a former president. Number two, it's going to possibly decide whether he can appear on the primary ballot in Colorado after that state Supreme Court ruling. And three, if he is convicted of a federal crime of conspiracy against the United States in that case led by special counsel Jack Smith later in 2024, an appeal would be heard here, likely at the Supreme Court.
So far, Bob, all of Donald Trump's rivals have said, listen, we don't want the court involved in this. Let the voters decide. What does that say to you?
It says a lot, Gail. This is a crossroads right now for not only Trump, but for American democracy. So much is on the line. It's a sensitive moment for the Supreme Court, for its institutional credibility with many Americans. Yet most Republican presidential candidates are not weighing in a significant way on all of these legal challenges facing Trump. Nikki Haley, who has been rising in the polls, has been talking about the so-called chaos, her word, around former President Trump, saying it's time for Republicans to move on. And for now, it's not a direct shot, but it is helping her gain some traction. There's a new St. Anselm's poll that shows Trump at 44, her at 30% in New Hampshire. That's pretty much close to what the CBS News poll said. Gail?
All right, Bob Costas reporting live. We thank you. Bob, are you wearing mittens?
Gail, I have to wear mittens. I'm outside. This is my way, Gail. This is my way.
Okay, I'm getting you some gloves for Christmas.
Oh my. Here's how independent voters feel about the Colorado Supreme Court removing Trump from the ballot. I heard something about how like didn't they poll prospective voters on how they felt about Trump's poisoning immigrants are poisoning America's bloodline comment, and a decent amount of them were like, "Oh, I'm more likely to vote for him now because he said that." Americans are awesome, man. We are so out of control. Yeah, it's great.
Talking about Colorado, but we're not in Colorado. So the question is, what do Colorado voters think about the ruling that bars Trump from the primary ballot? Our Gary Tuckman, always quick on the draw, traveled to the state to ask just that.
This coffee shop in Douglas County, Colorado goes by the simple name of coffee.
42% of GOP Iowa caucus goers say poisoning the blood remarks make them more likely to support Trump. 42%. 42% of the GOP Iowa caucus goers heard like Adolf Hitlerian style conversations and statements from Trump and were like, that's my shit, dog. That is extremely for me. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. I don't know what else to say about it other than, oh my God, that is insane. Only 28% of likely Iowa GOP caucus goers said Trump's poisoning the blood comments made him less likely to support him in the caucuses. 29% said the remark does not matter. So the overwhelming majority, like the overwhelming majority here, either doesn't care or fucking likes it. That's awesome. I mean, what do you say to that? Oh. Do Trump's statements make you more likely to support him? The radical left thugs that live like vermin in the U.S. need to be rooted out. 43% said yes. 32% said doesn't matter. Only 23% said, less likely to vote for him. Meanwhile, the absolute fucking buffoons in the Democratic Party are like, oh God, we gotta deal with these guys. We gotta reach across the aisle. These guys are smart. They're great. Good luck. Good luck, dumbass. Guys, we have to, just do 30% less racism than the Republican Party so we can get some of these fucking voters. And it's like, they're never going to vote for you. They're just not. A person that says illegal immigrants are poisoning the blood of America will only switch teams to vote for you if you offer them something. Offer them something beyond racism, because the side that they're voting for is offering them the most unrestricted, unfettered racism that they could ever get. You can't outflank the Republicans on that shit. So what you should do is offer them something else, like healthcare. Okay? Problem is, Democrats look at this and go, okay, Republicans went low, we'll also go low, but we'll go less low than the Republicans did. And then all you've done at that point is just, lost some other support from the other side who was like, well, what the fuck are you doing? Now I don't want to vote for you either. You're gross. And on top of that, you just basically normalize what the Republicans were saying. What was really frustrating about this immigrant vermin dynamic here, or the illegal immigrants are poisoning the blood of America, was what Chuck Schumer literally said. Chuck Schumer heard the radical left thugs that live like vermin in the U.S. need to be rooted out, and illegal immigrants are poisoning the blood of America. And then the Senate Majority Leader, Chuck Schumer, what did he say? He said, well, he's kind of right, but I don't like the language that he's using. He basically said that. Why did he say that? Because they're trying to push a white nativist immigration package through Congress right now so that we can continue funding the Israeli genocide of Palestinians and the Ukrainian defense. Okay? Chuck Schumer tone policed Donald Trump's Hitlerian politics here. I'm not doubting you, Hassan, but what the fuck? Can we see the quote? Yeah, here. Chuck Schumer. Here, it was Igor Bobich that reported on it originally. Let me see if I can find the article.
It's crazy what's going on.
Tommy Tuberville defended it. Obviously, of course he did. Senate Minority Whip John Toon. During Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer's press conference, I asked why Democrats were negotiating curtailing immigration. What Donald Trump said and did was despicable, but we do have a problem at the border, and Democrats know we have to solve that problem, but in keeping within our principles. What
Donald Trump did and said was despicable, but we do have a problem at the border, and Democrats know we have to help solve it.
Do we? Dumbass? Why the fuck are you saying that? All you basically said is, I don't like the racist way that Trump said it, but he's right. And when you say that, everyone goes, oh, why the fuck would I ever vote for you, asshole? I like the racist way that he's saying it. And now you've also admitted that there is a problem. Why would anyone who believes that there is a massive problem with immigration in this country ever vote for a Democrat, you fucking donkey? Why would they do that? They also like the aesthetics of being openly fucking racist too. They find that to be truthful. They look at you and they go, oh, you're so dishonest. Look at you, classic dishonest Democrat, admitting that there's a problem and then saying the problem like a real American would is actually racist. Well, you're a fucking idiot.
That problem, but in keeping with our principles.
What do you say to the folks, though, on your left? Many of them are concerned about the concessions the president is making, saying this is just going back to Trumpian policies. Is the president giving too much?
Yeah, what I said is, look, we all know there's a problem at the border. The president does, Democrats do, and we're going to try to solve that problem consistent with our principles.
Leader
yes.
So as these border talks.
What does that mean? What does that mean? Wait, what? Why am I in the latest Sup, you beautiful bastards, Philip DeFranco video? I don't get it. Where does
Today we're going to talk.
Oh.
Getting community noted, there being examples shown how he ran as a progressive Democrat. Commentators like Mehdi Hassan chiming in, saying Fetterman going full cinema. Totally unnecessary statement. And a total attack on people who worked hard to elect him and defended him post-GOP rose over his stroke and clothing, etc. And this in addition to big political streamers like Hassan Piker saying...
Fetterman falling further? Yeah, fuck John Fetterman. I don't give a shit. I'm not progressive, actually. I'm not. It's like, whatever, who gives a shit? I think it's simply that John Fetterman's whole shtick is that he just digs his heels in and then will just be like, damn, okay, now it looks like I just fucking ripped Edgar Mentum's take when I openly admit before this clip that I'm repeating his take. Oh, okay, I'm trolling you. I don't give a fuck. Like, this is my point. Lol. And, like, everybody liked it when he was doing it for progressive, policies, right? But it's not funny or cool or makes sense at all when you're doing it for an ongoing genocide that you are unconditionally and vociferously supporting.
With all that said, of course, I'd love to know your thoughts in general regarding everything that's happening with Fetterman and the controversy here.
I'm still laughing when you said he had the stroke that made him evil. Yeah, I know. The thing is, for Philip DeFranco, like, he has a much more serious tone when he's doing his coverage. So when he cuts and adds my commentary onto it, it just looks so silly. Like, I feel so goofy. It almost feels as goofy as being it feels as goofy as being clipped on the Piers Morgan broadcast. You know what I mean? To be fair, I like you mostly because you're bro coded. Yeah, well, a lot of people don't like that I'm bro coded. Anyway, where were we? Oh, here. Independent voters, how they feel about Colorado Supreme Court removing Trump from the ballot.
And it's here where we have a simple question for customers. Tell me your gut feeling. Do you think it's a good thing the Colorado Supreme Court did that or not a good thing?
You know, I'm not the biggest fan of Trump, but I don't think people should be taken off the ballot necessarily.
This man is a political independent in a very Republican county. So here in the county seat of Castle Rock, it's easy to find loyal Trump Republicans who feel the same as this man. What do you think of the Supreme Court decision?
I think it's unfair.
How come?
Government shouldn't get in that position to control votes for certain candidates.
But we did find this Democrat who says that's precisely what this court needed to do.
I think it's a great decision. I think that when you try to overturn an election, you don't get to run again. You know, we have a 14th Amendment for a reason.
Back inside Coffee, loyal Trump supporter Tony Klanaris.
Whoa, Coffee, hey, you know who's from Coffee? Lobo! Lauren motherfucking Boebert, baby! Or no, not Coffee, Rifle. No, that's Rifle. I'm wrong. Is it Rifle, Colorado, or is it Coffee, Colorado? Or it's Rifle, right? Fuck, I fucked it up. Lobo! Black Rifle, Coffee, Colorado. Maybe if you paid more attention to Colorado, you'd notice we're at the top of the hour. That's so low effort, dude. That is so fucking low effort, dog. That's messed up. That's actually messed up. Anyway. And he still got you? Yeah, well, I was not paying attention. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Low effort, but you still fell for it. Gotta get sharper, bud. Yeah, I know. All right, here's the 3-minute ad break now. It's level 1 hype train. Why does the hype train look gold? What does that mean? Did they change the color of the hype train, or is that like a gold Kappa train or some shit? Faith 577, thank you for the 5. Get the subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour.
Doesn't take this decision seriously. She thinks the Supreme Court taking Trump off the primary ballot is a result of game playing. Why do you think they're playing a game and not doing their job?
What do you think about the decision? One thing I feel no one's talking about is if SCOTUS intervenes to assist the president, the federal government can tell states how to run their elections, which is something I thought Republicans don't want. I mean, I don't know. I'm sure there's a very narrow way to make sure that that decision doesn't somehow interfere with that. MXGDX Leno. Also, I don't think that the Colorado Supreme Court is correct for doing this. I don't. I think it's not. I don't think it's a valid thing to do. I think it's cool that in the United States of America, you can actually be put on a ballot. even if you are a prisoner, even if you are literally convicted as a criminal. I do. Explain why that's cool. Why do I think it's cool that prisoners can run? I think it's awesome. I think more prisoners should run. I'm not saying it's a slippery slope at all. I think it's dope. Like, obviously there's limitations, but should he be able to run after trying to take the election? I mean, if he gets fucking criminally prosecuted and found guilty, specifically in election interference, specifically in what he is currently being tried for, then that's a different process, right? It's like I believe in rehabilitation, but like, yeah, if you're a bank robber and you got caught robbing a bank, I'm not going to be like, all right, back to the bank with you, you know? Perhaps maybe we should cool out from going to the bank for a little bit, right? So because the crime is so directly related to the election, then yes, it does make sense, but only after he's convicted. But beyond that, I think, like, if you're a suspected communist or you're a conscientious objector to World War I or some shit and you get fucking tossed in the jail, you should be able to run. You could run. It's cool. I think more criminals should literally run for president from jail. Possibly could even be a good way to, I don't know, get people to pay attention to prisoners' rights.
Part of the game.
And what's that game?
Not being honest.
But you think that Trump has been honest?
For the most part, yeah.
Her friend concurs, saying that she feels
outrage. Absolute outrage.
Joey Exotic tried this and you laughed? Yeah, because it's Joey Exotic. I'm talking like Joey Exotic didn't run for prisoners' rights, wasn't a serious person at all. He ran because he wanted to get clouded up. I'm talking like if you're actually, I don't know, put in jail for being gay about pussy. You know what I mean? A very real thing that you can go to jail for, by the way. Like, you should still be able to run for president and then run on that campaign of, like, fellas should be able to be gay about pussy. Like that, yeah, Joe, what was it? Joe Coy? Jocko Willnick. That guy.
Her friend concurs, saying that she feels
outrage. Absolute outrage.
Why were you outraged?
They're going to take away our choice based on...
I love this because it's like, yeah, I could tell that she's conservative just by looking at her fucking haircut, dude.
their personal beliefs, because I don't believe they're speaking for the people.
But Elle Gray believes the justices are. She's an independent who has voted for Donald Trump, but says she won't be voting for him again if he ends up back on the ballot.
I agree with their ruling that he engaged in insurrection, yes.
So do you think it was the right thing to do?
For my state, yes.
Keith Raymond has voted for Donald Trump twice, but says this time around he's supporting Chris Christie. His opinion is more nuanced.
It's a complicated issue, but if the law is the law and the Supreme Court is stating it, we have to abide by it. Doesn't mean I'm a fan of it.
God, you're such a loser. Why do you... There's no reason to ever vote for Christopher Christie. It doesn't make sense. Just vote for a Democrat then, dog. They literally believe the same shit. Like, if you look at Donald Trump and you're like, I'm going to vote for someone else, okay, you're either a fucking weirdo. Like, why would you vote for Ron DeSantis? You're like, I like Donald Trump. I like his policies, but I want his policies to be delivered by the most socially anxious, most uncomfortable lizard in a human skin suit motherfucker you could find. Is that it? You love how little Rhonda has no riz? Is that what it is? But if you're ultimately like a Chris Christie fan, just vote for the Democrats. Like, they are the same. I will never understand why people look at Chris Christie on the Republican side and go, yeah, that's my guy. No, you're a Democrat, homie. That's what you are. Just vote for the Democratic Party.
Many Coloradans are still digesting the court ruling. The varied opinions in this shop about Donald Trump, symbolic of countless discussions in this state and this country. Kelsey Nistel is a Democrat.
I think that what he did was unacceptable.
Can you unban me from your subreddit if I sub on here? I don't know what you said or did, but the very fact that you were banned from my subreddit and want to be on it again is terrifying to me. I almost feel like I should ban you here. What did you say in the subreddit? Which I don't even really control at all, nor do I ever look at. I mean, I look at it sometimes. Let's hear it. Why did you get banned from the subreddit? I personally... Wait, what? Oh, this is why. Said Hamas was bad. Oh, this is why I hate Reddit so much. It's like every Redditor automatically operates like this. Okay? Every Redditor is like there's 0% chance he just said Hamas was bad. Okay? He 100% said it within a completely, not in those terms, and within a completely contextually inappropriate way. But like even the act of being banned from the subreddit, which I don't even fucking control for the most part, like that has to turn into this act of like aggression that you have to portray yourself as the major victim of. Like, why is it? Why do you have to operate this way? Like, why? Can Redditors not hold themselves back from constantly acting like they're Julian Assange because they fucking got banned from a subreddit for doing shit that was way worse, you know what I mean, than the way that they're presenting themselves? It's always this shit. I'm not a victim. Law was just a question. No, I know you're not a victim, but you're presenting yourself as though you did something totally innocuous, got banned. You're asking to be unbanned, but the real reason why you're asking to be unbanned is not because you want to post in my subreddit. Who the fuck gives a shit about posting in my subreddit, dumbass? Make a new fucking account, okay? But like, it's not even about posting in my subreddit. Usually, it's just about making a big deal about being banned from the subreddit, specifically so that you can get Reddit karma elsewhere. I got banned on the HasanAbi subreddit for saying Hamas is bad. This means they love Hamas. It's always like an attention-seeking, karma farming operation for every Redditor. Redditors quite literally operate in this way when they're, you know, meeting their own, when they're interacting with people, in the real world. Like, they'll be like, Mom, I'm going to be telling about this story later on Am I the Asshole? And I'm going to get 10,000 upvotes. I'm going to put myself in a situation in the real world so I can go write about it on my favorite subreddit. Anyway, chatter, I don't know what you said. I don't know why you want to be in the subreddit so bad. Oh, Redditors are just like Assange, as neither has touched a bar of soap since 2019. True. I also don't like when people talk about how they got banned from r/World News too, but like, I get it. That's like the whole point of Reddit, is talking about how you got banned from other subreddits. I do feel like a lot of this stuff is just, I don't know. I feel like a lot of this stuff on Reddit is just like super overblown. Yeah, just use it like a normal person for porn. Anyway, let's continue listening to what these Trump supporters have to say.
For our country, and we should face the consequences for that.
Jake Herman is a Republican.
I think if that was a legitimate thing that happened, if he was part of an insurrection, he would have been arrested. He wasn't arrested.
The Colorado primary is March 5th. Omar, at least on this day, we did not talk to any fervent Trump supporters who plan on switching to a different Republican candidate on primary day if Trump's name is no longer on the ballot. Instead, what we heard from some people is they plan to write in Trump's name. But under this ruling, a write-in vote for Trump would not count. Omar?
Gary Tuchman, thank you.
And joining us now to talk more about this and all of the legal troubles facing Donald Trump right now, CNN senior legal analyst Elie Honig is here. Elie, I want to, if we can, I've got a lot of questions about the immunity question. Jack Smith asking the Supreme Court to step in the federal elections case, because we now have the Trump team filing their response and saying they don't want the high court to get involved. And here is just a piece of the filing. Caitlin Polance was kind of alluding to this. Trump's team writing, the special counsel never explains why March 4th, 2024 is supposedly the only appropriate timetable for this historic prosecution. The legal team also says this date has no talismanic significance. His team also argued that the matter should be resolved in a cautious, deliberative manner, not at breakneck speed. What do you think of Trump's team's argument here?
I think that's a very effective argument in this particular case, because the issue here is all about timing, right? Mm-hmm. Jack Smith won the immunity argument below. Donald Trump lost. The district court judge said, you're not immune, Donald Trump. Jack Smith is saying, rather than the normal way this would go, which is it goes to the Intermediate Court of Appeals and then maybe the Supreme Court, Jack Smith's saying, and it's unusual, but it happens. He says, let's skip the middle layer and go right to the top. The problem for Jack Smith is you have to have a specific reason for that. And Jack Smith will not say it's because of the election, because he doesn't want to look
Why
political.
not?
Right. Why won't he say it? Because he believes, I believe, that he understands that would be inherently political. If he said, I want to try Donald Trump before the election, Donald
I
Trump
don't
would
want to
pounce
look
on it.
political. How about that?
Exactly. Well, the fact that Jack Smith refuses to say it, I think, is telling in its own right. But Jack Smith won't say it's because of the election. Instead, if you look at his brief, it's all this vague generalities about, well, we need speed because speed is good and speedy resolution and delay is bad. And Donald Trump's team in that brief that came in last night sees that weakness and they go right at it. They say, he has not offered us any specific reason. And they suggest strongly it's obviously because of the election date. And I think they have the better argument there. Whether that's a cause to expedite or not, we'll see what the Supreme Court does.
Then jump ahead. Why would the justices want to look at the immunity issue now or not now? What does it hinge on? And what do you think, if they take it up, what they would do?
Okay, so I think this will end up in the Supreme Court. It's a constitutional issue. It's an issue that we don't really have precedent on and that we need some guidance on. I think they will take it up before the Supreme Court, before the election happens. I'm not sure they'll expedite it anymore. They may want to let it go through the Court of Appeals. There is some legitimate value having a case go through the Court of Appeals.
So the March 4th date is very clearly probably in question.
I think either way, whether it's expedited or not, March 4th is in big trouble. And keep in mind, it's not just March 4th. Jury selection starts February 9th. So even if the Supreme Court says, we're going to take this and we're going to expedite it to the highest degree, I don't think they get it done by February 9th. Now, to your final question, which is, if and when the Supreme Court takes this case, how are they likely to rule? A lot of speculation here, but the best indication we have is there was a somewhat similar case a few years ago involving a subpoena from the Manhattan DA in the hush money case. Trump said, well, I'm president, I don't have to argue. He lost 7-2. He had Thomas and Alito with him. The other 7 were against him. This is somewhat similar. I think Alito and Thomas would probably be for Trump on immunity. The 3 liberals were certain.
There was a chatter said, can we see what that Redditor actually said? And I am still thinking about it. I just don't have any way of finding out how. I don't know how I would be able to figure out what the Redditor said.
Certainly be against Trump on immunity.
Been stuck in
and
my
that leaves
head.
us with Kavanaugh, Gorsuch, Amy Coney Barrett, and Chief Justice Roberts. If I had to bet, I would think Trump loses. I think it's more likely Trump loses. But
Loader, ask him his username. Is he still in here? Did he get banned in here too? What was it, Queechy or something? What the fuck was it?
he's got a shot here. He has a non-zero chance to succeed. If he does win, by the way, on immunity, Jack Smith's January 6th case is over. That's how high the stakes are.
Yeah, that really is an important thing to point out. This isn't just something. This isn't just like nothing as part of this huge case and investigation that's been ongoing now for so long.
It's dispositive. It's all or nothing.
I actually don't understand what, like, it's Loader, it's Kushi, but I don't know what his username is. So I just want to know why he wants to be on the subreddit more than like what he actually said. No one on Reddit has that username? Yeah. What is your username, Kushi, on subreddit? We're going to look it up. He left? Okay, chat, you need to be chill. Not every single person that I fucking bring up is going to be debating me, okay? Calm down. Texas migrants are okay. His Reddit is this, but he nukes his post. Note the comment / post karma. Is this it? I couldn't give a fuck less, to be honest. Lol, it's a subreddit, dude. There's no way it's this guy. This guy demonstrably doesn't care about being banned from a subreddit. Chat, his username is 8D1. Wait, what? 8D21? Is that what he said? Come on. Stonelock, bro. Oh, 821. That's the joke. I want to know so bad now, dude. What the fuck? He's like, he posts on No Jumper a lot. He did say chill on the slurs on a No Jumper. He's a No Jumper mod? No fucking way. Not joking. It's user 8D21. Search QuickC21 in that user's posts. He's tone policing Hypebeast and Adam22's porn comments. Yeah, I respect that. Just ask the r/Hasan subreddit the mod to give you his name. He's in here right now. They're trying to find it. QuickC21 says, I'm 8D21. Oh, god damn it. Quishi, come on, man. Where the fuck is this guy? Are you not fascinated? I want to know. I want to know the mentality of the type of person who's just like, I have to be on your subreddit. Because, like, most of the people that we ban on the subreddit already have like 100 other accounts with like 100K karma on their back pocket. So they immediately come back with that post to be like, hey guys, let's talk about why Hasan sucks ass. Can we talk about why Hasan's a fucking grifter piece of shit? Like thinking that the people that browse my subreddit are going to be like, wow, I had no fucking idea. Like it's rarely ever a type of dude who just goes, can you unban me from your subreddit? I said Hamas was not bad, or Hamas was bad. It's rarely ever a guy who like demands to be unbanned unless they are just simply trying to fucking make an entire point about how like they got banned from a subreddit. Don, do you do this intentionally the last few days? Useless stun locks one after another. Pretty sure he isn't banned. He just wanted to bait you to say he deserves to be banned to say Hamas bad. Oh wait, really? That could be the reason too. It's always so like, I mean, I don't know. This is not really a stun lock. Can chatters not call everything to be a fucking stun lock? Like anything you don't like that I engage with, you consider a stun lock. You know that, right? Like you're using it to simply say you don't like this segment. You know, I'm fascinated with this mentality, and I wanted to know. Stop trying to mask your selfish desires of me to move on with, you know, a real issue that occurs on the stream. Stun locks are definitely an issue. I recognize that. All right. It is a stun lock. Yes, you're obsessing over a Redditor. Shut up, Rusty Bikes. I just want to know the mentality of this person. The type of this could be the one rare guy who got maybe accidentally banned. That's the guy he replied to. Yeah, what did he say to him? He's getting the attention he seeks right now. Oh, he did. He replied to you and said, you got me, and left. So maybe Rusty Bikes is correct. All right. Texas migrants. Texas flying migrants to Chicago amid record surge. Here is what's going on. Governor Greg Abbott has pushed for a new law that allows Texas to control its own borders, stating that the situation is dire. But not only that, but they've also started putting a lot of these migrants on planes and flying them out to Chicago, New York, and the like. This apparently has become a major point of contention or major problem, especially on Twitter. Okay? There's that one lady who found out. There's that one lady who found out that apparently there was some undocumented migrants on the fucking plane with her and lost her goddamn mind, and has been talking about how she's doing investigative journalism now. And like her investigative journalism, what is she doing with her investigative journalism? It's going up to people that she suspects are actual undocumented migrants with a phone camera and being like, do you have any diseases? Are you a Mexican who is diseased? You know, that kind of thing, which is sick. In my opinion, she's like, why is nobody talking about these diseased Guatemalans on this plane with us? Here, oh, St. Clair Ashley, here it is. Oh, she's a fucking Babylon Bee chick. Entire flight full of migrants being shipped from processing centers on Delta. Are taxpayer dollars paying for this? So she posted this, and at first I thought like, wow, like an ally, you know? She's looking at this and going like, well, before our taxpayer dollars paying for this. I thought she was trying to show the undignified way that we are like processing people in this goddamn country. And then I realized, because I didn't look at her fucking actual description on her account, oh my God, no, she's just like an insanely racist person. The amount of people on the flight who are genuinely concerned but too afraid to speak up is insane. First of all, imagine going to an airport and being scared of seeing migrants. You're at a fucking airport. That is literally where the most amount of non-citizens exist per capita on a daily fucking basis. You're so fucking stupid. Fuck. Airports are where migration happens. Fuck you. Okay, that's number one. I'm fucking losing my mind. Like the idea that you're on a plane with migrants is terrifying to you? Are you the victim of a lobotomy? That's what fucking planes are for, you absolute baboon. What are you saying? Every single flight you're on, there are going to be people on that flight that are foreign, okay? Like, that's where you literally, that's it. That's what people use planes for. Elon Musk, of course, in the bottom of we got to get to the bottom of this is wow, because he is the most horny moron on the fucking planet, okay? But it continues.
Next airport right now, I'm waiting to board my flight to New York, to JFK, and it looks like we have a whole lot of migrants who are also boarding this flight.
Once went to Mexico on vacation, it was full of Mexican immigrants. I can't.
That the U.S. Phoenix Airport right now, I'm waiting to board my flight to New York, to JFK, and it looks like we have a whole lot of migrants who are also boarding this flight that the U.S. taxpayers are paying for. This is what the U.S. taxpayers are paying for right here. Premium seats on
premium seats. Yeah, they all got the exit rows. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. Dude, listen. Like, racism is one thing, right? Very commonplace. A lot of Americans are racist. But like, even the most Klan robe wearing motherfucker knows, like, the international airport is one place where you're gonna see some fucking non-Americans, dog. Like, that's the one place where you're guaranteed, okay? It's like jumping in the fucking pool and complaining that you got wet. What are you doing? It's so stupid. Like, what is happening here? What the fuck? She literally said, I can't believe how scary it is that there are foreigners at the fucking airport. And then 46,000 people like this. Oh my god. Oh my god. We need lobotomies. We need lobotomies.
Delta, that they have people coming here. We're paying for this, shipping them out to New York City, because guess what? Everywhere else is at capacity. So they have these sanctuary cities like New York that they're now shipping these migrants to, that we're all paying for. I'm at the Phoenix.
Do you carry a portable migrant detector or something? They're carrying all bags from the processing center, you doofus. Unlike you, I leave my house and have visited the border and processing centers. This is how they turn every state into a border state. Our tax dollars are funding this disaster, completely abhorrent. Yeah, except like, it's not Joe Biden sending the migrants to fucking New York, stupid. It's usually the Republicans in every border state that do this specifically as a political thing. Please do something. There's been some sort of pressure that can be placed on these airlines. What are they going to do? What are they going to, what is the, like, the airlines can no longer carry immigrants? Like, that's what you think is going to happen? Like, hello, sorry, you're literally not allowed to fucking fly black people and brown people? Like, what's happening? The real problem here is that you're shipping people to other states, I assume, without their consent. At least, according to prior instances, they literally ship people to Martha's Vineyard without their knowledge. Sanctuary City, Chicago started obstructing and targeting our busing mission. Texas will now expand our operation to include flights to Chicago. Until Biden steps up to secure the border, we will continue to provide overwhelming Texas border towns with much needed relief. Like Greg Abbott's using his own tax dollars. Like, get mad at him. Get mad at him. Some weirdo was doing the same shit in New York City. Just ran into a group of African migrants from Guinea heading to New York City. They had documents from Catholic Community Services Southern Arizona, Inc. I'm seeing migrants all over the place here at this airport. This is insane. Oh my god. Oh my god. Dude, of course you're seeing migrants at the airport. It's a fucking airport. I want to die. I want to perish. I cannot do this. I'm seeing this new trend of fucking foreigners at the airport. That's crazy, man. No fucking way, dog. No fucking way. Like, how do you... Oh my god, this is so bad. The plane you just saw dropped them off last night, and before the cops showed up, the pilots took off in an Uber. What? He posed as an officer to see their info too? I hope he goes to jail if he did that, okay? Like, harassing random motherfuckers at the airport. Oh, here, this is the other part. I saw this too. Oh my god, ew, yuck, gross. Kimberly Guilfoyle, ugh. Anyway, I'm speaking to pilots who were telling me about 20% of their flights are this way. They're saying 20%. I'm talking to pilots. Kimberly Guilfoyle, let me tell you, I'm talking to pilots, and they're saying 20% of the people that they're flying are black and brown. Yeah. And they have no way to stop it. Kimberly, there's black people flying. Some of them are foreigners. Some of them look foreign. Others are foreign. And brown ones, too. We need to shut down this air travel thing, okay, until we figure out what the hell's going on with this air travel situation.
Story. Apparently, pilots have been reaching out to you to expose even more. You know, what have you learned and what are they saying to you?
I'm seeing so much concerning stuff that honestly, if I'm being honest with you, is incredibly difficult to process mentally just to see the entire scope of
Yeah, it is difficult to process things for you mentally because you're fucking stupid.
how long this has been going on, for one, and two, just the vast scope of all of these things. I was sent boarding passes that the name printed on them quite literally say no name given. I'm speaking to pilots who are telling me about 20% of their flights are this way. I'm speaking.
Bro, what are you saying right now? First of all, like at any given moment in any fucking airport, there are going to be migrants, okay? Like the distinction between someone who is, I guess, fresh from the border, who is an asylum seeker, and someone who is just a tourist is completely negligible in this situation, okay? The only reason why you would ever be mad at this is if you're going to be mad at the actual governors taking this decision, making this decision, and like shipping people around without any care or consideration for their well-being, instead of fucking processing them in the states that they enter the country in. Okay? What the fuck? Who cares? I don't understand it.
Speaking to pilots who say, one told me, Ashley, I don't know who the hell's boarding my plane, which is
As opposed to what? Like, you do know normally? Like, what do you mean? Yeah, dude. When I board a plane, the pilot comes and sucks my dick, actually, and everyone else's dick, personally. That's how they always know. That's how I thought that's how pilots greeted you, right? Like, they come over and they say, Mr. Hassan Piker, thank you so much for flying with Delta today. Here, if you would accompany me to the bathroom, I will suck your cock. So glad, I get such hands-on service at Delta. Pilots are now, they're now saying, I don't know how. I don't know who is entering my flight. I always know.
obviously a security concern. They're bypassing traditional security screenings that you and I have to go to, while I'm getting the extra checks and, there's so.
What are you saying? They're bypassing. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm going to die. What is she saying? Like, she's saying that like migrants, undocumented migrants, different than like other kinds of migrants, okay? Or foreigners in general, flying around in airports at any given day on a daily fucking basis, which comprise of like a shit ton of the people that you see in an airport. I want you to understand something. Like, when you go to an airport, that is like the place where you see foreign people, non-Americans, okay? That's like how they come into the country. That's how they leave the country. That's how they go from one place to the other. Like, the likelihood that you're going to see someone who is not American dramatically increases when you're at an airport, which is why it's so funny to make this argument at a fucking airport, okay? But also, it's not enough that, this is a big deal for them. That she has to, like, pad the stats a little bit. And she's like, yeah, Kimberly, believe me, like, they're actually bypassing TSA. Like, they don't even have to wait. I heard Joe Brandon gave them TSA pre-check. They don't even have to take, Kimberly, they don't have to take their shoes off. They don't have to take their shoes off. And I heard they got free pre-check without actually being pre-checked. Yeah.
So many in our country who are getting additional screenings because they were in DC on the
happens
wrong
to me
day.
and Don Jr. every day. It's like bananas.
Yes. So, an average everyday American
Oh, man. So sorry to hear that.
citizens are getting these checks because they happen to be in DC on a certain day. But these people are bypassing all of that. And there's no answers. What's really concerning is the pilots have no idea. They're left in the dark. There's coalitions of pilots and groups of pilots and flight attendants and airline staff who have formed little groups to try to figure out what's going on, because there's been no messaging from corporate to say, hey, these people do not have tradition.
Why? Why would anybody... Okay. Why would the fucking Delta executives be like, hey, by the way, I know you're, a person who flies every day, which means that you fly a shit ton of non-Americans every day. Just so you know, there's going to be like 10% extra foreigners on the flight today. Like, what do you do? Like, why would that need to be told to the fucking pilots? I don't understand why this deserves investigation. It is quite literally the one fucking job where you are always dealing with non-Americans. Why is there an additional heads up necessary? What the fuck is she saying?
Traditional screenings, maybe we need extra security. Nothing. I had one pilot who spoke to James O'Keefe and I last night.
Oh, James O'Keefe. There we go.
Airport right now.
My Delta flight from Phoenix, when I asked the Delta representative if this was the case, his response was, what does it matter? They're humans too. What is happening? Oh, I didn't even read that part.
Because guess what? Everywhere else is at capacity. So they have these.
No one tell her they put criminals on planes sometimes. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. Yes. Oh my God. If only she found out that, like, yeah, sometimes you literally are flying on a plane and there's a dude who's in handcuffs on the plane with you. You might not recognize it. You might not be aware of it, but there's always, no, not Con Air, man. No, like literally they transport prisoners. They transport prisoners from prison to prison via like commercial airlines. That happens too. Yeah. I don't know. I just personally find it really funny to be this upset about a thing that is so normal. Look, have you consistently misrepresented issues, or is this a tactic to divert attention and generate clicks from nothing? His beloved Democrats are stomping on democracy, hunting down opposition like it's 1933 Germany, and the clown chief is talking nonsense like this. Sums everything you need to know up about HasanAbi Piker. What is your politics? I am losing my mind. You're calling me HasanAbi Piker, but you're saying like the Democrats are hunting down their political oppositions? Why are you a fucking psychopathic Republican who is repeating the memes created in liberal communities about how I'm not anti-Israel in the way that they want me to be? What the fuck? I don't understand it. I thought this was a meme that liberal communities made, and yet there are so many fucking Nazis in these liberal communities who also hate Nazis themselves.
Who said there was a man and a few other people were brought in handcuffs to the plane, put on the plane, this migrant, and then, left there. They didn't have any additional security there. It was just the flight attendants and everyone else left to deal with this guy in case he was a security risk. And as we're seeing now, the air marshals aren't even at the airport, Kim, because they're being sent down to the border because we're seeing an unprecedented number of them crossing. Yeah. So we don't have air marshals at the border. We have an insane number of people being dropped off by bus.
He's even worse. He's a my dude ass millennial Republican. My dude, since you became a dictator, you can do it yourself. I think I know where my dude is coming from, though. My duder. Yeah, we're sending the air marshals to the border to fucking combat I don't know what. We won't let the air marshals be in the air no longer. They're ground marshals. These are no longer air marshals in the air. They're ground marshals, brother. Watch out. Anyway, speaking of wait here, let's finish
this morning. The crisis
at
at the southern border going airborne. Texas Governor Greg Abbott releasing video and announcing he's now flying migrants to Chicago. 120 arriving on the first flight because the city, quote, started obstructing and targeting our busing mission, adding, until Biden steps up to secure the border, we will continue to provide overwhelmed Texas border towns with much needed relief. It comes after Abbott signed a law this week that, if upheld, would authorize local police to arrest migrants suspected of crossing the border illegally, a record 12,600 crossing in one day alone.
And there's more people in the pipeline, and I suspect Christmas will be worse than today, and New Year's will be worse than today. We're going the absolute wrong direction.
ABC's Maria Villarreal is in Eagle Pass, Texas.
There has been a steady flow of migrants funneling through this grassy pit. One group leaves on a bus and another one is escorted over the riverbank. Just yesterday, 4,400 apprehensions in this area alone. Many will wait 10 to 12 hours just to be processed. Some will wait up to 2 days. Overnight, they'll sleep on this dirt with no shelter, just the clothes on their back and those foil blankets. Processing facilities are full. Agents tell me they are overworked and overwhelmed.
We need to surge immigration judges to the border. This is America. People need to get their cases heard in days, not years. And if they do not qualify for asylum, they need to be deported.
And now growing concern about the economic impact of this surge in migrants. Officials recently closed some rail crossings at the border, halting freight trains that carry everything from produce to auto parts. One rail company says the shutdown is costing $200 million per day. Smugglers play a major role in this crisis. A U.S. official says people acting as travel agents in places as far away as Africa are helping migrants travel to Mexico before being connected with smugglers for the trip to the U.S. border.
Hi, everyone.
What are the odds that these people are being spurned and encouraged across the border for the propaganda material? Has anyone talked to them? No, dude. There's a fuck ton of people that want to come into America. Trust me. You don't have to like fucking encourage people or like pay them to do such a thing. The problem is how we treat them once they come in. That's the issue here. And then they end up in shelters like here in Chicago where there isn't adequate care and they're all getting sick. Yeah. Speaking of stupid ass misuse of funds, NYPD overtime pay for extra officers in the subway went from $4 million in 2022 to $155 million this year. Major crime dropped by 2%. Fare evasion arrests are up 250%. And fare evasion tickets are up 160%. That's cool, man. I hate how defunded the police are, by the way. It's just so nuts. Eric Adams, a cop, basically took additional budgets from social amenities that the city is supposed to offer, like libraries, so that, in the words of Will Menaker, 40 of these bums can play with their phones in every single station. Can a president beat the shit out of cops and get away with it? I might be president? No. If there's one person that's more powerful than a president, it's a cop. It's a hero cop whose dick has been left unsucked. Okay? Not true. They also play with their phones parked in a bike lane. How many cop dicks have you sucked? Too many to count. Not enough, though. In absolutely zero studies have COVID-19 vaccines of the virus shown to have caused convulsions, shaking, and uncontrolled movement. Yet there is still an anti-vax person trying to claim this terrible acting is real.
I know some of you might recognize me from my initial post on Instagram. I've been hiding a lot and not showing exactly what this has done to me. But I'm done hiding, and I'm done being scared.
Damn, bro, the COVID-19 vaccine made her hot, though.
There are several stories like mine. The same doctors who told us this was safe are the same doctors brushing us off as if we didn't matter. It is now time that we are heard, seen, and believed.
Oh my God. That kind of acting is only good enough to get her a starring role in a Daily Wire picture? What do you mean? That is the greatest. Daily Wire, many people are saying, is the A24 of today. You know what I mean? Why is she trusting the doctors now? A lot of footage of her in doctors' offices? Yeah. Shut up. Sorry. I got a new job and my boss won't let me watch this on the company time. I'm so sad. That's fucked up. That's illegal. Anyway. Daily Wire is more like the 814. No. It's A25. Okay. Cavuto reads fan mail. You have the audacity to criticize Donald Trump, God's messenger here on earth.
Following. I have been waiting for this chance. Cavuto actually thinks people like him. It's Christmas, so I'll be charitable. They think you are the embodiment of evil. Even though you wrap yourself in the cloth of fair and balance, you are neither. You are simply despicable. Now I know why Trump and every other true American loathes you and never watches you. Well, Keith, get it off your chest. What do you really think about me? Then there's self-professed born-again Eleanor, who seems to agree with that sentiment. You have the audacity and godless gall to criticize Donald Trump, God's very messenger here on earth.
This is so sick because Neil gets to do this without a bunch of bitches in his ear telling him, stop being stun-locked, reading hate messages. Okay? Yeah, reading hate comments is a lot more fun without a bitch in your ear telling you how fucking shitty it is that you're getting stun-locked. You know what I'm saying? How's that for burping in the microphone, Sean Hannity fans in the fucking HasanAbi community? Sean Hannity never burps in the microphone. I'm a fucking trailblazer, bitch. I'm a fucking trailblazer. Look, Neil Cavato is now doing my fucking shtick, bar for bar. Fox News is now doing the gray name reading power hour, and you're out here fucking complaining, dude. Just saying.
Earth, thereby assuring your endless wailing and crying in the unforgiving fires of hell. Connie writes, I heard you say you just call balls and strikes, that you like to treat people fairly, and that you refuse to share your opinions. Newsflash, you're dull. Deal. Okay, I'm dealing. Sarah, Jesus loves me, but I'm pretty sure he has no...
Dude, why is every person that's criticizing Neil Cavato has said things like, I am the Messiah's messenger, and I don't like your commentary. It's like, if you're actually touched by God, perhaps God wants you to use your, I don't know, newfound blessings for something more productive. You know what I mean? Go, like, shut down an abortion clinic or some shit. What the fuck? Americans would be like, God touched me, so I wrote a sternly worded letter to my least favorite Fox News anchor at the 10 a.m. time slot. God sucks then. You know what I mean?
No use for you. May Satan have you back, you shallow, uniparty, globalist pig. And may another host be found for all your stupid shows.
By the way, this is like the cisgender Brenda version of how trans people, when they feel wronged online, start Sephiroth posting. This is like the Brenda version of that. Okay? Like, you shall rue the day you've ever wronged me, mere mortal. Like, that's what I see in my QRTs. Like, this is the Brenda version, you know? God has ordained me to smite thee. I'm God's favored child, and you are unholy, demon. And may another host be found for all your stupid shows. Ratings will soar. Peace will rule on earth.
Ratings will soar. Peace will rule on earth. Well, all you're missing there, Sarah, is the amen. So amen! Where does the rage start? Well, Samantha suspects that viewers aren't the only ones who find me offensive. I hear everyone at Fox thinks you're a load. Funny how they're all likable and a joy to watch, but you're anything but, and that's why nobody will watch. Well, that is not true. I know for a fact my family will watch. My wife, with whom I just celebrated my 40th anniversary, she watches when she can.
Damn, Neil. Neil fucking showed him, dude. Viewer hate mail always sounds the same. Yeah, 100%. Always. There's a couple things I wanted to take a look at, and now I can't remember. Not the Mr. Beast 100 Days Trap win $500, but like, I think there was a Jarvis Johnson. We'll do No Pixel after a little bit of fun reacts. Shut the fuck up. I'm gonna do No Pixel. I'm gonna do No Pixel today. This is a long stream. Okay? There was a couple things I wanted to cover.
About America.
What is this, Voice of China? Students tell C4 News why communism works? No, I don't want to watch. Whenever I say fun reacts, you motherfuckers go, oh, okay. You know what's fun? Let's talk about China, so that every single neoliberal in the chat is activated like a sleeper cell and start trying to fucking destroy the stream's trajectory.
This video is sponsored by
saying
Incognito.
you're a fucking piece of shit.
With the advent of
who loves China unconditionally. Oh,
hello.
Alpha Male Sphere Alpha Male Street interviews is what I was gonna watch. All right.
Smartphones, computers, virtual reality, and now AI applications like ChatGPT and Midjourney, we're all finally starting to learn that science fiction has really just been science prediction all along.
If you send me this fucking dumbass, like, proto-fascist piece of shit's tweet one more time to tell me that the IDF is writing my uncle's name on a bomb, I'm going to literally put you on the fucking artillery shell and send you into the fucking unsuspecting residential buildings of Gaza, okay? Shut the fuck up. Take a day off. Stop linking me fucking Jake Shields and Jackson Hinklecock and all those other fucking dumbasses. There's a billion different fucking pro-Palestinian voices out there. Many of them are Palestinian themselves. And you're over here being like, here, I found this guy who's like a white supremacist anti-vaxxer. Have you seen this? Have you seen this guy who's fucking anti-vaxxer, right-wing reactionary psychopath? Shut the fuck up. And yeah, it's like also a week old. You think I don't know that the fucking IDF wrote my uncle's name on a fucking artillery or tank shell Are you stupid? Of course I know, man. What do you mean? You think you're the first person to come in here? Honestly, think about that. You're the first person to be like, Hasan, I gotta inform you. It's crazy. Your uncle's name was on a fucking shell. I know, man. I know. All right, let's have fun.
And nothing is more at the center of that than the advancement of artificial intelligence. So I thought we could look at the levels of AI, starting from basic code all the way up to its potential and perhaps frightening future. Level 1. Clippy. At the lowest level of artificial intelligence, we have Clippy. This little guy is a rules-based system, or what we're familiar with as basic computer script. Scripts are essentially commands that say, if this happens, do that. If that happens,
what's up,
do
everybody?
this.
Today
If you're not familiar with Clippy, good for you, because don't let his cute little magic carpet fool you, he's actually deranged. If Clippy were a person, he'd walk up to you unannounced and say, you look like you're trying to be pretty. You'd be prettier if you smiled more. Then regardless of your response, his next line in the script was always, you're welcome, would you like more tips? This level of artificial intelligence is of course not scary at all, it in fact makes you stupider for having interacted with it. Level 2. A bit smarter than Clippy, but still at a low level of artificial intelligence, we have Reddit top comments. While Reddit top comments are made by humans, comments that get upvoted are not upvoted because they're correct, but because they sound correct. If you don't know about a certain subject, you'll be reading top comments all day thinking you're learning a lot, until you click their profile and realize you're taking legal advice from a 17-year-old Minecraft streamer. This phenomenon is caused by how Reddit highlights posts and articles, which is based on the second stage of artificial intelligence, algorithms. While algorithms are still forms of rules-based systems, many are very powerful, and long before man feared artificial intelligence, he blamed algorithms for his failures. If you lost money on Bitcoin, algorithms. No YouTube views, algorithms. Can't solve a Rubik's Cube, algorithms. Trash teammates in Counter-Strike, also algorithms. While most women would look at a guy and say, you weren't defeated by an algorithm, you're just not very good at your hobby. The reality is if a guy's been defeated by an algorithm, a woman wouldn't be looking at him in the first place. Level 3. Whatever they're doing at Boston Dynamics. While we all used to laugh at the goofy robots Boston Dynamics was making, suddenly in the last few years everyone went from laughing to fundamentally being on the side of the machines. While Boston Dynamics still uses a lot of regular algorithms, one reason for this massive amount of progress in such a short amount of time was from advancements in Level 3 artificial intelligence, which is machine learning. This means that instead of always getting the same output from a given input, the output is remembered, integrated into the software, and a new, more efficient outcome occurs next time. Level 4. Generative AI. Here we are at the present day, where we're all familiar with applications like ChatGPT and Midjourney, and this is where AI begins to finally mimic human intelligence, and in many cases exceeds it as well. For example, using an image generator, here I use the prompt, futuristic affordable city housing, and it looks exactly how I imagined it. Here I asked it, loser of the 2024 federal election, and it knew right away. I even asked it for average casually explained subscriber, and I'm sure most of us thought we were looking into a mirror. Many people fear that this generation of AI is going to take everyone's jobs in the next 10 years. But AI has taken tens of thousands of jobs already, you just haven't noticed. For example, it's now impossible to tell whether the supermodel you're talking to on Tinder is an artificial intelligence or an actual Indian man. The thing is, every time a new groundbreaking technology comes along, everyone thinks it's going to take all the jobs, which it does, but then it creates new ones that didn't exist before. The Industrial Revolution got rid of the farmers, but created jobs in manufacturing. The internet's killed a huge part of the publishing industry, but created jobs in programming and social media. And while AI is eventually going to come for us all, currently these new tools really only have practical application at image creation and writing, meaning it's only the people in the creative arts that are going to be unemployed.
Which, you know, they were unemployed anyway, basically. You know what I'm saying? That's why none of them can afford the top of the hour ad break avoidance fee of $5. Or the free one in the form of a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Here's through an ad break now.
So no change, really. Level 5. Ana de Armas and Blade Runner. This is the level where artificial intelligence reaches a point where it's essentially analogous to our own intelligence. It can collect and remember sensory data, and if it has the right hardware, it's able to interact with and manipulate the environment just like a human. Because of this, human-level intelligence can be applied to specialized machines and be used for nearly everything. For this reason, some people believe it's extremely dangerous, while others see nothing but potential. I personally am pretty optimistic because all you have to do is look how it plays out in the movies. Take Blade Runner as an example. Lonely guy lives in dystopian future, climate change has ravaged the world, goes on an adventure, loses sexy AI robot girlfriend, doesn't fix anything. Now look what happens when you use an artificial general intelligence robot as the protagonist instead. Lonely guy lives in dystopian future, climate change has ravaged the world, goes on an adventure, gets a sexy AI robot girlfriend way out of his league, literally saves the Earth. Even if we screw up the whole planet, if we could just make one WALL-E, we're in good hands. Level 6, artificial superintelligence and cybernetic enhancement. One of my biggest disappointments when I was a teenager was when I first read the term trans person, because I thought, finally, I don't have to be a person anymore. While it turns out I'll have to wait to get my it/that pronouns, I still long for our cybernetic future where we can be half robot, half human, and I can have an AI chip connected to my brain for enhanced function. Then people like my dad will say,
I mean, he's not wrong. That is low-key. Isn't transhumanism? That's what it is, right? That's what it stands for technically.
why would you want an artificial superintelligence implanted in your brain? What's wrong with...
What do you mean, Choom? I want to be fucking... I ain't no gonk. Listen, Choom. I ain't no little city gonk. I'm a big city... What is it? Goomba? Whatever the fuck it's called. I don't know. I'm choomed up. I'm chrome dome, baby. I'm chromed up.
Being a natural human. And I'd say, I have to think. If you didn't get that one, it's a sign you need the implant. Level 7, the Singularity. The highest level of AI in the ultimate event horizon is known as the Singularity, which is when an artificial superintelligence...
What are the words I'm saying? Cyberpunk 2077. That's what I'm saying. My fucking chrome is preem, Choom. I got the preem chrome. I busted a whole bunch of eddies on this.
Is able to iteratively improve upon itself at a runaway exponential rate, and what happens next is completely beyond our own speculation. The example that scientists have given to describe the singularity is to think of a gorilla trying to figure out what it would be like to be a human. Ask a gorilla what it thinks about, and it would say, all I think about is sex and what food I'm going to eat next. Whereas a human can also have anxiety. It's possible that it could allow far-off science fiction ideas to become real, such as being able to upload our consciousness to a single system, and we all become one machine-human superhybrid. It might extend our reach throughout the galaxy, or perhaps it will see humans as an inferior species and enslave or annihilate us all. A lot of people are very frightened by what this may mean, but personally, I've hedged my bets. Either AI fails to reach a runaway point and our lives are just massively improved, or the dystopia becomes absolutely real, but my Nvidia calls are deep in the money. Level 8. There is one final step to the whole picture, which is the theory that what the singularity becomes was set in motion from the beginning of time, like a seed growing into a tree, because that's what the universe itself is, and what we're experiencing is analogous to some sort of video game or synthetic dream. And at its core, the whole universe is a single superstructure or intelligence acting itself out, and our little lives are a piece of that. While some call that greater concept God, others call it a simulation, and the rest of us just call it about 7.4 on IMDb. And while there isn't any great evidence for or against such a theory, if you look around you, you can tell from their behavior that you are in fact surrounded by NPCs. Now, while you might be sitting there thinking, wait, am I just a simulation? You don't need to worry, because you're the only real one. It's the rest of us who are part of the hologram and want you to reveal your secrets, which is why you should consider today's sponsor Incogni, which acts on your behalf to request your personal data, including things like your address and phone number, be removed from data brokers who've acquired your personal information for your internet and subscription use, but will remove it upon request. The problem is this will likely take dozens, if not...
Are you pro or anti-LA food delivery robots? I fucking hate them. I kick and scream every time they cross my path. I don't like that it displaces workers, but also at the same time, the workers that are fucking doing that are also making like incredibly little amounts of money under fairly awful conditions where they also have to invest a lot of their own upfront capital.
Hundreds of hours for you to do manually, and since the last time I talked about Incogni and risk my information being sold or falling into the wrong hands. Incogni takes literally less than 1 minute to go from web page landing to sign up to running the service, and gives you an easy to read dashboard of all the successful removals, active processes, and requests sent. If you'd like to give it a try, the first 100 people to use the code casually at the link below will get 60% off Incogni.
Oh, by the way, just a brief update that surprises absolutely zero people in this community, at least, that the supposed Hamas tunnels under Al-Shifa, according to the Washington Post, was a whole bunch of hokum. There's no evidence of military use, according to the Washington Post, that use by Hamas of the rooms connected to the tunnels. No evidence of the 5 hospital buildings identified by the IDF were connected to the tunnel network. We don't even know if the tunnels can be connected to the hospital or be accessed through the hospital, inside the hospital. The conclusion is that the evidence presented by the Israeli government falls short of showing that Hamas had been using the hospital as a command and control center. So, you know, there's an in-depth investigation we could look into, but it is kind of wild that they just dropped it. But if we were socialists, money wouldn't matter. They would have shitty jobs with no money, assuming there's still the restaurant government. Wait, what? It's insane. You still read the news even on your phone, Lamau, while I'm live? Yeah, I'm always tapped in, dude. That's why there's no world that an AI can do what I do. Okay, not happening.
And welcome back.
There's also no way that like you can fully recreate what I'm doing, because you have to just be like actually the most mentally ill person. You have to be the most mentally ill person on the fucking planet to be constantly tapped in, constantly fucking putting your consciousness, uploading everything off of the internet. Just wait for them to give AI ADHD. Okay, that might work. Check out incel.is. No, man, I'm good. Thank you.
To Jarvis Johnson, Gold, the premium channel that is free. It is free. But if you're watching this, you're premium.
You're gold.
And today we'll be talking about posting your own L's and how sometimes people do it on TikTok unprovoked. Specifically, we'll be talking about an account on TikTok called The Desirable Truth. The Desirable Truth has 653,000 followers on TikTok. They describe themselves as the voice of the people, the Desirable Truth microphone. So the question on the table is, how do
you have community members who turn into your most dedicated haters? This community has the right kind of mental illness, don't worry. One day I'm going to crack the code of having, bringing all those haters back. And then it's Jover. You know what I mean? Then I've fully overcome all odds.
How do you feel about her guy friends? The correct answer is, who cares?
How do you feel about her having guy friends?
That's totally cool.
So you don't care if she were to spend time with them one-on-one?
No, I think that's insecure if you do.
How is that insecurity?
These are leading questions. They're presuming that something bad can happen if a man and a woman who aren't in a relationship spend time together one-on-one. It's a very insecure way of viewing relationships. This is often the case in these communities. They act like you need to prevent your significant other's access to other people because they're just waiting to cheat. In reality, if you have to completely control all of your partner's relationships in order to prevent them from cheating, then you're not in a healthy relationship and you shouldn't be in that relationship. Trust is important. You need it. And without it, you have nothing.
You don't think her being in that environment with another man one-on-one would...
Her being in that environment with another man one-on-one...
create a bridge between you two?
Create a bridge between you two. Like, I just don't understand. Like, if I have female friends, right? And if they get into relationships, that doesn't mean that we stop being friends. It's just so insecure. It's just so insecure.
Because at the end of the day, relationships are all about trust. And if you don't trust your person, you shouldn't be with them.
Correct. If you don't trust your person, you shouldn't be with them. And it seems like this guy has a really hard time understanding that very basic fact.
Doesn't really matter. If those friendships existed before me, who am I to say no, right? At the end of the day, as a man, it's about being confident. And if you're confident enough, it doesn't matter.
In a lot of instances, these like man on the street interviews will encounter like relatively normal dudes with surprisingly open-minded perspectives or surprisingly like refreshing perspectives. And yet when you look at the comments, it's a sea of like, you owned him. What a fucking cuck. What an absolute idiot this guy is. His girlfriend's on the phone, probably texting every guy to fuck all of them at the same time. She's gonna have a fuck fiesta. Lol. And it's like, no, maybe they have a normal relationship and he's like a normal guy. Why are you, I don't know. But some of them are also staged, so who knows? Maybe there'll be a fucking turn here. Texting her side piece right now. The guy in black is a G. Let's see.
But why would...
Yeah, because he's basically calling out the toxic masculinity of it all. I agree with this man.
But why would your woman want to spend time with another man one-on-one if she has you?
Why would your woman is already so possessive? And like, he keeps asking questions, like looking.
I know this guy and he said he felt he was roasted. Wait, really? There's a couple people that said they know this guy. What the fuck? Guy gets around, bro. All right, let's see the fucking actual video. God damn it. We always do this. Desirable truth. Is that what the fucking channel is? Tic Tac.
Cool. So you don't.
The desirable truth. All right. Here it is. I found it immediately. Wait, where the fuck is the... Where's the guy? The heck? Oh, I found it.
How do you feel about her?
Desirable truth. Anyone disagrees, deaf, insecure. If someone's gonna cheat on you, there's literally nothing you can do to stop them. These comments are sad, bro. Bro doesn't understand friendship, and he's the one asking the question. Well, there you go. There's a lot of people in here that are like actually open-minded as well in the comment section.
Another man one-on-one is important.
Another man one-on-one would.
Her being in that between it's just correct. If you don't trust your person, you shouldn't be with them. And it seems like this guy has a really hard time understanding that very basic fact.
Doesn't really matter. If those friendships existed before me, who am I to say no? It doesn't matter.
Agree with this man.
But why would your woman want to spend time with another man one-on-one if she has you?
Why would your woman is already...
Dude, that's how I feel, dude. It's like, fellas, if you have a girlfriend, okay, and she's spending one-on-one time with another man, like, let's say she's got a fucking tutor or something. That's it. She fucking the tutor, dog. That's how it works. There's no version of this where it works, okay? They're fucking. It's Jover. I am a deeply insecure and nervous wreck, but at the same time, I went to the gym a lot. So I'm going to put on this fucking hyper masculine front so that I can suck in a bunch of silly billies who don't know any better and are also just as insecure as I am.
So possessive, and like he keeps asking questions like looking for a different answer, and it's like you're not going to get a different answer, man. You're trying to introduce insecurity and fear into a relationship that seems, you know, that they are do not worry about these things that you worry about. It's like you're trying to project your deep fears onto these other people that do not have the fears. He's basically like, but aren't you afraid? Look under the bed, there's going to be a monster under there. And they're like, no, I mean, like, we trust that there's no monsters under the bed. We've looked under the bed before, and we've learned that there's nothing really to be afraid of. It's like, so you just are in your room in the dark and you don't look under the... I don't understand, but what if the monsters get you? He just like does not understand the concept that they're not worried about what he's worried about. What we're going to see in the comments, I think, is going to be a little surprising because they're not good. What's that? The comments aren't good on the internet? Yeah, something triggered her when he asked that question. Something going on. Bro lives in La La Land. Rip. She doesn't respect him. Like, what is this? What is it with people like reading?
Dude, it's literally because, once again, we have removed all contextual analysis online. Everything is what you see is what you get. And everyone is everyone is incredibly biased and only can see the world from their incredibly narrow framework. And because there are so many unimaginably insecure kids out there online, and you have no idea that that's like a fucking pasty little nerd who hasn't even seen the world yet, let alone experienced it, let alone been hurt or been happy with another person. You have no way of looking at that guy and recognizing that person probably doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about. That's it. And then you got, oh, thank you. Men and women are too different to spend one-on-one time as friends without something else going on. That's crazy. That's insane to say, brother. Yeah, dude. When me and my mom are watching a movie, it's fucking weird, dude. We're just too different, you know? There's no way. There's no way. Me and your mom, on the other hand, you know? It's weird. It's weird as fuck, dude. It's a weird-ass fucking thing to say. Your mom is not your girlfriend? What the fuck are you talking about? Your mom is my girlfriend. However, that's not even what I'm saying. You can absolutely hang out with a woman and not have it be sexual. What the fuck are you talking about? What kind of a nervous wreck are you? Do you fuck every woman? Does every woman want to fuck you when you're alone with them? Is that how that works?
The fucking tea leaves of someone's body language when they're being accosted on the street for an interview. They're out and about. They're busy. They're like having a night out. They've given you a little bit of their time that, you know, you did not deserve. And people think that they know their these people's relationship better than they do.
How old are you?
23.
How old is your man?
I actually have a girlfriend.
Okay, that's sick. So wait.
He didn't expect that. I love how, just first off, thoughts here? Like, he just really does not know what's going on, and he needs.
The chatter said a stupid thing, but your counter argument is stupid too. You didn't put context into it. My counter argument is stupid. What counter argument do you need to say men and women can have healthy platonic relationships without there ever being any kind of sexual undertone or sexual overtone associated with it, and that it all falls under the umbrella of like women and men are not all that different. They're all just fucking people. I can't believe I have to do like super basic stuff here, but I have to put it in the most like argumentative debate bro format so that like some people can legitimately comprehend what I'm saying. It's like people asking like, no, dude, you have to logically explain to me how men and women can be, how women and men are the same. Logically, you have to explain it. It's like, well, at a certain point, you just, I don't know if I'll be able to fucking unwind your brain. I totally agree with you. Just the counter argument of mother and son time is not valid. That's what? I'm moving on.
He needs everybody else to explain to him what his opinion should be.
I actually have a girlfriend.
Okay, that's sick. So wait, are you bi, straight, or what?
Lesbian.
Are you bi, straight, or what? Kind of a silly question to ask if you're straight after this person just told you that they have a girlfriend.
What made you realize you didn't like men?
What made you realize you didn't like men? What would you ask that to a man? Would you ask that question to your bros? Hey bro, like hypothetically, what made you realize you didn't like men? I'm just asking. I'm just curious. Asking someone to explain why they are wired a certain way is not, it's completely pointless. You should ask him why he doesn't like men.
Why do you think men care about a woman's body count?
Oh my god, that's so stupid. People actually ask that shit?
She is roasting him so hard. And he's standing on business, you know? He's saying, yes, I need to know your body count. And I know the comments are not going to be good.
If a man is ever asking you about your body count, you're talking to the wrong man, and he can get fucked.
Why would you post this?
What do you think about the analogy?
The reason why he's posting it is because he knows that like his audience is not receptive to her because she's a woman. Ew, yuck, gross. And no one in his in-group is going to see that as like an own. It's like that podcast where they have like a bunch of women on, and then like if the women are trolling, they fucking lose their minds and they're like, get out of here, leave. And then everyone in the comments is like, you're such a you're my goat, dude. You're my goat. You really told those horrors. Hell yeah. It's like, this is the most insecure, nervous person I've ever seen in my entire life. This person is not projecting confidence, but because you are just as insecure, if not more insecure, you are looking at him and acting as though he has done something profound and cool.
If one key can open any locks, it's known as a master key.
Oh my god, dude. This is such a fucking fresh and fit ass question.
It is not easy to be good with women. This is why men that have sex with a lot of girls are idolized. This is why guys that are good with women are respected, because most men can't do it. And this is why women that are promiscuous are not. Because a key that opens many locks is a master key. A lock that opens any key is a shitty lock.
It's a shit.
Damn, bro. Damn. If only that's how pussies worked. But it doesn't. That's not how that works at all. Okay? What the fuck? Oh.
Shitty lock.
I think that if a woman is an analogy to you, then you're not fucking ready to be talking to a woman. And
Ooh, goddamn, she smoked him. What the fuck?
you should probably get fucked, so.
Oh my god, why would you post this? Yeah, he regretted asking. Wow, this got 400,000 likes, dude. Everyone is eating him up in the comments. I mean, kudos to him for posting this because no one is on.
I'm certain he posted it thinking, first of all, these guys don't give a fuck. A view is a view, right? So even if they're getting owned, people are still watching. That's number one. Number two, when I feel like when these guys post these things, they're posting because they think that it's going to be celebrated by their audience. Like their audience is going to look at that and go, oh, this woman is a whore. And probably at first they do say that, and then it actually leaves the target audience. And all of a sudden, the broader online communities are just, you know, they're looking at this and going, oh, you're a fucking idiot.
On his side.
How do you feel about your girl having guy friends?
That's absolutely unacceptable.
Of course, this fucking guy. Great value Pharrell Williams over here. What are you doing, man? He looks so cherry picked.
No, he looks like Andrew Tate. Like, this is the most Andrew Tate-ass looking dude. This is the worst part. Like, gym bros have always had questionable politics and shit, but nowadays gym bros are, like, significantly worse. I don't know. I feel like maybe I'm a little biased, but back in the fucking day, back in my day, gym bros were just like, they kept to themselves, and they kept to themselves, and they were like kind of insecure, but also at the same time, you know, they were kind people. You know what I mean? They were kind. Now it's just like motherfuckers are reeking with like insecurity.
Too. Like, how did he even find this man?
I don't think that men and women can be friends.
This feels so staged. What are the odds that you find this guy who looks like Pharrell Williams became a pickup artist and he has exactly your beliefs? It feels like it's, I don't know. I sense foul play. I don't know. Also, where are they? Usually they do these things like on college campuses and stuff, but or like on the Vegas Strip or something.
I'll put it to you.
I'm almost certain that's Ventura Boulevard. It looks a lot like that's, I mean, maybe it's not, but it looks a lot like it's Ventura Boulevard.
This way. I don't ever tell a woman what she can and can't do. However,
Is it Miami?
if she does certain things,
oh, then I'm wrong.
I'm no longer with her, if that makes
The
sense.
first
It's
video,
so crazy, dude.
The first video looked like the Valley.
I'm getting such
This video looks more Miami.
Controlling vibes. He's presenting this like it's boundaries, but the boundary is that you cannot talk to men, any other man but me.
So where do you draw the line?
If he's not your brother or your cousin or your father or your uncle, then you shouldn't have any communication with him, you know?
You know what that means, boys? No grandpas. If she's talking to her grandpa, I leave her ass on the street, dude. No grandpas, dude.
Yeah. Chatter's about to have smoke for Jarvis. Be like, Jarvis, actually, that's not what he meant. How about you debate him? How about you actually address the issue and don't try to add any like funny seasoning to the matter and debate him in a hyper rational way? Grandpas would probably fall under the same broad categorization of family members, being permissible male partners that your female, your femoid can cohabitate spaces with privately. You would have to give an example of a person that is not an immediate family member that a male and a female could be around in a platonic way.
If she's taking a class with a male professor, sorry, that's a boundary of mine. You can't talk to him. I don't care if you're failing your class because of your participation grade. Don't show up to lecture.
Father or your uncle, then you shouldn't have any communication with them, you know? Unless it's a coworker and it's only at work. You see what I'm saying?
He has so many qualifications. He has to go through like a flow chart to figure out whether or not he's upset that his girlfriend has talked to a man. She's like, I went to the store today and I saw a guy. And he's like, what? You saw a guy? And it's like, yeah, he was checking me out. What? He was checking you out? He was checking me out at the cash register because I was buying a shirt.
Nerd.
He like squares up when the mailman comes by. Hey babe, who was that at the door? Oh, it was a mailman. A male and a man. He's just got like a vein popping out of his head.
Some women like to say, oh, I don't look at men that way.
Some women say this thing of like, this guy, he's like a friend. I call bullshit. That's impossible.
A lot of women also like to say, you need to be a little bit more secure, a little bit more confident.
A lot of women also like to say, stop objectifying me. A lot of women also like to say, can we watch what I want to watch on TV tonight? And I just say, no, babe, that's my boundary as a man. And you cannot.
Yeah, I hate that they're fucking co-opting like woke language too. Like it's always the same. The most reactionary dog shit motherfuckers will react like, or not react, sorry, will co-opt the most social justice lexicon. And just like, they're like, yeah, actually, I'm going to be the most unfiltered misogynist you've ever seen, but I'm going to do it by using the most woke terminology. Babe, it's quite problematic that you wanted to cohabitate a space with another male partner. You're violating my fucking boundaries, babe. How is that any different than like the fucking annoying male feminists that turned out to be like rapists and shit? These guys used to make fun of those dudes. The right-wing guys used to literally make fun of dudes like that. Okay? The crying dudes who are like using woke language while, you know, trying to get away with, you know, emotionally manipulating their partners. What the fuck happened? These are the new generation. I know. It's just like therapy talk has absolutely taken over the entire generation, which is precisely why you see dudes with shit-ass politics also using the same fucking spicy language. Babe, you're gaslighting me.
Cross that boundary.
You need to trust your woman more, and it has nothing to do with trust. It has more so to do with our biological urge to be territorial with our women.
People say I should trust my woman more. And I say, no, she's my woman, and you can't tell me what to do with her because I'm a man, a mailman. You have a delivery. It's me. What am I saying? This is the vibe of these people. Guy friends are just friend-zoned men waiting for an opportunity to strike. It's so... To strike? That is... Why are you framing it like a battle, dude? They're just men waiting in the trenches for when her guard's down. Then they'll...
Dude, I addressed almost all of this in my early on Andrew Tate arguments, and it's just the same. It's just always the same. It's insecurity masquerading as like hyper masculinity. Okay? Fellas, if you think there's just dicks out there, all right, standing in fucking attention, waiting to fuck your girl, you're out of your goddamn mind. That's not, like, you're not in a healthy mental space to be in a relationship with another human, okay? You have a lot more stuff to figure out in your own life. It's crazy.
They'll attack, like, or their friends. This is crazy, dude. But before we get into that, let's hear from today's sponsor, Aura. Aura is an app that helps you control what private information about you is shared online. There is unfortunately a lot of information that can be found about you on the internet, from your full name, your phone number, email address, physical address, names of your relatives. It's a lot. And the reason that this data is available is because there are these data brokers that profit by selling your information to prying eyes. Thankfully, Aura can identify those data brokers and submit opt-out requests on your behalf to get you out of their system. They'll even opt you out of junk mail and telemarketing lists, which I need. I get a lot of bad mail. I've been using Aura for months now. It's basically how I find out that my data is at risk, because I mean, just recently I got an email about a data breach for a service that I use, and I was like, uh-oh, well, that's scary. I ought to look into what to do. And then Aura tells me some things I can do. I can make sure that that password isn't used elsewhere. It really makes me feel like I'm on top of my information. And on top of all of this, Aura's app also features a VPN, a password manager, real-time credit and identity theft monitoring, internet parental controls, and it protects your devices from malware. So it's a lot in one app. So let Aura do the hard work of keeping you safe online. Head on over to aura.com/Jarvis, that's my name, to get a 14-day free trial of Aura and see what information about you is out there. And thanks again to Aura for sponsoring this video. Now back to the video. The views and opinions captured in these videos do not necessarily reflect the views of the creators. This is really interesting because the questions are very pointed.
Realistically, you expect a man to spend $800 on a first day?
Yeah.
Has it happened before?
Yeah.
This is just insult bait. I truly do not believe that this person expects $800 from a first date. But you know, whatever. Also, I feel like if you're into somebody, you don't.
One of the best, like, what, off topic, you had one of the most insane precogs this year in a chatter. Connected the dots for me. You really are Trump's ghostwriter. Okay, we'll do this in a little bit. Not gonna lie, people have been hitting on my ex nonstop, and turned out she was sexting a bunch of guys while with me and ended up fucking someone that messaged her on Facebook. It's really not that uncommon, and some of my friends experience similar stuff. Yeah, my friend, like, this doesn't mean that there aren't shitty people out there. Yeah, of course. The fuck? Wow, no way, dude. You're the first guy that someone has cheated on in the history of men and women being in a relationship. Just like, yeah, that's a shitty person. You were with a shitty person. She's a shitty person, okay? And you should be, I know it probably doesn't feel great, but it's, you know, it's good. It's healthy that you guys are no longer together, right? The entire point is you have to look at that in a healthy way, which is good riddance. I dodged a bullet? What if I, you know, went further into this relationship with this person, and then they cheated on me after we had like children, you know what I mean? And got married. The point is, you're not supposed to carry that baggage with you to the next person that you see. You're not supposed to look at that and go, oh no, every woman is like this. I have friends that have also been in relationships like this. Every woman is like this. You can't do that. That's no way to operate. That's it.
You don't even have to do a date that costs money.
He gotta be rich as fuck like Elon Musk. Like
how much?
Like Elon Musk.
This
is she the same person?
Feels so fake, dude. This has to be fake. No one's saying that. Like this is fake.
Elon Musk would eat this all night.
Okay, this is so staged, dude. This
Yeah.
is not a real person. What? The last thing I expected to hear in this video, and I'm not even gonna repeat it because I don't.
Elon Musk does not eat pussy. Like, get the fuck out of here. Come on. If there's one lock, is that Elon Musk is entirely too selfish to eat pussy. Get the fuck out of here. Oh my God. Yeah. Also, who wants to fuck him, dude? He looks like he's got the most mangled cock of all time.
I don't think those words should come out of my mouth. In fact, I do not think they should. But you heard them.
80 years old or 8 years old, he wanna eat this pussy. It's like, nah.
80 years old.
She said 8 years old or 80 years old? Like 8? That's crazy. That's okay. That's insane. That's an insane thing to say.
Older 8 years. What the fuck is happening? What is this?
No.
What is this? What makes you think he'd be interested in you?
First of all, I'm so sexy.
Oh, this is extremely staged. This is like omega staged. How little do you think of your audience that they're gonna buy this?
They're gonna buy it. They're gonna buy it because there's a lot of dudes out there like that one chatter who was like, I got cheated on my girlfriend. Women ain't shit. Women are bitches. They're whores. And then they fucking carry that resentment instead of like recognizing that this is like a unique individual, okay? And that people can be bad. That doesn't mean all women are, right? And they're gonna fucking carry that resentment to every other relationship that they have in the future. And then that is going to also guide that relationship into death and destruction regardless, because the reality is, if you have that kind of emotional block, if you have that hang up that baggage that you have with you, that you carry to every other relationship, you're not going to be a good partner anyway. Every single one of your fucking relationships is going to fall apart unless you fix that shit within yourself. And yeah. And looking at videos like this only reconfirms the shittiest biases that you have trapped inside of you that you don't want to overcome.
I'm really just a bad bitch. I don't give a fuck about nobody. I don't give a fuck. You know what? Every time you meet somebody, they die.
What? What is happening? What did she say? Okay, here's what I heard. I don't know what she said. I heard every time I meet somebody, they die.
You know what? Every time you meet somebody, they die.
Everybody died though.
Not take the heat. And that's point blank.
Would you prefer to have your...
It just moves on.
Do you think most men want their woman to be all provocative on their Instagram or be more modest?
They can feel free to do whatever they want and post whatever they want.
Well, most of the time they do it because of the likes and the attention that they get, not for themselves.
Says who? Based on what?
Well, is this guy from Toronto? He sounds like he's from Toronto, but he looks like he's in Miami. You got to shut down the border, dog. No more Canadians coming down here, okay? No more motherfuckers from Toronto coming into America until we figure out what the hell's going on, okay? Nah, he has a Euro accent, bud. No, I feel like he's got a Toronto accent.
You can't just... Since when did you become like a participant in the discussion and not an interviewer? This is no longer an interview. Dude, this guy is like auditioning for Fresh and Fit.
When do you want your woman to dress provocative?
Bro, what about him? He's dressed up provocatively as fuck. My man's got tit meat hanging out. Fucking what the hell? Dude, yo, Andrew Tate literally made dudes dress so gay. What the fuck? This is another... Bro, he's even stanced up in the same way. Look, same belt. The fuck going on? Same belt, same stance, same fucking attitude. How'd this happen, bro? Are they cloning these motherfuckers?
Do you want your woman to dress provocatively as opposed to modestly?
What are these outfits, dude? What? I have no words.
And I could see that her nipples were pierced. That wouldn't bother you?
If I could see that her nipples are what is this hypothetical, dude? Keep it in your pants, buddy.
That wouldn't bother you?
I mean, people could look all day long. Hey, bro, you could look all day long, but again, see, guys, that's how you handle shit, all right? You don't be a little bitch about it.
What just happened? What happened off camera? What did he handle?
So if she was all with you, and I could see that her nipples were pierced.
It is such a funny hypothetical.
Dude, he's just saying it in the horniest way, too. He's like, her nipples are pierced. I don't know what it is. I don't know why he just sounds like he's like breathing heavy through that. He's like, in a hypothetical scenario, what if your girl's nipples are pierced?
Hypothetical. If I see her out and she's wearing a shirt that says boobs, which reminds me that she has them, what do you do?
It is almost impossible in modern day to tell a woman what to do.
And I've tried. It is tough. I cannot figure it out. Can you help me? It's good that he's having trouble telling women what to do. It really says a lot, though.
I'm a high value man. I make over 6 figures.
Dude, Andrew Tate, man. He fucking, like, obviously he didn't invent misogyny, right? Misogyny is already happening at the systemic level, but he really branded it in such a fucking unique way that honestly it makes it easier to avoid in some ways, because like they all look the same, they all dress up the same fucking way, man.
It's like, where do you find these people? Do this many people on the streets of Miami speak in red pill lingo? Like, something isn't adding up about this to me.
I have all my shit together. I've been all over the world. I've done all sorts of shit. I've done shit more dudes.
Hold on. He goes, I'm a high value man. I make over 6.
Bro, he's wearing tuxedo pants. Why is he wearing the tightest tuxedo pants of all time with the Salvatore Ferragamo belt, with the tightest fucking shirt of all time, and it's just open down to his belly button?
And all sorts of shit. I've done shit more dudes.
Hold on. He goes, I'm a high value man. I make over 6 figures. I've been doing shit. I did some shit over there. I've been all over the world doing shit. I shat somewhere over here. I've been shitting all over the world.
I've done all sorts of shit. I've done shit more dudes on this show probably I've never been done before.
I've done more shit dudes on this show probably ever even done before. I've been shitting way more than these dudes. Dude, I shit so much. I can't even count how much I've shit, dude. I'm a high value man. That means I've shat over 6 figures worth of times.
It takes a lot for a woman to impress me. Like, I have a bunch of women in my DMs. I have a bunch of women trying to talk to me.
That you're capping. You were capping, my friend. I have a bunch of women in my DMs. All right, whatever. Okay, sure. I have a lot of women in my DMs. They're all saying,
bro, this actually is like the equivalent of like an adult doing the same shit that many of us, myself included, did back in the day. Like, oh yeah, I've totally had sex. Dude, so much of it, dude, over the summer. Yeah, at camp. And yeah, no, she's like fucking not around in a different city, you know. And it's basically that, but like the adult version of that, where he's like, yeah, I'm so sick. Women text me all the time.
They have a gift for me, and all I have to do is click on this little link, and I'll receive a nice gift. Then it made me log into my Instagram. So I did that, and then I got locked out of my Instagram. So I haven't been able to get back into it. If anybody has a contact at Instagram, the women in my DMs stole my Instagram. One of the women said she was a princess in her country, but she just needed me to wire her a few $1,000s in Bitcoin. Me being a high value man and investing being a big part of that, I figured this was a great investment to just put forth a few $1,000s and get millions of dollars in return. Because after watching the market, I think that was a great investment for me. But unfortunately, she hasn't responded after I sent Bitcoin.
I have a bunch of women in my DMs. I have a bunch of women trying to talk to me on a daily basis. I run around here outside, women eyes bulging out of the skulls and shit.
No. That is not happening. Me when I lie, dude. I run around here in Miami, the women, their eyes bulge out of their face. And they're...
Bro, when women see me, you know what I mean? They got fucking steam coming out of their ears. Their eyes are bulging out of their faces, their skulls, their fucking chin, their jaw drops into the ground, smacks the fucking floor, tongue rolls out like the red carpet, okay? They're going awooga, awooga, hamana, hamana, hamana, literally every time I step foot around these parts. It's crazy. okay?
All in my DMs. I just can't get rid of them. There's so many of them.
When I was younger, I did try to lead with my wallet. And that's the worst fucking thing you could do.
Do not lead with your wallet, fellas. Lead with your bare chest. Only button 1 or 2 buttons. Button as few buttons on your shirt as possible. Lead with your chest. That way you show how masculine you are, how powerful you are. Wear tight pants, Gucci belt, front and center. Have two-tone hair. Make it really confusing. In fact, make your facial hair look like it was painted on. That'll really make the eyes bulge out of their heads.
Do you think it's easier for you to get puss?
I can get a lot of puss.
What are you, Shrek? Wait, who is saying?
That's so lame, dude. That's so lame. Just don't say that. Don't use words like that. Don't do it. I'm pretty sure this guy's a Torontonian. I fucking clocked it from a mile away.
I can get a lot of puss, but I can't get the high value puss necessarily. That's what I'm trying to get at.
So I'm actually struggling.
Wow, that's interesting. Perhaps that's a moment of introspection, you know? I said die. Just die. Oh. All I'm saying is perhaps this requires some further introspection. Perhaps maybe you are running around and presenting yourself a certain way, and like you're attracting people that are attracted to that, but deep down inside you're like, maybe this isn't great, not healthy. Because like, here's the other thing, okay? Women aren't fucking infallible either, all right? I'm not going to sit here and act like there ain't a whole bunch of dumbasses out there, especially in fucking Miami. Let's be for real for a moment, okay? Like that old tweet, I'm not supporting all women. Some of you bitches are dumb, or whatever the fuck that tweet is. It's like, yeah, in Miami especially, there's a lot of ladies out there that are not necessarily great people, and basically the female version of that fucking dumbass. Now, of course, obviously, under a patriarchal society, the difference is that, like, when you got someone who's a dumb broad, they're not like, you know, they don't have the same, it doesn't carry the same weight as like a dumb ass dude who can like actually also kill you. You know what I mean? It's a little bit different. It's a little bit different. But having said that, this is what's very frustrating about like the Fed and Fat podcast, right? They just like, they always will self-select. In a lot of instances, they will self-select some of the worst people, okay, on to come onto their show, and then they fucking act like this is how all women are like. This is how all women are like. And then whenever there's a woman that goes on those fucking shows that actually is like, you know, has like a little bit of humanity in them and is not just like a dumbass looking for clout, then they yell at them and then they kick them out of the fucking studio. They're like, you're not doing my incel bait. You're not doing the thing I want you to do. And it's so stupid. It's so dumb.
As a high value man, what does high value puss look like to you then?
I'm looking.
This is me. I'm playing Pokemon Yellow, and there's a trainer. They're called spinners. They're the trainers that like look in different directions, and so you have to like walk past them while they're not looking.
I'm looking. I don't see none out here right now.
All right, let me set the stage. My friend is in town for just a night, and he's like, hey, I want to eat at a 5-star restaurant that's nearby. Do you know any places? And this is how I respond.
I'm looking. I don't see none out here right now. Yeah, these are all like fours. They don't dress nice for their homegirls. They dress nice for us to try to get attention.
It is so wild to be saying this with a fully open shirt. And who are you doing that for? Whose approval are you looking for?
I didn't realize people even avoided the trainer battles on Pokemon, by the way. This is a new phenomena that I am encountering as weird. Like, why would you do that?
Being a 35-year-old man, I try to talk to them and see like what kind of knowledge they have going on.
Oh wow, well spoken too. As a 35-year-old man, I try to figure out what kind of knowledge.
Bro, you're a 35-year-old man who says puss. Come on, brother. Come on, brother. That's crazy. Like, yeah, no shit, dude. You should literally kiss the feet of any woman that even graces you and dignifies you by giving you a crumb of pussy, okay? You should be very excited at that prospect. If you're a 35-year-old man who's like, man, these bitches are fucking rank, dog. I'm trying to get me some top shelf puss. Like, fucking yeah. Like, dude, what is happening? What's happening in your life? How did you get so fucking stunted? Okay? That is crazy.
These women have. Hello, ma'am. What knowledge do you have?
Should you have any say in the friends that your girlfriend keeps around her?
No.
What if you could tell that they're probably playing a bad influence on her?
I mean, I'll voice it to her. I'll be like, yo, your friend's a hoe.
Dude, Miami. This guy's making you look bad. It cannot all be like this in Miami, dude.
Slip in like little but I won't get on her about it. Because at the end of the day, I don't control who she can be friends.
I'll pepper in your friend's a hoe, but I won't get on her about it. I mean, I'm a gentleman.
I'm not going to be that helicopter boyfriend that's like,
I don't want you hanging out with this person.
This is like the least misogynistic Miami male. I don't know why Jarvis is laughing at him. This man is like what you get. I've given up. I've given up. That guy is probably the most woke guy in a 35-mile radius, okay?
He transformed in front of our very eyes.
You're hanging out with this person. I don't want you hanging out with that person.
That's not me.
That's Igor, my demon that lives inside of me. That's not me.
I personally don't believe in platonic friendships between women and men.
I don't believe.
What is happening? What happened? What? Bro, I'm serious. I was going to say, like, I feel like being only online broke people, but then also at the same time, no, there's plenty of people who thought this way back in the day too, you know?
Like Santa Claus? That's crazy. You don't believe in it, so you think everyone's lying. Everyone that has a platonic relationship is lying to you. That's crazy to me.
He's just a friend. He's my cousin, even. Come to find out, I was either cheated on or they've been talking to him, or they go ahead and fuck them when we're done.
Dude got...
Wait, okay. If you're talking to your partner and they lie to you about the guy that they're talking to and they say that the guy is their cousin, yeah, that's a really fucking... Also, he made it seem like this is something that happens to him all the time. He's like, dude, I'm always hooking up with girls, and then they're like, that's my cousin. And then it turns out I'm like, whoa, Deborah, why are you sucking your cousin's dick? That's so gross. It happens to me all the time. They're like, no, this is my step bro.
Betrayed by his cousin. I think that's bad, obviously, and it's shitty, but it is not a reason to cast such a broad net. That's on them. That's people being bad, which people can be. They're allowed to be bad, but that doesn't mean you throw the baby out with the bathwater, you know?
Do you think that most American men would want to go for the American woman or foreign woman like you?
I think a foreign woman. So like in Ireland, we don't have people like you. So when I see people like you, I'm like, shit, man.
Oh, no.
What does she mean by that? She means someone from Toronto, right? Right? That's what she means, right? She doesn't. What does that mean? We don't have people like you. Oh, brother.
Oh, what is happening right now? Are we witnessing true love? Is he going to hang up the alpha male interview series and walk off into the sunset with this Irish woman?
Oh, black people?
Oh, no, it got worse. No.
It's like, you want what you can have, no?
So do you want dark chocolate?
Oh, my God. I need to bring...
Damn, he's so rizzed up, bro. Like, how are you coming across like such a fucking goober? You mentioned earlier that you don't understand why people would avoid trainers in Pokemon, but haven't you only played like 2 games and never even played a 2D classic because your Pokemon Yellow got stolen as a kid? What? No, I fucking played all the Pokemon 2D games. What the fuck are you talking about? I went and I got new ones. Shut the
Break
fuck
the
up.
screen.
How dare
Make
you.
it go away. Dude, is this his line? The
How
first
dare
time
you.
we see him flirt, and this is his line. Do you like dark chocolate? I am going to gag. I am never going to eat dark chocolate again. I was planning on eating this later. I will not be doing that because I don't think I can stomach it.
Dark chocolate is my favorite, especially
Dark chocolate.
Why? Dark
is
chocolate is
my favorite.
when it's 85%.
Wait, what do I have here? I got 70%. So she
Dark
doesn't want
chocolate!
it. I'm not dark chocolate enough for her.
I'm 100% dark chocolate.
Shit, man, that's maybe too bitter for me.
He fumbled this somehow. He somehow fumbled this. This is the face of a man who has lost it. He's lost the plot. All right. I'm gonna go, I don't know, watch some basketball or something.
Why did she say that? Like, that was weird. She was so gross and weird too, which is odd because like he's also fucking gross and weird. It could have been so perfect. They could have literally, it was a match made in heaven in the weirdest way possible. They both fumbled it together, you know? He fumbled the weird fetishes. Yeah, that's like, how do you do that? How, it takes grit, temerity. It takes resilience to be able to be able to fumble someone who openly is like, I am fetishizing you sexually. God. All right. Well, let's find out about the NoFap TikTok now as well.
We're going to be looking at the topic.
And then after that, well, actually, you know what? I'm going to look at this Trump lock that I had, I guess. Yeah, Nelson Mandela of white people is right. Exactly. And you know he would say that. You know his ass would say that. He'd be like, I'm just like Nelson Mandela, but he was bad. I'm good. Yeah, Nelson Mandela. That's why you pay me the big bucks, folks. At the top of the hour to avoid a 3-minute ad break. That's the only reason and no other reason. Not because I pre-watch it. And yeah, they aren't paying you enough. I mean, listen, you are. You don't have to, but you can. Especially to avoid the top of the hour ad break. That's right. $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. Or by getting gifted a sub. After this NoFap TikTok, we're going into No Pixel, baby. NoFap to No Pixel. You already know what the fuck's going on. Donnie is going to fucking dip his toes into crime tonight. That's right. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. And here is friend of the show, Noah Sampson, talking about NoFap.
Of NoFap. For the uninitiated, NoFap is a forum focused specifically on helping people quit porn and masturbation and stay off that fap. There's a website, there's a Reddit page, there's all sorts of stuff online. But today we're going to look specifically at NoFap TikTok.
If you're still beating your I don't know what to tell you.
I relapsed on NoFap 13 times in a matter of 2 days.
If you watch and you've been trying to quit, stop scrolling.
Now, I'm not a researcher, I'm not a scientist, so I'm going to be honest, I'm not going to respond to too many of the scientific claims made by proponents of NoFap. With that said, most of the stuff we're going to be looking at is anecdotal, and it's just kind of silly and fun, so that should be fun. With that silly fun stuff also comes some very disturbing stuff, in my opinion, so we'll look at that as well. If this is too weird or gross for you, I totally get it, but also, you know, a lot of people watch porn, and this side is mostly men that watch it, but it does affect people in different ways. Maybe you've experienced that effects firsthand or secondhand, or with your own hand, if you catch my meaning. That's a masturbation reference. All right, here we go, let's go.
If you don't know what NoFap is, it's when you stop beating it. You stop watching everything, etc., etc. Okay, let's get into it. Okay, so here was me 3 years ago when I discovered NoFap, and I also started to get into the gym. I was low-key a loser, and I was the type of dude to be like, yo, where the bitches at? And then once they come around, just be like checking the weather app and shit. I was just overall super shy. Then for 8 months, I was on NoFap and fully celibate and just nothing at all and just working out, and I got super massive. I did gain some confidence too, and my skin started to look better. And that brings me to where I am today. Super healthy looking skin, colorful eyes, whatever else, jacked.
Taller, smarter, more limbs, I grew an extra leg. I got another dad.
Did he say his eyes became colored? Like his eye color changed? Did he actually say that? Or did I mishear that while I was pissing?
Somehow, I have 3 dads now. He just showed up out of nowhere. I love that part about the colorful eyes.
Colorful eyes.
Like the excess bus just spilled over into his bloodstream and up to his skull and into his eye sockets and lightened his eyes. That's a certified gross moment. We can state the obvious here, right? Which is that correlation does not equal causation. He's not explicitly claiming it, but the implication here is that NoFap had a lot to do with this stuff. And while I think that's true, you know, NoFap is ultimately a sort of impulse control. It takes effort to curb a habit that you've been doing compulsively for a long time. So it kind of stands to reason that that would align with other healthy habits that you're intentionally choosing to do in your life. Going to the gym, skincare, changing your eye color. I don't know about that one, but it's probably more to do with the better habits and lifestyle change, but maybe it's the NoFap. So let's check.
This is literally what I said to Aiden Ross, by the way, that it was like, yeah, man, it's not because you're fucking quitting porn and quitting jerking off. It's because you stopped drinking and going to the gym, which he fucking failed on all fronts anyway. And perhaps has something to do with the fact that he has no impulse control regardless, and his major mentor throughout this entire process was like under criminal investigation for sex trafficking. So, you know, definitely wasn't the fucking gooning though.
Build up
enough semen. So at least regulating every 2 weeks, bare minimum, if not every 2 months, if not longer. What ends up happening is your body creates an excess amounts of semen, and this semen has to go somewhere. That semen begins to transform and starts to rise up the body.
Your cum turns into steam. And
this is such a funny thing that people like decided to make up, because like medical professionals tell you the exact opposite of doing this, which is very odd. Like this is genuinely a bad thing. It's not a good thing to do. And I know we laugh about it a lot, because I remember when this shit first started popping up and I was just like, what a bunch of fucking idiots. And now it's like a real robust movement, right? And it's so funny that it's like directly against what medical professionals would tell you to do. It is what they tell you not to do. And it will most likely lead to you having wet dreams. So, you know.
It starts flowing out your peen like a vape Marlboro meat.
And bring it to your brain, stimulating your brain with orgasmic, vibrant energy, stimulating the pineal gland, opening up your sixth sense.
There it is. I was right. That's it. Your skull gets filled with cum. This will in turn cause your brain to have an orgasm, and just wait, you'll be able to smell colors. The only color you're going to be smelling is white, because you're going to smell cum because it's going to be in your brain. I don't, gross. Everything about this is gross.
You can experience cool things like lucid dreaming, like higher frequency intelligence, telepathy, being able to pick up on subtle frequencies.
Okay, so this was indistinguishable from satire until he said telepathy. That means it's satire. Surely it has to be, right? Then I checked out his profile. He's a mastery of men's sexuality. He's a cum influencer, and he's for real about this cum stuff. It's mostly semen-based content, and I think that's great. Good for you. You found doing what you love, and that's important.
As you're retaining semen and your body continues to produce semen and starts to build an excess of semen, that semen has to go somewhere. So what the body does is...
Why can this guy say semen like 11 times in a fucking TikTok, but my TikToks get banned all the time and I don't even say semen at all in them? Does that mean I have to start saying semen in my Gaza TikToks? Is that what it is? Like, I have to be like, you know, Israel has a semen extraction brigade. Now on to the news. Is that what it is?
It starts to recirculate all your best proteins, enzymes, and nutrients throughout your bloodstream, which then repairs you at a biological and therefore psychological level to balance out your hormones.
The fucking animation. The magical seed infiltrating your bloodstream, refilling your Fortnite shield. That's what I call a chug jug.
Balance out your hormones, your testosterone's going. This is why guys report deeper voice, brighter eyes, brighter skin. They have more of a glow to them. It's because you have all the best stuff circulating through you.
I hope you're keeping track of all these benefits, this bountiful sack full of benefits. Confidence, discipline, energy, skin, mental health, skin. Some are even saying it makes your hairs are growing faster than before. These wacky claims are best exemplified by the superpowers timeline. It's a list of positive symptoms that apparently will show up along your nofap journey from day 1 of quitting up until day 60 or 90, depending on the chart you consult. Nofap timeline, day 1 through 3, blue balls, fighting urges. Week 1 and 2, motivated to succeed and do more, develop a natural and healthy attraction for women, increase confidence, increase gym strength, increase testosterone levels, brain clarity, improve social skills, increase immunity, alpha male sign. 2 weeks is all it takes. Amazing. Months 1 through 6, brain resets during this period depending on how bad your addiction was. Withdrawal symptoms continue, gradually getting easier to handle random giant urges. Learn to live with.
I just don't understand. Like, I feel like nofap is another situation where like it's targeting dudes that do have a problem, I guess, with fapping. Like, it's targeting gooners, right? So perhaps it's not the worst idea that these guys stop fapping, you know? I don't get it. Like, this is what Kellogg's believed? Oh, nice.
With the benefits of... Oh, here's a shorter one. The nofap. Days 1 through 7, you get a lot of urges and increase in energy levels. Days 7 through 21, you naturally get more productive. Days 21 through 60,
it's like, yeah, you feel more productive because it's like you were probably cranking one out way too much, man. I don't get it. Also, do these guys, like, is nofap no nut, or can they fuck? And is it different when you fuck versus when you just jerk off? I actually want to, I want to understand that. Is there a difference? I feel like What if there's a big deviation? There's this big divide in the community where some people are like pure no-nutters, okay? And then some people are saying like, no, it's different when you fuck. And then they duke it out, you know what I mean? They're like, no, actually, there's a difference. Like, your sexual energy gets revitalized when you're inside of a woman. You feel more energized, so you can actually fuck. Versus guys who are like, no, you have to keep your cummies inside of you. Okay, this is completely unhinged, but hear me out. If masturbation sex increases levels of testosterone levels, and high testosterone levels can lead to hair loss and hormonal acne, there might actually be something behind thicker hair and clearer skin, but not for the reasons he's saying. Wait, what? Are you saying that you think these guys are actually lowering their T levels by not fapping? Because I don't think you can like disrupt your testosterone production that dramatically by simply not jerking off. You know what I mean?
You start to feel like a new person. If you use your time right, you'll get productive like crazy. Days 60 plus, confidence is improving every day, unstoppable. Some have even made the wonderful, delicious claim that it made their pee-pee grow. There was a joke video about a guy saying that NoFap killed his sex drive.
Oh, you're awake. Well, your teeth are finished, and your gums should be here by the end of the week.
Where's my dick at?
Some people seem to have the opposite experience of that. No cap, it made mine longer and my girth increased, lol. For y'all that's wondering, for me, I tried it, I did like 45 days, and mine got bigger. I don't know what he experiences, but mine definitely grew. Whoa, hey.
He said because he stopped visiting his dick. I think what happened is you're confused. Okay? You stopped taking a trip to Goontown, okay? And then you forgot about what your dick looked like, and you're like, damn, my shit looks bigger than before. Because I don't think that's how it works at all.
Hey, what's up? Before we continue, need to take a second to thank the sponsor of today's video, Air Up. Air Up is a unique hydration experience. The Air Up water bottle uses scent-based technology to transform your water into some delicious flavors.
Ethical
How
reacts.
does it work? Well, by drinking through the Air Up bottle straw, a slipstream is created that transports water and air through the scented pod and into your mouth. Smelling in your mouth, oh, it's so delicious. This allows you to keep your body free of chemicals, additives, or sweeteners while still getting that tasty taste that we all know and love to taste. Air Up has 15 different flavors of scented pods to choose from. They got peach, wild berry, raspberry lemon, watermelon, cucumber, and more as well, even too. Each pod lasts for about 160 ounces of water.
Smelly
or 1.3
water.
gallons. To use it, simply fill up the bottle, attach the scent pod onto the mouthpiece, activate the pod by pulling it up, and then drink normally by sucking water up the straw. Don't tip the bottle though. Seriously, don't. I'm gonna be upset if you do. Air Up is a great holiday gift for your friends or family. It is great because hydration is important. And right now you can save up to 30% on Air Up with their holiday bundles. They're only here for a limited time, so get them while they're hot. Go to the link in the description to take advantage now. Okay, back to the video, and sorry, there's lots of other silly content out there about this crap.
Oh no. Disney, chill.
Oh, come on, dude. Man, that's a teenager, brother. Why you had to do that, man? Why you had to do that? Like I said in the intro, I'm not here to do a...
Noah is such a fucking chatter, dude. That's such a classic chatter meme right there.
Big debunking of all of this stuff. The most cited website.
Down to the fucking, like, Bill Burr is actually bad for the comedy that he made moment that he had in the last video that we watched is always
which is Your Brain on partner.com, has a list of a bunch of articles basically supposedly supporting the NoFap movement. But even just a cursory glance at the list doesn't explain most of these anecdotal examples of like how people are feeling. And that's just what they are. They're anecdotes. And so I'm not going to invalidate anyone's experiences. If that's how it feels, that's how it feels. If NoFap works for you, it works for you. Live your life, fill your brain with cum. I don't care. Okay, pause here. I'm editing and looking back over this research, and there's some wild stuff that's come up. So I'm not doing a full debunk, but I want to look at some of the weird stuff and just leave it for you to think about. Any NoFappers in the audience, pay attention. All of the research on this site and in the books and DVD, I guess. It's a book you can buy, by the way. Were compiled by a guy called Gary Wilson, who is not a doctor. He has no degrees or licenses. He's just kind of a guy. He's an author. Now, as I said, there's a ton of studies that are linked, and so it makes it kind of difficult to go through and debunk them because it's like it's a lot of reading. I would just very much question the agenda going on here, where a guy's selling a book, has borderline or explicitly religious views about not coming, and this research being the basis for a very popular online movement. This is not me arguing that no is good. I personally think it's fine as a medium, but its most popular forms today are probably very harmful. Rather, that I am skeptical of this movement given the anecdotal nature of so many of its most fervent
Dude, I don't know what to say anymore. I feel like we are fundamentally broken as a society and we will never repair ourselves, okay? I don't know. What? Yep, he's literally a chatter. Ariel versus Jessica Rabbit. Easy, Ariel. What the fuck is a Blaney? And what is a Hey? I don't know what either of these are. Ariel's a child? What do you mean? I was a fucking child when I watched Little Mermaid, you fucking assholes. Okay, we're not playing this game. Never mind. Okay, we're not doing it. We're literally not doing it. We are not doing this. I was a child when I watched Little Mermaid. Shut the fuck up. It's literally like saying, I had a crush on Hermione when I was younger, and then people being like, Hermione is a child. Like, Ariel versus Jessica Rabbit. I like that Little Bear had that in the chamber, ready to fire up.
Proponents' claims. I stand by my point that if this works for you, go nut or go crazy. But also, you know, it can't hurt to look into the research with an unbiased view, which I know is probably hard, for lack of a better word, to do if NoFap feels really good for you. Anyways, just had to do that real quick. Okay, back to video. Now, the subreddit does have like a community aspect and some potentially helpful posts. People basically just coming in to say, hey, I fapped. I relapsed. This is bad. It hurts my feelings. I'm ashamed. And then the boys come in and say, hey, it's all good, man. You're gonna be all right. Just keep going. Or this woman who shared her story of how her husband's use is hurting their relationship. My husband is watching. Again, he has an addiction to it, and when he starts using, he is very demanding in the bedroom. He doesn't really see me as his wife, but more of an object to get blank from. It's very hurtful, and it devastates me. We've been married for 2.5 years. I try so much to give him a lot of energy, but I'm a stay-at-home mom with a 7-month-old. I have thyroid problems, 40% on my liver, and I'm severely anemic. I'm constantly tired, but I manage to pleasure him daily. I'm just upset that he goes to blank often. It hurts me a lot. This is just a very unfortunate story and quite sad and a little bit scary. It goes beyond unfortunate into like abuse territory, or at the very least neglect. The dynamic being that she manages to pleasure him daily rather than, you know, some kind of mutual sexual experience. Extremely heavy, extremely dark. But the fact that someone has an outlet to talk about it, I don't think that's bad. I don't think it's a bad thing at all. We see some supportive words in there. Okay, great. One of the funnier things I found was that the NoFap subreddit has a little bit of a beef going with the Goon Caves subreddit. For those who don't know, r/Goon Caves. It's a subreddit that's dedicated to people showing off their setups for watching and worshiping. So this subreddit is basically the antithesis to NoFap. It's pro-masturbation and consumption to the maximum extreme levels. And here's the post from r/Goon.
Dumb Goon Pig 17. Choose a side. I'm not gonna lie. I think like the gooning beyond like a haha meme, if it is genuinely serious, is probably worse than NoFap. And the hilarious part about this is that like both gooning and NoFap are two sides of the same misogyny coin usually. It literally is an aberration. It's literally misogynistic attitudes pushed to the logical conclusion on either end of the spectrum. I am a perfectly balanced coomer, okay? Perfectly balanced. Cooming within reason. Sometimes I feel like a gooner. Other times, I guess I feel like NoFap. Not really, though. I don't know. I just think masturbation is normal, good, and healthy, okay? I don't really understand why people do either of these things. I have a very healthy relationship with my sexuality and my sexual urges. You know what I mean? Whereas I feel as though these people do not. That's the problem. Typical centrist. I guess, you know, I'm a bit of a centrist on this front. Don't you have a fap top? No, I have a personal laptop that I also fap on. I jokingly call it a fap top, but it's not like my goon cave or anything. Sometimes I'm super gooning. Wait, I'm just kind of gooning? No, it's just, they probably need some sort of help more than some random dude on the NoFap subreddit. Yeah. Bro, we know you call your laptop your fap top. You do not have a normal relationship with porn. It's called a joke, man. It's called joking. I don't know if you were aware of it. If we're going to be serious, like, how is gooning misogynistic? I feel like it's just you have an unhealthy relationship with the sexuality in general. And how is gooning misogynistic? I don't want to fucking pull up the subreddit, but just take a look at it and maybe you will very quickly understand why it can get misogynistic.
goon caves. I hope they all relapse and become depraved fucks again like us. It's kind of hot, that comment of the guy who shouldn't have looked. You know he's going to relapse now. That's kind of hot. Imagine thinking you're better than us because you don't blank when you want. Lol, losers. And then the nofap caption is, they get off to you losing. Prove them wrong. Be better than them. Just remember the Titans for cream. Here's where things start to get interesting though. There's a tweet that got shared on the Reddit that's,
what about gay gooners? Bro, how are you gay and a gooner? I feel like a lot of gooners goon because they just like can't really have sex with women. That problem is almost completely eliminated when you're gay. Am I crazy? Like, if you, this is gay volcel erasure. Gay started gooning first. I feel like the very moment that you can order a blowjob off of an app faster than you get food delivered to your house, like, you have completely eradicated the need to goon. I feel like gooning comes from a place of like some kind of repression, either due to external forces such as, you know, being hit with no pussyitis, right? Devastating disease befalls upon many men, okay? Or because of other external reasons or internal reasons, like you know, you just have a hard time. Which app, please clarify? Grindr. What do you mean, which app? Try being gay and fat? Fetish. There's a fetish for it. What do you mean, try being gay and fat? That's what I'm saying, dog. Like, literally, gay men are men at the end of the day, okay? That's the point. Hello? Listen, if you got a hole, someone's gonna fuck it. And if you got a dick and you want to fuck some butt, someone's gonna ask you to fuck them, okay? That's just how it is. It's very mechanical, almost. Two of my closest friends are gay fat dudes who get laid all the time. Oh, when you say gay fat, I thought you meant like they're gay fat, as in they have 14% body fat. You know what I mean? That's what I thought you were talking about. Motherfucker, you masturbate. It's perfectly fine to masturbate even if you're healthy sexually. Yes, I agree. We're talking about gooning though. I feel like gooning is genuinely an unhealthy obsession with like simply the act of masturbation, simply the act of masturbating to porn. And while yes, gays can be by and large very fat phobic, there's like a very specific subsect of fat gays who attract people who want that. Like I said earlier, the gooning community is very queer. You are 145% crazy. I should have used to be a part of the gooners, and the goon community is very tremendously LGBTQ plus heavy. Okay, then it has to be a byproduct of repression in the sense that, like, you can't be outwardly comfortable with your sexuality, I guess. Like, or you can't be open about your sexuality in public, so that's probably where it comes from. Which leads me to the other side, which is like external. Probably something like that, a lot of repression and such.
it says, I hope men with a porn addiction or a lust problem know that they have this aura to them. In the Reddit, it was shared with a caption, it isn't placebo, gentlemen. Take what you want from this. There are a few different types of responses in the thread. First, from guys that felt kind of sad or ashamed. This makes me feel embarrassed. I think this is the last straw for me. The fact that women can literally tell just by being near you that you're...
Bro, what are you saying? Dude, oh my God. Abolish Reddit. Abolish the internet. Bro, go outside. Talk to one human that is an adult in your life. Please. What do you mean, dude? What the fuck? That's so sad. That makes me so sad. Like, this is basically the fucking Zoomer millennial version of your grandma getting tricked by an email train that says, like, you know, Guatemalan refugees are coming to your neighborhood to kill your daughters. Okay? Like, it's just a different version of that. It's preying on your insecurities. It's not real. A lot of people think, oh, well, I have good media literacy because I was born into a world where I had an iPad since birth. It's no different than your fucking grandma that gets scared watching Fox News thinking, like, you know, dudes with face tattoos are coming from El Salvador, okay? And they're being dropped off on airplanes. The fuck?
You're a coomer sounds terrifying. Coomer, there's, I mean, you get it probably. It just has the ring of a sound of the name of someone that's cooming. Makes me feel worthless. People have said to me before that they could sense I was a porno watcher, so I think there's some truth to this. I saw another group of replies from the sort of incel black pill types. Bullshit. That is what it's called. If people had aura and sixth sense, wouldn't be so many single mother people getting cheated on or dating monsters. Ted Bundy wouldn't be famous in fame also. I love the Ted Bundy example, or that one prison guy who everybody says he's hot. Women will date a hot murderer before they date me, an ugly, probably future murderer. Yep, this is BS. She can't detect anything. She is creeped out by guys that she finds unattractive regardless if they use porno or not. Exactly, that is how they do.
Yeah, no, it's because you're unattractive. Totally. Yeah. Oh my God. I love that this is like the savior of the conversation is the guy with the most confidence in the fucking goon or anti-gooning subreddit. I'm looking through that subreddit that Noah showed off, and gooners apparently use a fuck ton of them. Use Adderall, meth, poppers, and almost any drug to enhance the goon. It's 100% worse than NoFap, even though NoFap sucks. What the fuck? I mean, this guy has a flair for the specific subreddit that I assume changes every day that he doesn't jerk off. So if you ever listen to this dude, you have to hit a fucking sanity check immediately, okay? You're done. You're goddamn done. It's Jover, okay? This is like a direct marker that you are talking to someone who is unhinged.
MFR isn't good looking. Doesn't matter if he's the new Jesus and don't touch his D, not even to pee. They'll claim he has the bad aura. In other hands, good looking MFR can be addicted and will have a good one. Have a good one. Just like having a good day. People who deny pretty privilegey and superficial fucker will create any excuse to cover their bias. Listen, man, I don't know about all that, but now you got me thinking about NoFap Jesus. Brings a whole new meaning.
NoFap sucks. What the fuck? Whoever goes there goes to seek help from being negatively impacted by his porn addiction. How is that a bad idea in any way? Oh, because it creates an unhealthy relationship with a perfectly fine and, as a matter of fact, good thing. Masturbation is fine and it's good, okay? There's nothing wrong with jerking off. The problem is if you make a lifestyle out of like shame and feeling awful about like a natural sexual urge that you have, that is unhealthy. You're trying to rewire your brain in a way that is not healthy. A lot of people argue that the viewing of porn is bad, not masturbation. No, the viewing of porn is also not bad. Oh my God. Excessive pornographic viewing could be bad, or viewing a shit ton of weird porn when you're very young, probably not great, okay? But it's ridiculous to act like viewing any pornographic material is bad. What the fuck? Oh yeah, we need sex ed so bad. Porn is bad for your brain development. No, it's not. Oh my God. No, people make these kinds of things. People make these kinds of statements all the time. No, physically it harms you when it's an addiction. You're just not knowledgeable about this issue. There's a lot of research, and then the fucking research on the research is on is from like the Mormon Christian Scientist Foundation backed sex ed research at the University of Utah. It's like, shut the fuck up, dude. Yeah. Motherfucker said there's so much research, which is why you need to do NoFap. Like, what is happening? Oh God. I feel like we don't have conclusive research on whether it affects development or not. University of Utah, super liberal. You're referring to BYU? Okay, fair. BYU. Yeah, people just say, oh, it harms your brain as just an agreed upon thing and present no evidence. Or when they actually present the evidence itself is just like ridiculous shit that doesn't meet the muster of like genuine scientific research. And it's always for some random fucking kook who was like a chiropractor for 3.5 weeks and did like 11 fake TED Talks, which aren't even real TED Talks, but look presentable. And a bunch of people with that bias that is like desperately not trying to analyze how they view pornography and what their relationship with sexuality and their sexual urges are, instead say, oh, I probably went off the deep end. Let me go on the exact opposite direction. 3,000 people masturbate to death per year. Why are you minimizing their struggle? No. I, a person who's reasonable online, looked up the cave Reddit, no mention. On my husband's computer, I tried to scrub it, but I had to explain myself. I've never been more embarrassed. I told you not to do it. Dude, it's porn addiction. It's literally there in the name. It's totally not about shaming masturbation so we could trigger your sexual freedom ideology alert. Wait, oh, dude. Oh, you called it porn addiction, so it's valid. Never mind. It's right there in the name. My bad, dude. Okay, can you watch porn in moderation without fucking going nutty mode on it? Is that fine? Is that allowed? Can you do that? Can you just watch porn a normal amount? Can you? I'm asking. Can you do that? What's the normal amount? What's the healthy amount? What is your own personal sex drive? What is the addictive nature of it? What is the unhealthy amount of porn watching? Like doing crack on moderation, yes. See, this is why this conversation is stupid. Because people immediately go, yeah, like doing crack on moderation, yes. Yeah, dude, the physical fucking addictive properties of crack cocaine is not identical to pornography, and you are not going to find a fucking doctor or a real researcher that is going to tell you that it is identical. That is ridiculous. That's a ridiculous thing to say. What? Because it starts as an addiction, it already fucks you up. That's why you need to abstain before you become normal? What? Yeah, also, you started this conversation by saying there's actual research. Your rejection for it is just ideologically based. No, you literally started off by defending NoFap. You said, how is NoFap bad? It's healthy. Okay? Hasan, you're talking to two chatters who are too invested in this. I know, but it's great. But people on Reddit told me porn is worse than gambling. He might be onto something. Yeah. Gooning is the most suicidal addiction. It's no longer gambling.
Meaning to the second coming of Christ. I said it brings a whole new meaning. The last group of type of guy that I found was the guys who were just curious. They wanted to learn more. What kind of aura? I would say one that pushes away attraction. I know girls can't inherently tell if you use it, but it's definitely the personality of a porn user that created the aura. I'm interested to know specifically what she means. Zaycliff here is going to have a crack at it. It means the way you carry, the words you say, the actions you do are unattractive or at least make people don't really want to be around you, all under the influence of PMO. PMO just means doing the thing that no-fappers don't want you to do with no. What's wild is that we know, based on the statistics of who uses NoFap, which is 99% men, that this entire conversation is speculation. Even if they did want to figure out what this lady meant, instead of just giving their own conjecture, they would need to look outside of the forums to find that. If any of those boys are here, let's just have a look and try and learn a little bit more about this. The perspective in that tweet was echoed in a TikTok, which outlines some of the more specific signs that women pick up on when it comes to this.
By the way, I think this is what people are referencing when they see, oh, there's plenty of studies on the matter. And the studies are, like I said, always investigate when you see studies like this, okay? I'm not saying that there isn't any research that's like valid, but it's like saying there's a shit ton of studies that the COVID vaccine kills you, okay? Yeah, I know. There's a shit ton of studies, okay? I got it. And half the time, like when Steven Crowder, for example, brings up a study about how like masks are dangerous for you, they're actually talking about a very specific study that talked about a very specific type of mask that used a very specific type of chemical in the development of the mask, and that mask could potentially lead to harm down the line and therefore should be discontinued. And then it ended up being discontinued a long time ago. But then Steven Crowder will use that to be like, all masks kill you. Don't fucking wear a mask. You are being fucking manipulated, and you have a lot of cognitive biases that are allowing you to be much easily manipulated. Religious moral beliefs may exacerbate concerns about porn addiction, according to the American Psychological Association. Well, let me tell you, I'm a little shocked by that, okay? That's a shocking phenomena.
Type of guy. It's a TikTok from YV_edit. The first and most common one was about dead eyes.
A lot of times you can tell by the eyes, the way that they look at you and other women. A lot of men who have issues with corn have this
I can't tell if she has a tattoo or if she's wearing something. Like, what the fuck is this?
certain like dead look in their eyes, absent. There's just like nobody home, especially when they look at women. And it's typically because their brain has been so cornified that they can't perceive women as human beings or as something interesting to like engage with or engage in conversation with. They just see women as objects for pleasure. And therefore they don't have the same kind of curiosity. They don't have the same kind of, honestly, life in their eyes that men who are not obsessed with that stuff will tend to, look at you. They'll tend to be curious. They'll tend to look around, like think of like a deer, versus like, I don't know, like an alligator or something.
There are tons of comments on this video basically backing up what she's saying here. Men with dead eyes scare me so fucking bad. It's like I'm literally meat to them. The dead eyes, oh my god, yes. They look at you like a prey. They're about...
Yeah, that's because of porn. famously, before pornography was like an industry, okay? Before there was like so much readily accessible pornography, men used to treat women so much better. Like when I think about a time when women were popping off, I go back to like the 17th century, right? You know, peak. Like let's go to pre-Reformation, actually, as a matter of fact. I'm thinking, when were women really popping off, okay? Back then, right? Like American Pilgrims, that's another good era. Like the fucking Salem witch hunt era, you know? Or was that because or was that because of porn? Were they watching porn? Is that why? Is that why they were doing witch hunts? Because of the amount of porn that they were consuming? Or maybe this is a larger societal construct that causes men to treat women this way. And it's been like, you know, a historic phenomena that we have experienced far before pornographic material was serialized and super easily accessible. I'm just saying, Roman women were kind of popping off. Ironically, Roman women, in comparison to their contemporary counterparts, or not contemporary counterparts, but like in comparison to other women elsewhere, were, you know, doing better. And guess what? You know what else they were doing? They were doing porn. There was like literally porn in Rome. So they definitely had like a lot of sexual theater plays. Anyway.
About to hunt. Just a bunch of other people saying this as well. The next one, and this is a pretty big one I hear about a lot, is these sort of violent depictions of what happens in general, translating to the bedroom, especially without consent.
A lot of women lately report that even when they go to like kiss somebody at the end of a first date, a lot of men now just start.
How is defending porn a thing now? It's literally worse than anything NoFap does for women. You can DM me and I can show you, but he's objectively wrong because he's talking from an ignorant and ideological standpoint. Dude, just do basic research. Not that hard. You're talking from an ideological and ignorant standpoint alone. Brother, just explain what you mean. Just send one fucking link, okay? And it can't be from like a Christian group that paid for a think tank to deliver research about how damaging porn is, okay? Or it can't be from a secular presenting group that is actually backed by the Mormon Church. Because I've seen both of these things. Just show me the fucking research. I'm going to play No Pixel after this video is done.
Choking them like right away. Like when kissing or making out. You have to remember that that is the same thing that somebody would do if they were trying to unalive you. And the fact that men are going into it with no consent, with the fact that it's happening so quickly.
It's funny because this is the equivalent of the violent video games are harmful notion. Basically, it's not that violent video games are in and of itself bad, but rather aggressive people are more inclined to seek out that kind of content. Not even necessarily. No, I don't even agree with that. I don't agree with that. I think unconditionally, violent video games do not make people more violent. Okay? I don't. Just like porn is not supposed to be sex ed. It's not a substitute for sex ed. We need sex ed. I think he's just saying that the porn industry is often sexist and misogynistic, also not representative of what sex actually is like. This is a incredibly broad, wide-sweeping generalization that you can't make for anything else and be taken seriously. The only reason why people take this kind of comment seriously is because it is directed towards an industry that churns out content in a puritanical society that heavily stigmatizes sex, and as a byproduct of which, sex work. That's where this comes from. Sexism and misogyny in general are ever present in every aspect of our lives. Every industry in and of itself is sexist. Every industry in and of itself churns out sexist results, misogynistic results. Violent video games is just showing what people already have. Wait, what?
They're not even waiting to get into the bedroom and like, you know, tell you about preferences or anything like that. They just literally will start trying to cut your airways off. That is absolutely insane. And you need to safely get out of that situation as soon as you are able to.
These, again, were backed up by a ton of people in the comments. You can just see the likes of the comments. It's a lot of people. The last experience is talking about just being used as like means to an end.
You feel like your experience was not important. You feel like maybe they didn't try to look at you. They didn't try to engage with you. They kept their eyes closed.
I know exactly what study you're talking about. I did a meta-analysis of the data in the university. The only study that concluded a correlation between video games and aggression found the same increase in aggression after playing sports. Exactly. And that's not actually a proclivity towards violence, but it's actually aggression that you experience after like competitive play in general. And that aggression also occurs after playing FIFA as well, not just fucking Grand Theft Auto. I know exactly the study that you're referencing. Anyway, but that's video games, right? That's video games, and it's false conflation with like an increase in violent actions in general. So a massive chunk of art history are ye olden sex workers, aka prostitute, nudies, pornography, and sexual material has artistic and historical merit. Who's to say some of today's porn won't be regarded similarly? These are the things young students will come across in their studies. I mean, there's all matter of new waves of art has been deemed to be morally degenerate early on. My point is this, okay? I don't think that unfettered, unrestricted access to pornography at a super early age is good. I don't think that at all. I think that parents should take extra care and ensure that their children don't see that sort of thing. Obviously, kids before the age of 18 are still going to find pornos regardless, and pornographic material regardless. We all did. I certainly did. Okay, when there's a will, there's a way. And God, there was a lot of will on my end. Okay, however, putting hurdles in front of children to be able to, limit their access to pornography is a good thing overall. Okay, it's a very good thing. But you also have to accompany that with sexual education. Sex ed is incredibly important because without sex ed, if you're learning everything you know about sex from porn, then yeah, it's not going to be fucking healthy. That's it. The major problem here is structural problems and not pornography, okay? Just your opinion, bruv? No, this is not just my opinion, bruv. Oh my God. Anyway.
They were like physically there, but emotionally like completely detached. They are having to think of corn instead of your body in order to finish.
So this perspective is anecdotal, right? But it's anecdotal in a different way than the NoFap stories, because the shared experiences from the NoFap stories are generally like positive, good things, their benefits and good traits, whereas these are very much indicative of harm. Shared experiences among a community that hurt people, traumatize people. So it's like more of an urgent motivation to correct that kind of behavior. And I guess the point I want to make for sort of the NoFappers is just because you've quit doesn't mean you've been cured of that type of behavior. Those are deeply ingrained behaviors, because a lot of the people that talk about being NoFap have been watching porn for a long time and addicted for a long time. And the 90-day refresh timeline might feel like it's happening, but if you're unaware of how the symptoms manifest in ways that sort of quote unquote scare the maidens, then those behaviors might not ever get corrected. You might be feeling better, but you might still be scaring the maidens, you know? The last thing I want to talk about, and one of the bigger things that kind of worries me about this, is that taking the benefits too far can also have a weird effect when they're
Do you really think, honestly, that better sex ed is going to dissuade and prevent impressionable young people from seeking out and watching hardcore pornography? No. Sex ed offers you an actual framework, a healthy framework to analyze sex, which allows you to not see porn as the only way that sex is supposed to happen. Okay? There are a lot of basic rules that you learn in the real world. Unfortunately, due to the stigmatization, due to the puritanical nature of American society especially, sex is not one of those things that you can openly learn about, okay, in public, in polite society, or even from your parents in general. This is why porn happens to be the only area where people think they're learning about sex. If we had the same kind of stigma associated with, like, I don't know, other aspects of society, people would be fucking losing their minds off of Marvel movies too, I guess, or certain people would. That's the issue. The issue is when you are at least equipped with a healthy understanding of sex and sexuality, you can view porn as simply another medium and not necessarily the only medium where you can learn about this crazy, sneaky thing. That's why, by the way, this is ironically another less talked about but relatively famous aspect of porn for queer people. Okay, a lot of people have are purposely sheltered from any kind of queer culture or queer media or education in general. So the first time they start discovering their own sexuality is through pornography. Okay, literally. I don't think that's healthy either. I don't think that porn should be the only avenue for many people, many gay people, many trans people, many queer people in this chat have probably first recognized that they're queer because of porn. That's it. Psych student here. The whole psych community had your back on that one. Agreed. The fact that most American schools still teach abstinent-based sex ed is harmful to development in regards to their sexuality later on in life. Exactly. Sex ed is for education, dude, not suppression. Wait, are you talking to me? You've fallen off. Brother, you've only been here for 4 months. If you think that I'm like all of a sudden newly defending sex work in general, oh baby, you are wrong, okay? A lot of people come in here, they never hear me talk about certain subjects and think I've never actually brought this up before, and this is a new phenomenon, or this is something that I'm actually bringing up for the first time ever, or something that I changed my mind on. Go back like fucking 5, 6, 7, 8 years in the past and find the exact same commentary. Bye-bye.
Applying that logic to the world of dating, because some in the nofap community lists that off as a potential benefit is that you are horny, so you want to date.
The reason why nofap will change your life is that since you're not releasing energy to these people online, you're going to satisfy your biological urge to actually procreate and actually want to meet women.
My God, this editing, it's going to make me puke. It's giving me scurvy.
There has been times where, let's say you're tired at night, maybe you're feeling some type of way a little bit, right? So you just hop on the computer, rub one out real quick, and now you're ready to go to bed. But what I've noticed is that once you actually start doing nofap, instead of being lazy and wanting to just rub one off and go to bed, you actually figure out, how can I actually have a woman in my presence, right? Whether that means you'll start to go out more,
Bro, this dude is a thought. Like, I've realized a lot of these fucking nofap Andes are also like thoughty as hell. Like, what's going on? Why are you shirtless? Why are you fucking flexing your pecs, big dog? What's happening?
actually start to pursue and invite girls over more. And we all know that having a woman in person is way better than having a woman virtually.
So we get what he's saying here, right? You're not doing that thing by yourself, so you probably might want to go out and do it with someone else. As a practical prescription, I think that makes sense, but the idea of it, the way this manifests, is weird to me. The pursuit of sex is made as the primary goal, and it doesn't actually involve physical intimacy with another person. The explicit intent is to just swap out your hand and your laptop for a body.
Having a woman in person is way better than having a woman virtually.
I don't think that's great, in my opinion. I think it's good to be social, but you know, the reasons behind it are also important. And if the reasons behind it are like what this guy's talking about, then that's exactly what the TikTok comments were talking about earlier. If what got you out of the house was to just find a thing to do, then the entire rest of the experience of being a human and having human connection is not really relevant.
This is why NoFap will help you get more girls.
Why is everybody yelling at me?
Say you're starving, right? And you have no food in the house. What are you gonna do? You're gonna somehow try and get food because there's no other outcome except for you dying if you don't have food. It's the same concept. You are so addicted to watching that.
Just because masturbation doesn't negatively impact some people doesn't mean it doesn't all people. What is your logic here? The ones that have an addiction have a very sad life and this subreddit helps them. Bro, what is going on, man? You went from like, oh no, I'm just talking about porn addiction to like now you think masturbation is fucking negatively impacting people. Hello? Anne? What does that smell? It smells like something's burning.
That shit, you're okay with doing that shit and pleasuring it in that way. When you stop doing that and you realize that there's no more porn, no more thing to watch and self-pleasure yourself, you will go out and try and find someone or do something to get it out. It works. You will have no other outcome except for one thing, and that is to find a girl to do that for you. To get with the girl, bro. I'm telling you, yo, you would think I'm crazy, bro.
I will say that's the most romantic way of describing a hookup that I've ever heard in my life. You'll be able to get it out by...
Notice how, like, I mean, every single nofapper also weirdly is just simply talking about women as though they are objects of sexual desire, that they have a role to fulfill, which is to be your cum bucket, okay? It's a very odd thing that I am observing, at least now. Whenever people are talking about women, they're simply talking about it like, I stopped porn so I can fuck this woman, which is a substitute for my fleshlight. You know what I mean?
Finding a girl to do that for you. Hi, I found you. Now,
by the way, that chatter's been fucking crying this whole time and hasn't given me a single fucking piece, a fraction of empirical evidence, just some data that we can look at and enlighten ourselves. I just want to point that out.
How can you please get this thing out of me? For me, please. Charming stuff, truly. I'm just picturing, because of NoFap, an army of freshly reformed gooners climbing out of the basement and sprinting towards the local bar, filled up with the confidence that the forums have gave them the superpowers that they are saying they have now, and getting in the bar and just freaking everybody out, or doing shit that's porn brain shit. And that's spooky stuff, you know, just reading what people are feeling. It's spooky stuff. NoFap might get you out of the house and in front of the maidens, but that doesn't mean you're not still scaring them. Editor Noah here, last caveat. I'm not saying don't go out, and I'm not saying don't try to go meet somebody and go get all freaky. I'm just trying to say, you know, bring awareness to the fact that you might be doing some of this stuff that very much seems to be overlooked in the NoFap space, given that these women's perspectives are not represented, and when they aren't engaged with beyond being used as justification to the validity of NoFap. Sorry for all the caveats. I'm just trying to change the way I approach these. Okay. Anyways,
who's debating that addiction is bad? I'm not. And I already said, yes, a porn addiction can be unhealthy. It's an addiction after all. However, okay, it still very likely stems from other issues that you have, other underlying issues. It's not porn in and of itself that is causing you to be addicted. So I'm going to look at porn addiction studies to get out of gaming. No, I'm going to play this.
A little bit of a different video, a little bit of a weird video, but I had fun. Let me know what you thought of this one. I had certain obligations that made it so that I can't keep covering the things that I want to cover at this current time, but that's okay because now I can, now this is out of the way for the month. Thank you to my patrons for supporting me. Thank you so much. Check out patreon.com/SAMSEN if you want ad-free crap. Hope you liked it. See you, bye, and next time, enjoy.
Many recognize that several behaviors potentially affecting the reward circuitry in human brains lead to a loss of control and other symptoms of addiction, at least some individuals. Regarding internet addiction, neuroscientific research supports the assumption that underlying neural processes are similar to substance addiction. The APA has recognized, talking about internet addiction, but then also sneaking in pornography into it, has recognized one such internet-related behavior, internet gaming, as a potential addictive disorder, warranting further study in the 2013 revision of their Diagnostic and Statistical Manual. Other internet behaviors, e.g. internet pornography use, were not covered. Within this review, we give a summary of the concepts, proposed underlying addiction, and give an overview about neuroscientific studies on the internet addiction and internet gaming disorder. Moreover, we reviewed neuroscientific literature on internet pornography addiction and connect the results of the addiction model. The review leads to the conclusion that the internet pornography addiction fits into the addiction framework and shares similar basic mechanisms with substance addiction. Together with studies on internet addiction and internet gaming disorder, we see strong evidence for considering addictive internet behaviors as a behavioral addiction. Okay. Future research needs to address whether or not there are specific differences between substance and behavioral addiction. A revolutionary paradigm shift is occurring in the field of addiction that has great implications for assessment and treatment. How many times was that paper cited? This is like I don't think that this is what he thinks. I don't think this study is saying what he thinks it's saying. Like, that's it. That is not true, chatter. There are many mental health issues, that there are numerous sources of media that provide an addiction, like feeling, stealing, jerking. There are many different things. No, this study says that it should, or there is more research necessary to factor in behavioral addiction separate from substance addiction, and internet pornography should be considered in a similar capacity to internet gaming, okay, which also can be addictive as well. Yes. There was no time scope placed upon the research. Internet research, addictive sexual behaviors on the internet began with an inquiry into various constructs surrounding compulsive sexual behavior. There was no scientific time delimitation for this research. However, as with behavioral addiction, analytical priority was placed upon literature reviews and articles published in the newest and oldest methodology: compulsive sex, cybersex, hypersexual disorder, and imaging, impulsive sex, neurobiologue, out of control sex, problem sex, sex addict, literature review. This is just looking at all the literature readily available. Why do we care if it's addictive? Like, don't you literally agree with that point? I do. And I don't think that I don't think NoFap is the healthy solution to this. It can be, just like anything else, everything can be addictive. You can develop a behavioral addiction to anything. Some people develop it to the top of the hour ad break. I literally talked about how gooners are also on the deep end of the other side of the spectrum. Okay? Some people even goon to the motherfucking top of the hour ad break. However, NoFap as a concept, as a solution, is not the right one, because NoFap does not examine the underlying problems that are causing you to be addicted to pornography. pornography in and of itself, just like many other behavioral addictions, okay, is not simply caused by the stimuli in and of itself. And if you have an unhealthy relationship with sex and sexuality, then you are moving away from the actual problem and solving the actual problem. NoFap is just a pure break entirely that requires no further examination as to why you have developed an unhealthy addiction to watching porn. This is my point. It has been my point since the beginning. Anyway, it's not good to say, I am addicted to pornography, so I cut out masturbation and even pornography altogether. Yeah, because a lot of NoFap people say that porn is evil or making you do it makes sense. I'm a substance use disorder counselor, and something said often is that drug and alcohol use are a symptom of a deeper issue. Yes, except drug and alcohol use also are like that also has a physical property, like a physically addictive property on top of that, which is different from a behavioral addiction in general. This is my point. This study in and of itself says this warrants further research. Everything this study is saying is what Hasan learned firsthand with No Pixel. Kind of not wrong. Okay? Exactly. The literature is more than clear on this. The fact that it is an addiction is defined clinically, not socially. Addiction is defined by markers and behavior. If the behaviors become burdensome in some way, financially, time-wise, etc., it's not an addiction, it's a habit. And habits can be good or bad depending solely on frequency. Then what are you debating against here? Porn addiction exists and it negatively impacts people's lives. It doesn't have to stigmatize masturbation, even if some wrongly believe so. But the ones with the addiction need help through this with a community. Brother, you are actively, if you first of all, don't play fast and lose. You started with NoFap. You said NoFap is healthy and that I shouldn't be fucking attacking NoFap and making fun of NoFap. Okay? So don't move away from that major talking point. And I told you in that same time frame that NoFap is unhealthy, so is gooning, okay? And it's on the opposite side of it. Pornography and masturbation are perfectly healthy in moderation, okay? Pornography and masturbation are perfectly healthy in moderation. Can some people develop behavioral addictions to consuming pornography, that it becomes burdensome, that it starts taking up time from their lives? Sure, of course. But there's always another underlying reason, and most of that comes from repression. I'm not a psychologist. I'm not a psychiatrist. I don't know. Everyone has a different journey. Everyone has different issues that contribute to it. But if you are not examining yourself with a licensed professional and trying to figure out what the underlying reasoning for why you have become so deeply and cripplingly addicted to watching porn and simply going, fuck it, I'm just going to stop jerking off altogether, you are actually suppressing those very same triggers that will probably, likely down the line, cause you even more issues. That is simply what I'm saying. And NoFap does that. It gets people to brush aside the actual problem. NoFap, in many ways, is similar to what I always say about painkillers. Do some people absolutely need painkillers to survive? Yes. 1,000,000%. There are certain injuries that require you to have some kind of painkillers to be normal. But in a lot of instances, injuries have to be healed. Okay? Painkillers, on the other hand, create a over-reliance, so you no longer have that stimulation. So you no longer have the stimuli. You no longer are in pain. Okay? But that doesn't mean you are actually healing the underlying problem, which is precisely why you need to do PT. NoFap in this situation is like taking fucking morphine for a gamer neck that you have, okay? Because you're constantly sitting like this. And instead of engaging in corrective exercises with a with a physical therapist or a personal trainer or something like that, and you just like simply keep fucking taking morphine for it, you haven't solved the problem. The issue still exists. The issue still exists within you, and it's becoming worse and worse. Okay? Anyway, like I said, this is very important to recognize. Anyway, and therefore, NoFap is not good. And as a matter of fact, not masturbating is unhealthy. It's not even fucking not good. It's bad. So there's that aspect too. Not masturbating and not coming is not a good thing. It's a bad thing. It's unhealthy. Okay? Straight up. Also, I forgot to run the top of the hour ad break after my incredible debate. So I'm doing it now as we move on to my behavioral addiction. I wouldn't go that far. What? Not masturbating is not healthy? It isn't. Quitting masturbation altogether is literally not good for you. All right. Now we are moving on to a character who is no fap, Donny O'Sullivan. That's right. That's fucking right, lads. Donny O'Sullivan, Irishman, investigative journalist who never faps, is no fap. I've decided. What is this? Previously on No Pixel 4.0, the Donny O'Sullivan story that I desperately need.
We definitely won't go down there. We're just gonna go to Burger Shop.
Okay.
I don't know how you go down. How'd you do that?
You gotta walk up to it.
Anne, leave me alone.
Hey guys, I think we should be a little careful.
Or you're going too!
Put what down?
He behind you, fella!
You just stabbed one of us. I'm not gonna.
It's gonna be two more if you don't stop! Both of you put that down! Right now! 3, 2, 1!
Put what down? Oh! What? Now, of course, unfortunately, Donny O'Sullivan does not remember what happened here because Donny was incapacitated. And due to the fact that Donny was incapacitated under the sewer structure, under the sewer system, he simply woke up in a hospital. Oh, right? Fucking, he killed her. Talked about it later. He had to RP lock the area because y'all weren't supposed to be there. Oh, really? Perhaps. What do you mean we're not supposed to be there? What the fuck does he mean? Well, I don't remember what happened. We will find out. Donny O'Sullivan wakes up in his little soul apartment, looking at the outside. Seems to me like this apartment is actually lower. I check my inventory and I found that I have 200 kilograms of sanded wooden planks and also a mobile phone that is not mine, $97 in cash, and a cigarette pack. Where did it get? How did this phone get in my inventory? How was it in my pockets? I don't know. Lots of questions. How will we find out? Oh! A mystery surely I will uncover.
What is it?
Mr. Thoroughbred, he's running for mayor. Hallelujah. Forthcoming of Christ he is. Hallelujah. Amen to that.
Seems like people are running for mayor.
Sir, do you need a car?
There's those who are kitted out. People are dressed up. This accent sounds like you're copying Australian, but you've only ever seen it typed out phonetically. It's not. This is it's a perfect Irish accent. All right? I don't know if I should post about what happened as in I remember walking into a sewer. I remember smelling bad and then nothing. Only waking up. Hold on. All right. First and foremost, let's take a look. See. Let's give a call. Let's give a call to Mickey. Oi. I am ready for that job whenever. And then, let's send a text message to Spencer Marmon. Oi. What happened? I woke up in a hospital bed. There it is. I sent 2 text messages. And it's time. Tweet out that you're RPing. A lot of people have been waiting. Okay. Donny O'Sullivan is back, folks. Donny is back in Los Santos. Tonight, we dive into crime. The city of dreams. Or the city of nightmares. First and foremost, I will head to Weasel News, like I do every time I've woken up in this godforsaken city, hoping to find a job. One day, I will be able to get my first ever news job. Hello.
Hey.
How are you boys doing? I want to
Name,
work,
sir?
sir.
You gonna try to get a jab?
I'm going to try and get a job, yes. Finally. Have you been able to get one so far? Oh, he left me alone. Real scoop. Have you boys had any luck finding jobs?
No, it's still a little bit weird. You know, it's a little off. But
It says,
you know,
it
give it
says
time.
I've gotten a job offer.
Yeah,
It
but
says-
and what does it say?
It says pending.
Yeah, it's gonna be like that.
I have the same thing.
It's I think the phone app is a little bit screwy right now, but fear
Right.
not. I'm sure it'll be, you know, in no time it'll be taken care of. But in the meantime, you know, would practice your chops. You know, get you know, hone your skills. Get ready to hit the ground running. You know what I'm saying? You guys have your equipment yet? You got your cameras and your mics?
I do
no,
not.
not yet.
Where do you get your cameras and mics?
That dude sells them. They're pretty expensive. It's like $150 a piece.
I'm a bit of an independent journalist. I just simply use my phone, you know?
You use your phone what?
I
You
use my phone.
what,
I
for-
use
to
my phone to
record?
film.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I don't know if the producers are gonna go for that. I don't know. Yeah, use,
Look at that.
use what you can.
Just like that. You see? Bedlam. Bedlam
Oh my
happening
God.
here. Donnie O'Sullivan reporting live from the
Donnie
scene.
O'Sullivan.
A massive car crash has occurred right behind me. These phantom drivers are wreaking havoc here in Los Santos. More at 7.
Damn, Donnie. It's not bad, man.
Right? That's how you gotta do.
good.
I'm a real go-getter, you know?
Are ya? Yeah. You ever worked for the news before?
I have not.
You look like you got what it takes, man.
I've got the chops,
Got
if
that
you will.
initiative, that drive. Plan on working here long term, or?
I plan on becoming a Rupert Murdoch type in charge of my own news empire.
Oh, that's great, man. All power to you. Have you ever done that before?
Have I built a news empire from the ground up before by starting? No, I have not. Why would I be here in Los Santos if I was able to do such a thing?
I'll tell you
Probably
something. It's a
be
real
with a bunch
pain
of
in the dick.
babes.
You'll as soon as it's done, you're gonna regret it. But all the power to you, man. Sorry, I gotta take this.
All right. You have a good day, lads.
This is Travis Rashgard. What can I?
Look at that car. It's a mighty fine-looking car. Who is this guy? There's always guys everywhere. There's always guys everywhere. It's Los Santos. There's guys to find everywhere you look. We found, in my mind, as I was dreaming of potential news stories, I thought about a story. Migrants in Delta Airlines being transported from Los Santos all around. Yes, I turned off the music in my car because I don't believe I'm going to be able to get these jobs, lads. I'm disbanding the group and I'm leaving the group in general. What the fuck is Mosley's?
Oh, watch his motorcycle! Oh, Jesus!
People are driving like madmen. People drive like crazy people out here. Perhaps it's time to go to the strip club. Give it another visit. See what the strip club is all about. See if there's anything happening there. If industry has come to Los Santos. That's a tattoo shop. That's not what I'm looking for. Even though eventually when I do make my money, I will get a tattoo. A tattoo. First we go to the strip club. Then we go to City Hall. First we find the people that are doing the fucking, and then we talk to the people that really do the fucking, right? After all, the people are the ones who are being fucked. Now, I do know that going to the strip club in the middle of the day is perhaps not the best idea, and it doesn't seem like there's any cars out here, which leads me to believe that the strip club is currently not in operation, and I wouldn't want to relapse on my gooning habits, as Donnie O'Sullivan is a nofap legend. So, It's time. It's time for me to go to City Hall to see the real prostitutes who don't stop fucking you even after you're dead. Here it is, City Hall. Concrete jungle where dreams are made of. There's nothing you can't do. Welcome to Los Santos City Hall. Let's see what's bustling in the underbelly of Los Santos, where the real criminals are, inside of City Hall. Seems to me like no one is around. Hello? Is there anybody here? Hello? Hello? How are you doing? Wait, we can purchase a license? What? A license for what? It seems like City Hall is also empty. This doesn't make sense. This is a major city. Life is bustling in all of the orifices. In the orifice eye? I don't know. City Hall also looks very different than the last time I remember. Like, it's crazy. Is it a different building? Yeah. Go through a metal detector? I don't even have metal on me. It's time for Donnie to try and steal the Declaration of Independence. System, your items have been stored. Wait, what? I didn't even go through a metal detector. What the fuck? Wait, what? Uh-oh. Wait, where is my items, it said? Wait, what the fuck? Where'd this lady go? And now there's trash on the ground. What the hell is going on? Hello, sir. I believe you have my things. Thank you. Have a nice day. That was quite unproductive. Why is it so empty? Is it because the like game just started? Like the server just started? I have my items back. Everyone's grinding for money. Ugh. Who's this Vivek Ramaswamy fellow? About Vivek. Truth Social Co. NZRU. I don't want to interview Lily Friller. Vivek Ramaswamy. Do I just add him? I am an independent voice in media, and I'd like to find out more about what your campaign has to offer. Care for an interview, or are you afraid of spirited debate? I'm being unnecessarily antagonistic because I feel like a lot of these politicians thrive on this sort of thing. Now it's time to go to the electronics store because I do have a phone that I found. Perhaps I can sell the phone that I found. I don't know where the phone came from, but there's no SIM card in it, and therefore it's rendered useless. Hello, I would like to sell you a mobile phone. Would you care to purchase a mobile phone from me, sir? No? Right. Doesn't seem like I can sell this mobile phone here. I wonder if there's a will, or if there's a way. Truth, God is real. I'm willing to engage in a battlefield of ideas, time and place. What the fuck? Or just get a SIM card and have a burner? What the fuck am I going to do with that? I mustn't respond immediately in order not to look like I'm desperate. I am, after all, a real journalist. And a real journalist has a lot of news that he's covering. A lot of news that I'm chasing. A lot of stories. At this moment, I'm currently chasing down a story about reselling electronics. Motherfucker, how are you planning on getting money? When there's a will, there's a way, fucker! Why are there voices in my head telling me I do not know how to make money? Sir, voices in my head, how about you stop doubting the absolute master? The gas station. Perhaps there's a pawn shop or something where I can sell this. Pawn it off. You know? That's not it. That's a laundromat. Is there a pawn shop? Like in Yakuza? It doesn't seem like it. That's a bank. I've been there. I know what that's like. That's a barber. That's a clothing store. Another clothing store. I believe the banks are actually simply places like a real bank, and not necessarily different. What about this thing? Group of 6 HQ. Try the yellow pages. Oh shit, Hank Green replied to me and said, haha, you terrify me. What the fuck? That's crazy. I fucking hit up Hank Green. Okay, the moment where I'm no longer Donnie O'Sullivan. Alright? Tell me don't do politics on Fear Ann. Alright, I will do that. Cutie Cinderella. It's with my co-hosts, Cutie Cinderella, Austin Show, and Will Neff. This is bigger than the new Marvel and Capcom. Marvel versus Capcom. What a big get. It would be absolutely incredible. There was a pawn shop across from that train shop where you waited with the train with Mickey after your first day. I don't remember, and I don't believe that that was a real pawn shop. Hit up Vivek. You've ghosted him the perfect amount. Right. He can wait a little bit further. This way, he'll really be desperate. He'll be the desperate one. Oh, wait. That's the pawn shop! Right. Perfect. We found it! Oh, I almost forgot to buckle my seatbelt. Here's the non-working public transit. What good is it to have these fucking railroads if there's no trains that come out of it? Fuck. I hear. Hello. I need lunch right now. What do you want? I don't have rep with him. Wait. What the fuck? Hello? Hello? Is there anyone here? What did you tell Hank for him to send you that? He's looking for podcasts to... Wait. I need lunch right about now. What do you want? Fuck! What the hell is going on? I feel like I've stuck another dead end. How do I find people fucking tweet out so much? I can't even find it! Oh, Vivek. Donnie O'Sullivan, truth. God is real. I'm willing to engage in a battlefield of ideas. Where should I do it? Care for an interview at the strip club. We can discuss the state of commerce in Los Santos and what you will do to fix it. Care for an interview at the strip club. We can discuss the state of commerce in Los Santos and what you will do to fix it. Vivek Ramaswamy. Neutral ground.
How you doing?
Hello.
What's going on there, fella? You sleep well last night?
I sleep well every night.
Every single night, huh? Must be a little hard to sleep when you ain't got no bed, though, huh?
Yeah, well, I've developed... What? I've developed a skill.
Oh, what's that?
I can sleep anywhere.
Anywhere, anytime.
Anywhere, anytime.
You know, I heard about fellers that can do that, but they're usually called Sam Squinches, you know? They run around, they got lots of hair, the big fellers. You don't look like a Sam Squinch to me. Looks like you could use a bed.
Are you trying to sell me a bed?
That's right. I sell you one for 400 buckaroonies right now if you want it. I'm just a humble bed salesman, mattress salesman.
Sir?
Yeah,
you have
how's
a
it
mask
going?
on your face. It doesn't
Oh,
seem
that's
to be.
alright.
It doesn't seem to be.
I can take it off if you
like
want.
you're. Doesn't seem to me like you're selling. Seems okay. Well, never mind. You do look
Make
way
you
more
uncomfortable.
presentable now.
Yeah, I'm just a humble dad. It's just that old habits die hard. Well, I'll be honest with you. I'll be completely honest. I'm an ex-treasonist. It's just that I'm used to wearing it. All right. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you.
A treasonist?
Yeah, as a part of the war. Old habits die hard. Like I said, I'm a veteran.
What? I don't know what war you're talking about.
You don't know about the war, the Sanguine Isle War?
Oh no, that was before my time. I'm new in this city.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Oh yeah, it was a big old war. There was, whew, man. You ever heard of a fella named Jaeger? Know of him?
Like in Attack on Titan?
Well, no, he's more of like he's like a purple-skinned demon fella that wears a maid outfit sometimes. It's kind of hard to explain. But he was selling explosives. and the cops didn't like it so much, so they invaded his island, and they brought Wakandan tanks. It's crazy. Bombing. It was bombs everywhere. It was nonstop. It just wouldn't stop.
That figures.
We were horrified. They shot all of us. It was. I don't even want to remember it. Oh God.
All right. Well, that seems absolutely insane.
Yeah, it was something. I think they nuclear bombed that island too, so you ain't going there if you're looking to do a scoop on it.
All right. Well, no, I'm simply about to debate or interview a political candidate. I feel like that's a little bit outside of my payroll.
Oh yeah, I mean that's the past, not the news, right? You're looking for the news.
Right.
Well,
anyway,
I mean, look,
okay.
the news ain't really my business. Aside from maybe I could tell you about the Sewer King. Aside from that, though, I'm just trying to be out here selling some beds, some furniture, any kind of furniture you need. I could hit you up.
What do you mean, the Sewer King? It seems like it seems so familiar somehow to me.
You never heard of the Sewer King?
No, I feel
it's like
I don't know why. The mere mention of the Sewer King brings a chill down my spine and pain and throbbing all around my body.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring up some bad memories or something. You never met Clark?
No, I don't believe I have.
What's your number? Are you in the yellow pages?
I don't know if I am, but my phone number is, hold on, I'll give it to you right now. My phone number is 420.
All right.
782
6008.
6008.
What's your name, feller?
Donnie O'Sullivan.
Donnie O'Sullivan. It's got a nice ring to it. Okay. My name's Freddie Fastfingers. Good to meet you.
Nice.
I will tell you this. When Clark is next awake, I'll let you meet him and interview him if you want.
All right, that seems great. Send me a text message, and I'll put your phone. I'll put your number down in my phone.
There you go. I'll text you right now.
All right. Pleasure to meet you, my friend.
Yeah, ain't no problem. If you ever need any furniture, just let me know.
Will do. We've made a friend, even though there are no friends in Los Santos. Only simply acquaintances, waiting to be enemies. As the lines get blurry between friend and foe, Donnie O'Sullivan decides to venture out, back into familiar territory. As a gooner, this will be hard. I will not. It will be hard both physically, spiritually, and metaphorically. That's right. I'm talking about my penis. As a farmer gooner at heart, I'm going to have a hard time making sure that I'm not gooning. Hopefully, this infraction in the strip club doesn't bring back bad memories. You unlock the story, Pat? That's great. I get why people are into this now. Hello.
Hey, how are you? How's it going?
I'm Donnie O'Sullivan. Who are you?
My name is Vivek Ramaswamy. That is Vivek Ramasquamy.
That's right.
That's exactly. This is my campaign manager, Lilith.
Hi,
Lilith,
how's
go ahead
it
and
going?
introduce yourself.
I'm Lilith Folker. I'm the campaign manager for Vivek.
That's
The next
exactly
president.
Right. Next president.
That's right. Alrighty.
I'm sorry. What is this? What is this voice sound you're doing? I don't understand.
What do you mean?
Where are you from?
Voice sound? Oh, I'm from Ireland. Sir.
What's that?
It's a country.
Yeah, where in America is that?
Where in America's island?
It's not in America, sir. It's next to England.
What is that?
That's another country that's not in America.
I don't know what you're talking about. You're an independent journalist, but you clearly do not have facts up yourself. You know what I mean? You just got got. You just got Ramaswamy. Do you have any questions for me, specifically regarding my campaign, about, my day-to-day brain supplements? Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Go ahead.
All right. First and foremost, it says that you're telling me that you're running for president. However, I don't believe there's an election coming up for Los Santos for the presidency. Do you perhaps mean maybe mayor of Los Santos?
Hey, thank you so much for the question and your concern. I really appreciate it. I love talking to voters like yourself. First and foremost, what I'm saying is, yes, it's mayor to some, but president for others, because every single political opportunity that I hit is a stepping stone to the next big thing. And let me tell you, Donnie, the next big thing for me is the presidency. And that's why I want to be a representative for you and for Lilith and hardworking folks of Los Santos. That's right. It's Vivek Ramaswamy.
That's
Go
right.
ahead.
All right, Vivek Ramaswamy, not interested in mayor, simply using the position as a leg up.
Now, hold on.
Oh, now, hold on now. Okay, is this one of the fake media? This is exactly what I was telling Lilith.
The
You
classic
are
woke
editorializing. You are being woke. And frankly, I will, if you publish something that is incorrect, I will expose you on my own platform.
And dare I remind you, sir, I do have snipers in the vicinity, so please.
That's exactly right.
Mind your language.
All right. Wait, snipers? Did you say?
That's right.
That's right.
As in
That's right.
Vivek Ramaswamy interested
What do you mean?
in
It's Swami.
threatening
That's
journalists?
RAMASQUAMY.
Vivek.
That's right.
Vivek interested in threatening free press, it seems.
Hey everybody, this is Vivek Ramaswamy here, just live with another vlog. I'm sitting here next to this
I need
independent
the
journalist
snipers
clown. He is absolutely spreading fake news on Twitter, and I'm not going to stand idly by. He's not even from the country. I have no idea how he's even a journalist here. He's using his right. Thank you so much. Those are my fans. He is absolutely using his platform to spread hate, and let me tell you, that is not acceptable in my America. That is Ramaswamy, RAMASQUAMY. Visit vivek.ramaswamy.co.nz.ru. This is brought to you by Onnit Brain Supplements. For 15% off your first 2 orders, visit my website, vivekramaswamy.co.ru.nz. Take care now. Signing off.
Alrighty, take care now.
All right. More interested in vlogging. He said vlog. What? Sorry, you said vlog. What is that?
It's a vlog. It's a way that I can connect to my younger constituents. It's a thing that I'm trying because I did actually do a Tic Tac dance with my friend Jake Paul here.
Go ahead.
Is familiar to you? Yeah. End the woke mob. Here we go. End the woke mob. That's what I'm talking about. We're moving it.
Wonderful. Fantastic work, sir.
All right. So, sir, Mr. Vivek, are
Mr.
you
Ramaswamy? Go ahead.
Mr. Ramaswamy?
Or Mr. President. Either or.
Is this a part of your campaign, ending the woke mob, as you say?
Exactly right. Here's a fun story, by the way. Let me tell you, Donnie. Earlier this morning, I went to City Hall. And let me tell you, every single meeting was done behind a locked door. And frankly, I am not going to stand idly by as these career politicians are meeting with each other. Which is why if I'm lucky enough to be mayor or president, I will make sure every meeting happens with every door open. More importantly, I will stick up for the minorities, specifically the 1%. Because at the end of the day, who's going to represent them? That's right, folks. Ramaswamy. I'm your answer. Go ahead.
That's RAMASQUAMY.
That's exactly right, Lilith.
Alrighty then.
Breaking.
Go ahead.
Vivek stands up for the 1%, millionaires and billionaires.
That's right. Yes, I do.
Especially Jeff Bezos.
I love that guy, Jeff Bezos. I pee in a cup during my Groover run. That's right.
So, all right. So, in my independent journalism, I found out that the city, at least in the brochure when I first got here, advertised the public transit system. However, I really haven't seen anything to point to the working public transit system. It seems more like a mythology than anything else. What are you going to do about affordable access to public transit?
Well, it's such a great question. I really appreciate you opening up and asking me that. Well, here's my grand strategy, and I'm not even making this up, but day one, I'm going to pass a landmark legislation, part 3. Essentially what we're going to do. Day one, I'm going to stop employment completely. What I am going to put into place is contracted workers. Here's the thing. If we can mobilize and use tech companies to hire fine folks like you or me, we can avoid paying them healthcare, we can avoid paying them, basic minimum wage, and we can take advantage of hardworking Americans in Los Santos to be truck drivers, bus drivers.
No bathroom breaks.
No bathroom breaks on the clock. They'll have to check out for that, and that will save us businesses so much money. And that's why I, Vivek Ramaswamy, believe in contracted work. Go ahead, Donnie. Take it away.
The floor is yours.
Vivek says no bathroom breaks.
Hold on now. Hold on. I don't say no bathroom breaks. It's just be off the clock. Give me 1 second here. Give me 1 second. I'm so sorry.
All public workers must be fired immediately. Where'd he go? Is he
Sorry
pissing?
about that. I'm back.
One
Sorry.
moment,
No,
sir.
I wasn't pissing. I was just filling up my yellow Gatorade. Go ahead.
Did you take a piss right there?
I wasn't taking a piss. I was filling up
These are
yellow
some
Gatorade.
crazy
Go ahead.
accusations, sir.
All right, what's your opinion on public indecency then, sir?
It's such a great question. I believe it's indecent to be woke in public, which is why I think we should be putting them all in prison. All right? I'm talking about the
Well
elites
said,
walking
sir.
around. I don't believe that gayness should exist until after marriage. Because let me tell you, as someone who really, really upholds the laws of the land, I don't think sex after marriage should be absolutely instilled. In fact, for example, I had to wait for after marriage to watch my wife getting raped.
You're going too fast, sir. You're going way
you gotta
faster
keep
than I can
up. I know, I'm
twat
speaking
out.
a different language.
Irish is just still English, sir.
Go ahead.
I'm speaking with a different accent, but all right. You're going too fast before I can twat this out.
All right.
You said day one you're making gay people illegal or wokeness illegal.
That's exactly right. Until after marriage, then they can be gay.
Wokeness
Listen,
in
after marriage,
public illegal.
after marriage, you can shit on the Bible all you want, but you have to wait. We have to have some sort of decency in this great nation of Los Santos.
Exactly right.
That's exactly right.
Sex only allowed after marriage. All right. Sex only allowed after marriage. Wokeness in public illegal. All right. Do you foresee any competition in the arena? Have you met any of the other mayoral candidates?
It's such a great question. I really appreciate it. I did meet one of my biggest competitors is this guy named Max. Now, here's the thing. He is so sleepy. He just has these outdated policies. A career politician does absolutely nothing. Listen to the working class like a total bozo. And let me tell you, Sleepy Max has nothing on me. He's clearly a criminal. He's got a tattoo of a skull on his face. And I think he doesn't even hold a torch up to me. He's a total piece of work. If you don't mind me getting a little bit edgy here, I'm not afraid to say how it is.
You certainly are, sir. You're certainly very edgy. All right, Sleepy Max, what's their full name, if you don't mind me asking?
I believe it's like Max Thoroughburger, something stupid like that. I don't even know where that last name is from. It's like he's not even from the country. What a freak. Anyway, it's Vivek Ramaswamy, by the way. Just a quick little reminder.
All right, Vivek Ramaswamy, you're going up against Sleepy Max, you said.
That's exactly right.
Okay. And would you be open to having a debate with this person if I were to host a debate on Weasel News headquarters, or maybe even a strip club like this one, which, by the way, I'm not here because I have a deep dark gooning addiction or anything, and that's why we're doing the interview outside.
I don't know what that is. What is gooning? What does that mean?
Gooning is a ancient art that is long forgotten about about punishing yourself for the sake of further prosperity.
Not until after marriage.
That's right. I believe in gooning after marriage. I believe you should be able to punish yourself all you want.
Gooning is like endurance training, you know?
Okay, wait. Is this something when they call edging? I saw that on the TikTok comments.
Oh, I believe we heard about that, yes.
Right, actually, but perhaps maybe not in the way you're thinking about it.
Like being on the edge of my seat.
No.
Okay, go ahead and explain.
Go ahead, Donnie.
The floor is yours.
It's like getting to the bottom of a Tootsie Roll, but stopping yourself right before you bite into it.
Right.
To substitute pleasure down the line, which is much larger, by refusing to pleasure yourself now.
Right.
Okay, I think I got the gist of it. Because here's the thing, my wife's boyfriend loves gooning on my wife, and frankly, it's just so great. I sit there with the Sony 850 in my ottoman. I just love being a part of it. I love enjoying. I got a front row seat, so I am quite familiar with the gooning process. Take it away, Donnie.
All right, people are asking me on Twitter, who I'm endorsing for mayor for some reason, I don't know really.
Well, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
What do you think is the biggest threat to Los Santos?
Hey, man, I knew I trusted this guy here, man. He's a man of good
That's exactly
taste.
right.
Welcome
This is
to
one
the
of my
club.
constituents.
Alrighty.
Hey, big love, man. All right?
Yeah, thanks so much. Thanks
Thank you so much. Take care now.
What would you say is your biggest concern?
My biggest concern in Los Santos is lack of access to public transit. Not enough job opportunities. A lot of the jobs are not working.
Right.
Seems like people are suffering out here. There's trash everywhere. Not enough good trash pickup. Pretty much pretty much the bare bones of a working administration is not here, you know.
Well, it's such a great concern, and I really appreciate it. I share it with you, and I'm not even kidding around. Ask Lilith, she's a campaign manager. Here's what I'll say. Day one, in my landmark piece of legislation, in fact, I will tackle all of those concerns, specifically job opportunities. I am planning on not only building a wall, but building a dome. Because who knows when aliens will come from Mars or whatever other planets to come take our jobs. Which is why I believe jobs should stay within Los Santos. Specifically, who's going to pick up the trash? Oh, I know. Citizens of Los Santos. And that's for a below minimum wage. That's how we can save money. That's how I can save you. A vote for Ramaswamy.
You want to lower the minimum wage? Have you done a job in this city, sir?
I have. I actually did do a job. It's called calling my daddy for money. Okay, and sometimes it's a little awkward. He asked me about my school days, and it's a lot of work.
Right.
It really is.
Okay, so you come from money. You didn't do a job. Yeah. Go try one out with group sex for once, and see how little money you can make for 4 to 5 hours of work. All right.
Well, here's the thing. I'm so glad you recommended that. For those of them, the civilians working at group sex or whatever, a grouper, etc., I give them my full thoughts and prayers to whatever God, science they believe in. At the end of the day, that's all we can do.
All right. Last question for you.
All right, go ahead, Johnny.
You seem to be a very busy man without any discernible job whatsoever. But what do you think about?
Hold on. He is the president, after all.
Well, not yet. I don't think, Lilith.
Speak for yourself.
All right, well.
I'm just saying the last election had a lot of mail-in ballots, so I don't want to start any wild accusations. But all I'm saying is I didn't not become president.
All right.
Day one.
All right, well, the question was, NoFap. What do you think about NoFap?
That's such a great question. I really appreciate it. So here's the thing. I do peruse the subreddit, specifically NoFap. And let me tell you, now I don't believe in science whatsoever. I believe in my gut. And at the end of the day, one of my friends and cousins, Akshay, did NoFap, and he stated that he can see through walls, he can climb up hills without getting tired. I mean, I am pro NoFap whatsoever. In fact, I haven't ejaculated in about 42 years.
I have cobwebs.
That's great to know, sir. I myself am a NoFap believer, but of course, it's quite a controversial subject. Some people don't want to believe in it. However, I will not allow this to cloud my opinion if I do host a debate between you and what did you say, Sleepy Max?
Sleepy Max Thoroughburger, a total bozo, a total fool.
Until I find out what his opinion on NoFap is as well.
Well, I'd be very interested. I mean, he's a total scoundrel scallywag, if you don't mind me saying.
No, I do not mind you saying that. Also, this establishment, you were inside, were there ladies in there?
No, I mean, usually what I do is every morning I frequent this establishment and whisper into the strippers' ears that they don't have to do this. But today there were no strippers, so maybe they took my advice.
Right.
That's right.
That seems good. I'm just gonna peek inside to see if there's any strippers in there, just for my own. No, not for pleasure reasons, but I just want to find out what's going on in there.
Right.
I want to see. But
remember, NoFap, sir. Remember.
Yes, you're right. But it was
Not until
nice
after
to meet
marriage.
So nice to meet you, Sir Donnie, and I really support independent journalism, or as my cousin says it, unemployment. So you take care now, Donnie.
Alrighty.
Alrighty, you take care.
All right, have a great day.
Take care.
Alright.
Take care.
That was awesome. Does he know? What? Yeah, it's fucking Squeaks. That was incredible. He's so funny.
Oh,
Hello?
hey, man. Yo, hey, man. This is kind of for, not to harsh on anything, man. This is for staff, man.
Oh, sorry. I was trying to see if I could
Hey, man.
interview some of the workers here.
Hey, man, I could have my whole hog out, man. That would have been kind of a tragedy, man. I mean, for you, maybe. I don't know, man. I'm not into this whole puritanical shit, man. I think it's just a whole bunch of mumbo jumbo meant to keep our sexual tango in I think, a straight line. And I just don't think it's what it's meant to be, man. You know, it's like when you push comes to shove, man, you know, when the rubber meets the road, it's like it's a ballet of intimacy, man. But you already know the steps, hey, man. Anyways, you were looking to try to do what now, man?
Right. I was just gonna ask. I was just trying to find out if there were any workers here in today, so I could interview them about the industry.
Hey, man, hold
Seems
on.
like the.
I need you to look the other way real quick, okay? Hold on. Look the other way. Look the other way.
All right, I'm looking the other way.
Hey, man, Big Beef at your service, man. How can I
Whoa!
help you, man?
You're practically naked.
Hey, man, hey, he leaves a little to the imagination, though, man.
That was
That's how we try
quite
to do it,
fast.
man. Hey,
The
if
way
you
you-
couldn't tell, man, I work from a home. If you catch what I mean, man, it's right there on the back.
Wait,
Yeah,
what's in your backpack? Hold on, I'm sorry. What did you say?
Hey, man, I say I work from home, man, so it's hard to take you there. You know what I mean? It's a bit, man. This is a little fun one, man.
Oh, right.
Anyways,
so
man,
you're
so
saying
you're
you live in a tent.
No, man. I mean, what I'm saying is that the harvests of Mother Gaia are bountiful, man. In that, you know, its provisions are sufficient, man. You know, like home is everywhere, man. Home is inside you, man. Home could be inside me too, if you're willing. You know, man. It's all about love, man.
Right. Are you one of the? Do you strip here, sir? What's your name?
Hey, man, yeah, man, I'm Beef, man. Well, here's the thing, man, all right? So my name, I don't really have a government name. I don't know it. So here's the thing, man, all right? So Wet Biscuit concert, man, Beanstalk 99. Parents dropped me off, man, all right? Well, they don't drop me off. They just kind of put me down. And I'm going to be honest, man, they just kind of got lost in a sea of bodies, man. Never saw them again. Crawled my way to a little Amish settlement just north of Utica, man. It's just way up there, upstate, man. And so one thing led to another, man. I end up staying with these guys, man. They name me Jebediah and shit. And then, you know, some of the unruly ones, man, they break on Rumspringa, man. So here I am, man, right? I'm off in the fucking wilderness with a bunch of Rumspringa youth, man. And they start saying Jebediah's kind of killing the vibe. They call me Jeb, man. Jeb kind of goes away. They start calling me Jebby. Jebby gets old, man. They call me Beef now, man. So you can call me Beef if you want.
I had no discernible way of following that train of thought, sir. I'm sorry.
Hey, man, we're all kind of just, like, man, we're stardust, man, just drifted through the astral plane and shit. So it's cool, man. You'll find it somewhere. What's your name, man? Where are you from? What's your story, man?
My name is Donny O'Sullivan. I'm from Ireland, and
Hey,
I'm an independent journalist.
You know, Sean, hey, man, I keep notes too, man. I keep it all right here. I got last thing I wrote down, I think it says weed 42045. Oh, shit. No, man, that was different thing, man. Different thing. Okay, man. So, no. Oh, someone named Winsong, man, drug friend is what they said there. Or maybe they were saying that she's a friend of the town. I don't know, man. I'm just taking notes, man.
Right, I'm taking notes as well. It seems I don't know why you're taking notes.
Hey, man, are you in good faith, man, or are you trying to do something malicious? Because here's the thing, man. I'm trying to kind of start not like I don't have like a whole like ideology thing or nothing, man. But I want to kind of like, okay, man. So earlier, about 20 months ago, man, I kind of struck a police officer because he was trying to get into my buddy James Randall's orifices outside of the hospital, and I just didn't think I should stand for that, man. I never threw a punch, much less two, but I did today. I did that day, man, and I spent 20 months in county, man. But, you know, I came out with a new lease on life, man. I got some stuff. I'm trying to... Are you hungry, Donnie, man?
I am actually. I'm starving.
Hey, man, are you thirsty, man?
A little bit too. Wait, why are you asking me that?
Hey, man, I just want to let you know, man. This is for the needy, all right? Not the greedy, all right? Go ahead and give that a try, man.
Why does this look absolutely awful?
Hey, man, just give it a try. It fills you right up, man. Don't knock it till you try it, man. That's what I always say.
I was just, you know, it's doing the job, I think.
Yeah,
but
man, that's just a little lint, man. All right, don't worry about it. But it's all there, man. It's got your major food groups, man. Slop, gruel, sauce, man. It's all there.
Oh, Yeah, it's got sauce, all right. That's
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, man.
I
wet
think
and
lint
sloppy,
as
man.
well.
Yeah, but hey, it'll do, man. I'll tell you what, man. If you know anyone, man, all right, again, it's for the needy, not the greedy, man. I hang out outside Senior Buns, man. I got a little setup, man. It's over by the, the subway station right behind there, man.
All right, this slushy seems a lot better. Sorry, you
Yeah,
say Senior
man.
Buns? You're
Yeah,
selling
man.
these wares there? You're selling
No, man, yeah, it's free of charge, man, for those in need, from me to you, man, and for the needy, not the greedy, man.
Oh, right. So you're saying first time is free?
Hey, no, man, not even first. Here's the thing, man. This whole fucking rigmarole, man. This whole dog and pony show, man. This kind of fucked up facade that they call life, man. This fucking, this tango with the powers that be, man. The corridors of doom, man. It's all just to keep you doing shit they want you to do, man. I'm not about that, man. I'm trying to have a ballet of intimacy, man. Just me and a bunch of bodies, man. Me and a bunch of souls out in the fucking woods, man. Just north of the desert, man. That's where my journey started, man. I resurrected a cow.
So where did you get this this tray of food and this Slurpee then? You in
Yeah,
county?
man,
Is that what you said?
Yeah, it was in county prison, man. I just got out today.
Right. Okay. Quick question for you. What do you think about this Vivek guy running for president? He says, well, mayor first and then president inevitably.
Man, man, he told me he's immune to COVID-19 because I don't know, man. He said he put a bunch of telephones on his nuts or something, man. I don't know, but it says it worked, so I'm willing to give it a try, man. I'll do anything once, man. You heard this guy, man. His name's Throat Pogan, man. He does some weird, fucking freaky shit, man. He'll cover himself in piss and stuff just to see if it makes his skin feel better, man. It's
Right,
crazy,
I've heard
but
about
anyways, man.
those sorts of remedies.
Yeah, man, he's called. We call it. I think it's called homophobic or something, man. It's a weird one, but I done it, man, and it works well. I cleared up this. I had this gnarly abscess, man. It was just north of the sphincter, and this kind of that pre-crevice, man. It just kind of built up, yeah. I think it's from falling on a bunch of cacti. I don't know, man. I was out in Joshua Tree. It just gets gnarly, man. But I picked it out, man. Now I'm feeling better, but. Yeah, man, turns out nothing but just moose piss, man. You get as much of that as you can. It's hard to find a moose, much less a docile one, but you carry a flute, man. They like flutes, man.
Right, I believe what the word you're looking for is
man,
homeopathy.
Hey, don't call me that, man. Not that it's not the thing, but, I just say it. You shouldn't just throw words out like that, man.
Right, no, that's not... Okay, you know what? You're right. Well, in any case, it seems like you got
man,
some
are
good
you writing
ideas.
any of this down, man? I feel like you're just kind of throwing my story into the wind, man. I'm gonna get it down myself.
I remember everything. You're selling trays of.
Man.
We're not selling for the
man.
for the needy, not the greedy. By the Senior Buns.
There it is, man.
Right,
That's what
exactly.
I'm talking about, man. Hey, man, I got a question, man. What's your
piss
thing,
helps you.
man?
What's up?
It's a power of it. What keeps you going, man? What makes you tick, man?
The power of God and anime, of course.
Hey, man, power of anime. You see any good things, man? They got not to be a pig or anything, man, but there's some righteous babes there, man.
Right, exactly. Well, that and my resilience to no longer fap when I watch those righteous babes.
Hey. A fellow retainer, man. Hey, I heard about that, man. You're harnessing your vital essence, man. It's tantra, man.
Right, exactly. Well, mine is more so out of necessity. I used to be a bit of a gooner, and I don't mean like an Arsenal fan.
Wait, oh shit, no, man. So hold on, man. What's you saying gooner, man?
Yes.
Hey, what's that mean, man? I mean, not that I'm not familiar. I think I'm in the know and stuff, but.
I was deeply addicted to the art, I would say, of gooning. I would sit around in my cave and
that's awkward.
And spend all day. Whoa, who was that?
Hey, man, maybe we. Hold on, man. Hold on. Let's see. Hey, man, is this one of those gooners, man? Hey, brother.
Hello.
Oh man, hey. Oh shit, I think this is the goon group room, man.
Did the person leave? Oh no, he's right here. Hello?
Oh yeah, man. This is our friend here, man. I'll tell you what, man. Bella doesn't like to say much. She's kind of just an observer, man.
Right.
But she's tight-lipped, man. I've told her some gnarly stuff, man. I mean, things I wouldn't even tell my own mother, man. Not that I know her or anything, but, you know, it's the figure of speech. Hey, we should go where it's private, man. I'm worried about this stuff getting out, all right? People listen. Not Bella, though, man. She's deaf.
Right. Well, I don't know who happened to walk in on us while we were talking about my deep, dark secret of gooning, but my point was,
Hey, man, maybe that's healthy. It sounds like you're carrying a real burden, man.
right, imagine having 3 37-inch monitors just plastered on a wall.
Oh, man.
So
I
you
don't do
can-
screens or anything, man. That's
Right.
wild.
Imagine screens as far as the eye can see.
Hey, man, with, like, titties on it, man?
You ever open up a bunch of tabs, right? You go on a website and you open up a bunch of tabs and you're trying to get yourself in the mood.
No, man, I don't.
You turn on.
I'm gonna
maybe
be honest,
one-
man. I don't do the internet, man. But I think I can you like explain what you mean more, man?
Right. So I like to go on these websites and try to get myself in the mood.
Right.
And then
Wait, so you're not in the
sometimes-
mood, but you're trying to get in it, man?
Right. Well, to try to get myself in
man.
the mood, and then
That's dark.
And then I just kind of stay there for prolonged periods of time until I have hot flashes, and I wake up sweaty.
Hey, man, you're riding the edge, man. You're swimming in your karmic muck, man.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
so you get sweaty, man. You really take yourself there. That's wicked, man.
Right. I'm sitting in a pile of my own bodily fluids, coming out of
Yeah,
every
man.
orifice, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, like a great exodus of all those vital essences, man.
Right. And I realized that
man.
it was taking a lot out of me, you know, making me having a muscular imbalance in one arm over the other.
Yeah, man, we call that a diaspora, man.
Wow, you seem to know quite a lot about physical fitness.
Yeah,
For
man,
being a-
this guy, man.
for being
he's a real.
Hippie camper type guy.
Oh no, man! Here's the thing, man. I had this guy who just called him Big Rat, man. He hung out with me under the overpass just north of Los Santos for a bit, man. And that guy, I tell you, man, he beat his shit until it was fucking pink, man. I mean, like a fluorescent neon pink, and he showed everyone. And it wasn't like a thing that we thought was gross because we were kind of like, man, that's what Big Rat does, man. He works it, man. It's kind of a sport for him, man. He set records, man. He had this little tally, man. He'd tally it up using sticks he'd find, man, for every minute. And he'd count it, man. If you ever meet him, man, you'll know because you'll hear the chafing from afar, man. It just kind of echoes through the underpass like a you could hear the moisture leaving, man.
Right. Oh, that seems devastating. Really.
Hey, man, just
No
out of
way to
curiosity,
live.
man, did it make your you know, man, the old twig and berries, man, the old Long John Silvers, man, did it make it any bigger, man? I imagine that kind of blunt force, man. I mean, not
What
that
you're,
I'm
what you're
interested.
talking about is a different art. It's a different ancient art, not just gooning, but jelking, as a matter of fact.
Hey, jelking, man. No, wait, what did he do there, man? I'm getting this all down, man. This
Right,
is.
you
By the
just-
way, I got to be honest with you, man. I don't know how to read or write, but I'm kind of making some images here. If you could see, it's kind of my general interpretation of the word. I don't know if it makes sense, man, but tell me if it looks right.
Since the ancient times, all the way back in Hittite and Samaria, man has wanted to prolong, not only last longer in bed, but also make their meat larger. And
Hey,
they
man, all
found-
right.
Right, and they found an ancient technique of grabbing your shaft and pulling on it like a barbarian.
Yeah, no, man, that's just what Big Rat does, man. He would like a rubber band, man. He'd link it up, and what he'd do is we'd get all these books we'd steal from the public library when we'd be masturbating at the computers. Not me, though, man, but they'd do it. And we'd stack them up on top of Big Rat's dick, and he would just kind of backpedal until he hit new PRs, man.
Yeah, stretching it out like a rubber band.
Yeah, man, like a piece of gum, man. Just fresh out of the orifice, man.
Right, it's not for the weak-hearted, I'll tell you that. I've seen many a fellers lose their Johnson
Hey, man, but that's kind of like
for a worthy cause, of course.
It's yeah, man. It's like their Valhalla, man. It's Jelkhala. If you pop your dick off jelking, man, it's like kind of technically infinite length, man. You could technically, I mean, you could overnight ship it to another state, man, and that's technically from your body, man, like record dick, man. You know?
Right, right. Many have lost it on their way to arriving at new lengths. Record dick, as you say.
Yeah, man. I mean, I'll tell you what, man. It's I don't know how. Here's the thing, man. It's like the way I see it is you don't want to put like like you got a dude like Halcyon O'Neill, man. It's like he doesn't have any business in a smart car, right, man? Like
I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm going to be
you're
honest.
saying, man, it's like, you're not putting Cinderella's slipper on an NBA center, man. Like, what do you got all that meat for, man? I say that as a man named Beef, man.
Yes. All right. Now
But
I understand.
you know what here, man? This is my theory, man. Tell me if I'm right, man. You could tell I'm kind of drawing this out. Again, I don't know words, man. But what I'm thinking is like, it seems like this is kind of more for the boys, man. This whole culture, man, the jelking, the jerking, the gooning, man. It seems like
Right.
it's kinda,
No women allowed.
yeah, man. It's like you know why you get all that dick, man. It's because you don't want it to go anywhere, man. The jelking is meant to preclude the intercourse, man. The insertion's no longer the goal, man. It's just the respect of your peers, man.
Yes, exactly. It's a little bit like bodybuilding. You know, after a certain point, you're not doing it for the ladies. You're doing it for the fellas. You know,
Hey, man,
it's like miring.
I know you're a journalist and all, man, but I'm going to be straight with you, man. No one's ever made me want to rip my own dick off more, man. I mean, like, this is legit. This is salesmanship, man.
Right. Well, you know, that's why I try to stay away from my past life of jelking and gooning.
Hey, what do we arrive at, man? I mean, did you get any? What was the record dick, man? Can you actually? I don't really know these things are like units and stuff, man. Could you just describe it in terms of like maybe like? All right, so here's the thing, man. I know about in my head what like I know like you know generally like. Hold on, man. Hold on. All right, do you know what psilocybin is, man?
Right. I think.
How
I'm
many
familiar.
caps is psilocybin?
I can't speak on caps of psilocybin units, but it's like imagine you're in kindergarten and you have a little thing of Play-Doh.
Hey, man, weird start.
Right? I know, but bear with me, all right? So it's like Play-Doh, and you take it out of that little cylinder container, right?
All right,
and then you
man,
pull
yeah,
on it,
for sure.
and you squeeze it, until it's like basically
Hey,
a
man.
noodle.
I don't mean to take this maybe the way. So you're telling me, man, that like you kind of have to pick if it goes out or if it goes up, man. So like you get finite penile volume, you just kind of make it increasingly like pencil-esque or something, man.
Right, but everyone knows it's all about the length and not the girth.
Hey, man. Yeah, man. Here's how I see it, man. I think that nature's apex is the anteater, man, because it's about being able to get to things. So here's the thing, man. A lot of people don't know this, but all these STUTIs, man, these fake illnesses they report, man, what actually is from is it's not having enough dick, man. If you're too close to the vagina, not only is it now kind of not cool or not goony, man, it's the length keeps you at a distance from, having to, really cough in the face of someone, right?
Right,
man?
it's superior, right? That's what I'm saying.
It's protective, man.
It's like when you go in there, you're not hitting any of the walls, and then therefore less likely to get these fake diseases.
All right, man. So here's like a theory I got, man. All right. So check this out. All right. I've been saying this for a minute, man. There's the true way to like you look at all of humans, man. Humans are doing it wrong because we're focusing on the wrong stuff, man. All right. Look at the animal kingdom. What do, man? I'm talking they're in, they're out, 2 seconds flat, man. It's the objection. The objective is insemination, man. You know, it's like, okay, so what are you doing? Having to like focus on people's pleasure. Not to say it's bad, man. I'm just saying that we seem disconnected from a vital force, man. You get in, get out, man. I think it's this, man. You need to have, it's like a kind of a small dick, man, but you come really fast, man. That's a good use of time, man. I mean, if you're worried about that thing, it's temporal and silly, but you know, man, I see what you're saying.
Right. Also, wait,
you want
hold
to
on.
get in, get out, man.
Hold
Hey,
on.
man, can you not get that too close to me, man?
Wait, oh, you mean the phone? I apologize. Are you
Man,
are you worried about the electromagnetic field?
I just don't like doing screens, man. I think that they try
Right.
to plant dark aura in your mind, man. Make
Well,
you
you know,
see
I was
things
gonna
that
say,
aren't there.
if you're in the market for a new phone, I do happen to have an extra one. You know.
Hey, man. So what I'm doing right now is I actually kind of just took a couple sick birds and I've been trying to teach them how to fly to people that if I give them a little bit of their scent, man. But maybe, I mean, people shower a lot here, man. It's tough.
You're using birds for communication.
Hey, man, I mean, I'm trying, man. They're not super compliant right now, but I don't blame him, man. You know, free bird, free spirit, man. I mean, we're all just trying to escape this fucking hellish grind, man. What's the point, man?
You're absolutely right. You know, it seems like no
Hey,
one
man,
wants
you
to do
got
it.
a number, man?
It seems like no one wants to work in this city. You're right. Yes, I do. Hold on, I'm gonna give it to you. Well, I don't know how you're gonna actually reach out to me without your phone, but
Hey, man, I can use payphones and stuff, man. I just try to keep everything written down if I can, man.
yeah. In order to
All
have
right,
a
hold on, I'm writing
contingency
it.
plan against the apocalypse, it seems. All right.
Wait, so Donnie Gooner, is that fair? Oh, you know, you're
No.
reformed, man. I didn't
No,
mean to
no, it's-
put
it's
that.
Donnie
The
O'Sullivan.
weight of your past, man, shouldn't be on there, man. I apologize.
Right, yeah, it's Donnie O'Sullivan, not a gooner. I'm as I told you, I'm no fap now, no
Yeah,
longer
man, you're
a gooner.
reformed, man. You're retaining. Hey, man, you should look into. There's some deep tantric arts there, man. I recommend you go explore it as much as you can. Again, man, there's a tent village under the overpass, man. I promise you, man. Test your limits, man. Also, if Rat's there, man, you can bring a library book, man. It'll help him really stack. Oh, man, speaking of which, man, you know about this liquid library thing, man?
Wait,
Like I don't know, wet library or something
do
like that?
you want my phone number or not?
Oh, yeah, man. Hey, give that to me, man.
Right, it's 420-782-6008.
Hey, man, right on. Go for the anteater build, man. All length, no girth, just prodding through life, man. Just
Yeah.
like a spiritual pogo stick, taking you from point A to point B. Based, man. Very
Yeah,
cool.
come fast, you know, have
Yeah,
as many
man.
spawn as possible, but
Yeah,
not
man,
right
it's
now
like
because
playing a
I'm
numbers
still
game.
retaining right now.
Yeah, man. Hey, what are you gonna use all that, that seminal fuel for, man? I mean, what's it powering, man? What's that engine?
Right now, I'm trying
Yeah,
to find a deep dark truth under the city. It seems like there's a lot going on, but nothing at all at the same time. A lot of people trying
Hold
to make
on, yeah.
lots of people trying to make a living, and yet seems like the economy is fucking fundamentally broken. No public
Yeah,
transit,
man.
you know, that sort of thing. So
It's funny, man, because you see it out there, man. They're running these buses, man, but no one's on them, man. No one at all, man. Makes you wonder, man. It really makes you think, man.
Right.
I've been saying something's a fuck here, man, and I don't know who I go to because I'm going to be honest, man. I don't trust the corridors of power with this kind of vital information, man. It seems fucked to its core, man. I was sentenced to 20 months in prison, no due process, man. I
What
never
did you
pled
do?
guilty or nothing, man. Well, what I did was it was an act of justice, man. My buddy James Randall was going to have his orifices unlawfully searched by a police officer, man, and I didn't know how to stop it. I feared for him. He's a very old man, man, kind of heinous, man. He can't take that kind of plundering anymore, man. In and out, it could rupture, man. You know, one bad kick, man. You don't know what could happen to him. So I ran in there, man. I threw one punch. I panicked, man. I threw another. Those are the only two punches I ever threw, Donnie, man. That's it, man. I'm fucking scared,
punched
man. I did 20 months, man.
you punched a cop?
Hey, man, well, he was trying to get into my buddy's orifices, man. I was saving my friend. Something the cops aren't doing, man.
Right. I mean, it does feel like you kind of brought that upon yourself a little bit, but
Oh, hey, man, why are you so different, man? You know, I see people punch people everywhere, but when this guy's trying to get into my buddy James Randall's hairy old anus, man, I'm suddenly supposed to have a restraint, man?
I guess you're right. I mean, you did the honorable thing and you got punished by the law. That's another thing that you could fix if you were to run for mayor against this
Hey, man.
this Vivek Ramaswamy kind of guy.
Hey, man, I'm not trying to be any kind of public figure or nothing, man. That sounds kind of intense, man. The Vivek guy, I mean, he did tell me that he was, I don't know, man, he's immune to COVID-19 or something, man. Something about telephones on his testicles, man. It's cool, man. I don't know. You not like the guy, man?
I don't know how much I trust him so far. he seems a little bit all over the place. He said he wants to abolish the minimum wage, make it illegal to piss on the
Hey,
job,
man.
that sort of thing.
Wait, you can't piss here, man?
That's what he said. I
Yeah,
don't know.
like, hey, man, but like half of my job is pissing on people who pay for it, man.
Right. I think that would work. That's different. I think he meant like no delivery drivers are allowed to piss on the job. No piss breaks is what he said.
Hey, man, that's. Here's the problem, man, is that they're trying to create these prescribed, procedures for how to get rid of your own waste, man. It's like, I'm telling you, man, we're getting removed from the natural pneuma of things, man. I don't like it. Like, why do I have to pee in a toilet, man? What's next, you know? Am I going to have to think in a contained space out loud to a man documenting my every thought, man?
Right. It seems quite restrictive.
Are you writing this down, man?
I am.
All right, good, man. Good.
Don't worry. I'm all of it is in my brain.
Yeah, man, have you ever tried to just not pee for like 7, 8, 9, 10 days and just let it come out of you like a fucking geyser, man? Like Mount Vesuvius over the Pompeii of the bridge now by the fucking quarry, man?
No, I've never done that.
I mistook you for a retainer of all kinds, man. Maybe give it a whirl. See how it feels. Just the coming, man. All right,
Right,
it's entry level.
I believe what you're talking about is a surefire way to develop a UTI if you can hold it in for that long to begin with.
Hey, man, I'm gonna be real with you, man. You seem like kind of a good guy and all, man. So I'm on a journey, man. I gotta find this lady at a library, man. She's got a song name. I don't know, man. It's all weird mumbo jumbo to me, man. But I just want you to know, man. She might be a cool one to find. She seems like she has a story or two, man.
A lady? You're looking for a lady in a library?
Yeah, man, but not like in like a librarian sense, man. Or I don't know, man. I'm new here.
All right, 1 second. I do have to see what's going on in Twitter real quick. I apologize for being rude, but I was supposed to schedule a debate between two mayoral candidates inevitably.
Hey, man, what's the debate?
Vivek Ramaswamy says 1 minute ago, Max is scared to debate me. Choose a place, any time, any place. The balls are in your court and my wife's.
Hey, man, is that Max guy that big hunk of meat, man?
I'm not sure. I haven't met him yet.
Hey, man, all I know is I got two guys running on the fact that they're immune to COVID-19, man, but one's all muscled out, man. I'm telling you, man, it's a weird crop of candidates, man. I see just a bunch of people trying to seize the reins of power, man. I don't know why or what, but it smells like shit, man, you know?
Right. Well, I'm glad that there's bipartisan consensus on being immune to COVID,
Yeah,
which
man,
we all know is fake.
Yeah, man. I'm glad we're speaking truth to power here, man. Tweet that out. Put it on a poster, man.
Right, all right. All right,
So, hey, man, when you get this debate going, man, you find beef, all right? Oh, hey, man, I didn't even tell you, man, all right? So I'm giving out those meals for the needy, not the greedy, right, man? You find me at any of those two locations, all right, man?
What was the other one? I know you said one was next to Senior Bones. I'm going to twat it out right now.
Oh, no, hey, man, no, man. Hey, no, we don't need to do that, man, all right? Just let him know as you find him, all right? We got to keep it off the... I don't want a digital footprint, man, all right? There's dubious legality to this, man. It's kind of technically smuggled.
Wait. Smuggled from the county jail.
Yeah, man. So here's the thing. I don't want to give away my methods here, man, but it was a very roundabout process. All right, we just got to go on a person by person basis. All right.
So you don't want me, a journalist that you told all this information to, not off the record, to twat out. That
Hey, man, you're getting kind of political, man. I thought you were my friend.
Well.
We talked about gooning, man. I told you about the rat king almost ripping his dick off, man. It's just kind of... I feel like that was real, man.
Right, well, this time I won't twat out what you've told me.
That's my guy, man.
On account of all the memories that we shared with one another.
That was special. Hey, peace and love, man. All right. Hey, I don't want to hold you up, man. I know you got stories to tell, man, and I got tricks to turn. You know what I mean?
Oh, no, I feel you. All right, well, it was lovely meeting you. I gave you my number. If you give me a call or send me a text message if you find a phone, I'll put your number down as well.
Hey, brother, man, I love that, man. I'll hit you soon with that, all right, man? Hey, peace and love, you know what I mean? Hey, woo, woo, woo. Yeah, man, hey.
That was
Feeling spry, man.
Very impressive.
Hey, man. You're the guy, all right? Hey.
All right, have a good one. Send a bird. That was Wake Wilder. He's fucking awesome. He's funny as hell. The strip club did not turn up with the opportunities that I was looking for. I didn't get to learn more about the sex industry in Los Santos. Woke while he was wide awake. Vivek to wake. Are we Louis Theroux? Almost. I don't know what people are doing. Like, I guess there's crime to be done. I assume it would be in the south side. I don't know. Yes, Kaya is behind me, upside down pancake maxing. Yeah, it seems like everyone is just straight up grinding. No crime yet? Well, Mickey was telling me about crime already. But I texted him, but he didn't respond. So I'm just going to give him a call now. Oh, there's a guy there. Hold on. Always interesting. Listen, the city is full of people, and when you see someone just standing under a bridge,
whatever,
you never know what kind of opportunities they might have. Oh, sorry, sir. What about this guy? Hello. Hello.
I am not carrying.
Okay, never mind. Seems to me like these are locals. Not a thought behind their eyes whatsoever. Let's take a look at the Ammunition Gun Club. See if this city has a gun culture. I will interview Sleepy Max afterwards. Hello, sir. May I browse your wares, please? I am not American, but hello. How do I? Doesn't seem like I can purchase anything right now. All right. Not a big talker, I see. Not a problem for me. I will find my own way around. One gun, please. Okay, I have to pee. Fuck. There are no guns. I know there's no guns. Stop coming. There are no guns. Clear, there are several guns. You posted your information on Yellow Pages. People can contact you. How do I do that? I almost wrote Hassan Piker. Wait, hold on. What's my fucking phone number? God damn it. Imagine I just write Hassan Piker. Oh, it puts it automatically? Insta-ban? I spelled my name wrong. Wait, no number? What do you mean no number? I will peruse through the city looking for a new thing that's going on. Perhaps I can start with a towing job just to understand. The population of Ireland's capital is really growing. In fact, it's Dublin. Nice. Good one, chatter. Oh, you gotta stop looking at Twitter while I'm driving. Alright, alright. Christmas in Hawaii? Oh my god, the old apartments. Look at that, chat. That's where we used to live before Little Soul. I would wake up and call Buddha every day. Wake up, call Buddha. Wake up, call Buddha. Wake up, call Buddha. What is that shadow? Is that just the gas? Holy shit, there's so many people here. Last time I was here, I almost died. I almost got run over. Terrifying. Rules for towing. Abandoned tow trucks will be impounded. Keep drop-off point clear and tidy. Keep personal cars in a side lot. Hello? There's no one here.
He was ran over by Ben.
Oh yeah, he's listening.
Oh shit. Forgot to check out.
I made a group letter.
What up, dog? Good with you.
Hello.
How are you, bro?
I am starting my first day towing.
Fucking,
Good shit.
That's the right shit, bro. That's what I'm doing too. First
Uncle
time.
join me.
Oh, okay. Nico?
Nico Morales.
Oh my god, is that fucking...
Oh, shit.
Is that Medi?
There you go.
Chat?
Man.
Is that Nino?
Don't get that shirt too dirty, bro.
No, Meta. I mean, I'm not gonna fucking talk to him like that.
Oh, it's all good. You go through first? Yeah, I think I'm about to head to the apartments.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking the same.
How do I get the car?
You a lying bitch.
You're
Like
what
here?
part of, are you not dead ass?
Hey, homie, what's your name, dog? The tank
Playing-
top, sorry. That's a better term. What's your name, dog? Oh, I just felt bad. I didn't mean to sound like I was ignoring you or nothing. Yeah, I know. I see where the... Yeah.
Boys, I don't mean to interrupt this party, but how do I take out a tow truck? Does anyone know? Is there? I mean, there's a lot of them here, but
right over there, that white
Right
one.
over there. You see
Can
that
we
one
go
that's
up to
parked
there?
up? The guy that you sign up and you got to rent him $50 is right there.
$50 to work?
Yeah, man, you gotta
Yeah, you
spend
get your money
money to make money,
back.
bro.
I have
You get
to
your money
waste.
back once whenever you turn it.
It's like even if you starting in the kitchen, bro, you gotta get the goddamn kitchen closed. That shit ain't free, dog. You gotta figure it out.
If you want,
Yeah.
you can tow with me to save you $50.
There you go.
Ooh, see?
That seems like a good deal. I mean, I get to save. Wait. Do we share the?
You
Do we
get
share
when-
the profits then?
Yeah, when every
guess
time we
so.
do a tow, it'll go into your bank account.
All right, come on.
All
Yeah,
right,
we get
fuck
equal
it. Why
shares.
not? Let's do it. I have no experience in this field, so I'll do it. I'll go on this journey. What's your name?
I'm Theodora Thatcher.
Theodora Thatcher.
Yeah, let me
Like
move my car.
like Margaret. Wait, do I have to join your group then?
Yeah, let's just move this truck so they can get theirs out. Did you already sign in?
I believe I did. Hold on. I am searching for jobs right now. All right, I've disbanded a group, and I'm going to join yours now. Oh, wow, there's a lot of groups.
Yeah. Mine should be red since I'm not. There you go.
Right, there it is. I've
You're
requested. Yes.
Alright. So when you tow, there is a chance that we're gonna blow up.
Wait, what?
Be prepared. For
What
some
do you mean?
reason- It's fine, it's fine. So for some reason, some cars that you put on the back of the tow truck, tend to shake a little too much and then blow up.
That
Yeah.
seems not great.
No, but it's better than, delivering packages and getting them robbed, and then you have to cancel the group and do it all over again.
I know all about blowing up cars.
Oh, really? Excuse me.
Sorry, I don't know where that came from. Okay. Wait.
So I'm gonna grab 2 tire kits because sometimes you'll get people that don't need a tow; they just need a new tire.
Okay, all right.
It'll make sense, trust me. So I'll be right back.
How pleasant. Dude, we saw Nino. That's crazy. So Nino's Dasmedi, one of the he's offline grinding. One of the people that I used to ride with. I also saw Tony too. All right, there's a vehicle breakdown. Nice. Okay.
All right, I got the tire kits.
Right.
Oh, you got it up. Nice.
Yeah, I accepted a vehicle.
So I'm just gonna keep these in the glove box. All right, gave you keys.
I have not seen Lang.
Way up there. They're most likely gonna need a new tire.
We used to run. Oh yeah, Mehdi is Lyric's brother in the real world.
Talk to them, and they'll tell you what you need. They'll tell you either, hey, my car tire is flat, I need a new tire, or can you tow it to the tow lot?
I didn't talk to Tony at
And
all.
whatever they need, you just kind of do it, and then you get paid.
Right. Seems easy enough.
It's pretty easy.
This is one of the better jobs in the city because I haven't really been able to venture into anything.
I mean, what have you done so far? Nothing, or?
Just group sex.
I haven't even done that. I mean, I did grime, but then I was like, well, is this like group sex? And people were like, yeah. I'm like, I'm not really interested.
So you said something earlier about packages being stolen. What's that about?
Oh, do you like to do illegal things?
No, not at all. I'm just part of the reason why I'm doing this is part of the reason why I'm doing this ride along is I'm just investigating all the news. All the jobs in the city. Figure out what the economy looks like in Los Santos.
Trying to get the dirt on the city?
Right. Yes.
Ah, I see. Well, the jobs pay, I think they're about even now. Some jobs are paying more than others, and now it seems like everything's about the same. It just matters how much time you put into it. Do you have a tablet?
A tablet? What do you mean?
Have you gone to the electronics store at all?
I have, but only to try and sell a phone I found.
Okay.
And I couldn't sell the phone.
Here, I put my tablet in the glove box. So, use that, and
All right.
when you get a bunch of people in there for different jobs, and you'll feel like you have a certain reputation for the jobs that you do and how often you do them. I don't know if that means you get paid more down the line, but, as much as I know.
Okay. Sounds easy enough.
start stealing those packages and bags from Grime in Group 6, the people that give you those jobs will not really like you anymore and not give you those jobs to do.
Right, so it seems like there's two different paths to take in this city, you know, life of crime or an honest day of work.
You could say that. Or you could think outside the box and just right along the middle.
Okay, good to know.
Just depends how you play it out.
I'm not turning up. It's like hard to hear her if I do this because the car is too loud. I don't know how to fix it.
Yeah, just been trying to meet people and getting to know, you know, everyone.
Right. So on this Pixel tablet, right? There's my contacts.
Yeah.
And it shows me my reputation. Okay. But you said there's people on here like Victor Goods. It says offense. What does that mean?
Remember I said people were stealing things?
Right, yes.
You can sell them to him.
Okay.
And you may obtain some dirty cash that you might need to clean.
All right. And then where would I go to do such a thing?
To what? Clean the money or sell the goods?
Clean the money.
Well, that depends on what you want to do. You want to sell it to people, if you want to maybe see some people dancing at the club, or you can invest in your own washing machine, do it yourself, but that will cost you about $3,200.
Right.
So here's the car. Let's find the why do I still have this in my hands?
I don't believe this is a simple tow job where we need to... This might be one of those cars that blows up, you know. Hello!
Well, all of them are usually like this. All right, what happened, lady?
I think the vehicle's disabled.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, we're gonna have to tow it. So if you want to jump into the tow truck, I can show you how to lower the flatbed and everything.
All right, then.
So since this is on a hill, my experience with this is the car is gonna blow up if we try to put it on the tow truck. So I'm gonna move this out of the way. Also, these things are shit on hills.
Yeah, I see that.
Oh my god, is this thing stuck? I swear to god. Oh, there we go, there we go.
Seems like we're gonna need a tow.
It'll be fine. So what you can do is you can actually push the car.
We can push the car?
Yeah, so if you kind of peek right here, you can feel like you can start pushing. Just kind of, you know, push the car.
Right.
Then I can get it out of ditches and stuff like that.
Wow, you're quite powerful pushing this up the hill all by yourself.
I mean, you put it on neutral, you can push anything, right?
Right.
So I've noticed if you keep it on like a flat road or flat surface, it's easier to get it towed. So if you want to jump in the tow truck, you can bring it about here, and then you feel like you have an up and down switch to move the flatbed.
All right. Okay, so what do I do? I back in.
I think we're close enough. Just press down on the little button there for the flatbed, and it should just pop out.
Wait, my phone is in the... Oh, all right, hold on.
You got this. A little lever.
Wait, why isn't it working?
Maybe it looks like an arrow pointing down. There you go.
All right, there it is.
I think you're good. Is that as far as it goes? Might need to back up a little bit.
Right. Oh, wait. Oh, were you doing it?
Okay, right there should be good. All right, now we go on the back of here, and we'll get the hook and put it on the car. So right here, you can grab the winch, and then you attach it. And you know, I would move. The part where it gets a little weird, it seems fine right now, so that's good. And now you can lift up the bed.
All right.
There we go. Hey, we didn't blow up this time. Now, if it starts shaking when we put it onto the back of the tow truck, then you know it's gonna blow up.
What do we do then? Do we just get out of the car?
Just try to detach the hook and run.
Okay. Good to know.
Now, as soon as we bring it to the tow yard and detach the car, you'll get paid instantly.
How much is one car? How much do you get paid?
I've seen the lowest at 180 to the highest 250.
Oh wow, that's quite a... All right, that's good money. It's a lot better than Group 6.
Yeah. Also, if you do it with 2 people, you seem to get higher payouts than by yourself.
Like higher payouts total or higher payouts per person?
Well, usually you know the difference between the two people. But when I was
Good
doing
to
it by
know.
myself, I was getting like maybe $80 to $100. But I mean, in general, I don't like to do jobs by myself anyway, so.
I think I might have killed a bird.
Ow, birds aren't real, it's fine. Oh no, they're spy drones.
Okay.
What? It's true. They all have cameras in them. Haven't you noticed that most of them don't even flap their wings? Just sit there, menacingly.
You know, I haven't paid a lot of attention, so I'll take your word for it.
They just sit there and just glide on the ground, not moving. You're just like, huh, that's not right. You said you're new to the city, right?
Yes, I am.
You weren't here when all those shit hit the fan?
Oh!
To the city, right?
Yes, I am.
You weren't here when all those
Oh! Sorry. Oh,
Oh, yeah, the cars are very slidey.
wait. I think we're stuck.
Oh, I can't believe you've done this.
Wait, is
Maybe I
it?
can
Can I
flip
push
it.
the car?
Push the tow truck. No, you
No.
just examine it.
Uh-oh. I'm the worst. I'm literally the worst. I'm so bad.
Can't move it at all?
I'll try again. Maybe I can wiggle out of this.
What? Maybe I could. I don't want to kick the car though.
No, I did it. All right.
I'm gonna try to destroy the pole, but I don't want to kick the car.
No need for that. All right, buckle up again for safety. I'm not very good at driving, as you can tell.
Either. I used to eject all the time.
All right, did not see that car.
They're dead. They're definitely dead.
No, I'm sure they're fine. It's just a bit of a scratch, you know.
Okay, well they were slumped over on their steering wheel. Oh, well, yep, no one's at that car.
You know, it's
I mean,
quite
at
difficult.
least you're not hitting them.
Right, it's a little bit hard to see it in such a big truck, you know. It's not entirely my fault, I'd say.
What do you mean, his windshield?
It's just like it's hard to make out the size of the truck.
That's fair. Yeah, big trucks are hard to maneuver.
Yeah. No, I haven't seen a lot of cops around.
So it's not really too many. Oh, that's a sidewalk. And yep.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Try not to break the car because repairs are like $2,000.
Oh my god, $2,000.
Yeah. Also, if you start bleeding a lot, you're gonna have to go to the hospital.
Right, that is one thing that I'm used to. That is one thing that I keep
Going
doing
to the
in this city.
hospital?
Yes, I've been there quite a few times at this point. You know what? I'm gonna follow the traffic laws going forward.
Okay. Oh, do you have my tablet?
Oh yes, I do. Here it is. I'll put it in the glove box again. It's in the glove box.
No, it's not.
Wait, it's not? Hold on,
Put it
I'll
on
do
the
it.
floor?
No. Hold on. Should be in there now.
Oh, there you go. I'm trying to figure out how long it's gonna take me to build my rep with this. Because eventually you can get lockpicks as a towing person.
You can get what as a what person?
Lockpicks.
Lockpicks? Why would you need lockpicks? For what reason?
What do you mean for what reason? People lock themselves out of their car all the time.
Oh, alright. I thought you meant for, I don't know. I thought you meant maybe for some other reasons.
You saying I'm a criminal?
I would never, I mean,
How
clearly,
dare you?
clearly we're both doing an honest day job here, right? Alright, this is where I go in through.
No. I don't know if this door opens on this side. I don't think it does. Oh, it does. Okay. It wasn't opening before.
Well, who's teaching who now, right? Alright, where do I place this?
To the right where it says no parking.
By just
So you
lowering?
just kinda
By lowering
lower
it?
Yeah, so you lower it and then you detach it.
Alright, easy peasy. That's, I can do that.
I'm impounding it. There we go. See?
Wow, wait, $200?
Yeah, see? Told you.
That's a tremendous
bad.
amount of money. It's much better than group sex. Group sex was
Exactly.
like around $50. Not bad for an honest day of work.
Exactly, and that's just one car. If you do at least
Right,
5, you're looking in the
right.
thousands.
Okay.
That's if the car doesn't blow up, you know.
Yeah. Wait, so what happens if you... Okay, wait, hold on. What happens if you do blow up the car? You have to pay $2,000? You can't rent out another one?
I mean, you could rent out another one, but sometimes you'll be up in Sandy doing a job and it blows up and you're kind of stranded.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
And
on
you have
that
to get a
on that note,
Grover and all that.
this entire day's work has got me quite tired.
Okay.
So I wanted to thank you. What was your name again?
Theodora.
Theodora. Donnie O'Sullivan. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
All right, Theodora. I'm gonna disband from the group, but thank you.
Yeah, and I threw you my number in case, if you're around and you need some help with stuff.
Right. I'm gonna put it in my. Wait, can you tell me what it is?
Are you ready?
Yes.
420-714.
714.
7864.
7864. 420-714-7864.
That's
We would
me.
give you a call right now.
Yep. Hello.
All right. Oh, I turned. Oh, okay.
Wow, this asshole just hung up on me. Wow.
Wow, they do that. These guys. No respect
They do
in Los
do that.
Santos.
No
you know?
respect. Yeah.
All right.
Also,
You have a
carry
great day.
knife
Thank
so
you.
you don't get robbed.
All right. What did she say? If I don't get robbed, carry a knife so you don't get robbed. Where would I even get a knife? Is the real question. Oh my God, I'm so fucking tired, chat. Holy shit. Gamble your money. Where are you gonna get run over in here again? Don't worry. As Drake would say, I needed this. I'm a 10-hour Andy now. Yeah, 100%. I am a 10-hour Andy. 10-hour power, baby.
Oh.
That's how I did.
I was trying to find a parking. I was looking at a parking spot. I couldn't find one. I'm out of the car. All right, I'll see you later then.
Bro, maybe we start gaming early tomorrow. Bro, maybe
I'll go
we
figure
do.
it out how to sign in and all that.
Maybe we fucking do, man. Maybe we fucking do, chat. Oh my God. I'm so tired. I did leg day yesterday and my fucking the inside of my leg is just out of control in pain. What is this? Not gonna lie, you got bodied so hard here. I'm sorry, but I really can't take anybody seriously who types this way or reserves the point this aggressively to make up for their lack of counter argument. Yawn. Damn, bro. I did get bodied. You're right. On behalf of News Frogs, I request you game all day tomorrow. Okay, well, you can't be a News Frog and then say I should game all day tomorrow. News Frogs would kill you. They would cook you. Anyway. Okay. Just want to say Merry Christmas, Azan, and thank you for bringing back RP. It really is the best present. You're welcome.
Stunning lo-fi introduction.
Anyway,
Starting off the day.
Taylor Swift attended Pro Palestinian event. I fucking doubt it, but that's cool if she did. Tomorrow is Friday. Gonna be working out and then coming live. Gonna go hang out with my mom and Kaya. Maybe watch a little bit of One Piece. But that's all for today. I love you all, and I'll see you tomorrow. Peace.
Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Days again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord agitprop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. streaming, the sun is streaming, the sun is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming.